Chapter 1022 were closes. She felt she heard a very low voice but not audible enough to make out the words, so she was sure she just hallucinated for a bit. If Gustav could hear what she was saying, he would understand that his thoughts just traveled across galaxies into Miss Amy's mind, even though it was barely audible. He would have tried better to make it work, but Atlas, he had no idea Miss Amy heard a little bit of what he said. Must be because I expended too much energy today. But in breaking through, so it wasn't a useless endeavor, she voiced out what she thought was the reason for her hallucination while looking around. Gustav could sense her loneliness despite Miss Amy being the kind of person that stayed away from people. At this point Gustav had to deactivate life signs tracking due to expending a lot of energy. The farther the location of the person's life signs that he was currently tracking, the more energy would be expended. With how much energy was being expended currently, he was sure Miss Amy was very far away. He still wished he could find a way to tell her to come back to Earth since there was already a cure. However, there was still no clue as to where exactly she was in the vast and endless space. It was even more confusing with what Gustav had seen this night. Another thing that baffled Gustav was the fact that she had been gone for months, yet she doesn't seem to have spiraled out of control like the other infected. Her mind was still sane and she didn't feel the need to go on any rampage. Gustav had even spotted her hands and part of her wrists multiple times when he checked on her, and from what he noticed, her skin wasn't ashy. She still seemed a bit pale, and it was hard to give a 100% accurate analysis of her skin looks due to the dim lighting in her vicinity, but Gustav could still tell that her skin was not as ashy as the other infected. Doesn't she have any plans of fixing things abd coming back? Gustav was quite worried that he might never be able to set eyes on Miss Amy in the flesh. There was no way to know how exactly she was faring, but all he knew was the fact that she was currently all right. If Gustav had left life signs tracking active for a few more seconds, he would have noticed something that would have helped since Miss Amy looked around after he deactivated the ability. They're never gonna find her if she doesn't want to be found. I guess I can only hope and keep looking for ways to actually contact her, Gustav thought. He went back to channeling his bloodline afterwards, which he focused on for the entire night. In a flash 3 more days had gone by, and on this day, Gustav planned to visit a particular research center. Cartonsbull City. I'll be in and out before anyone realizes it, Gustav thought as he stood to his feet to prepare. He got into the bathroom, took his shower and was out in a couple of minutes. Gustav wore a suit and a tie along with plain black pants that made him look a bit nerdy. To add the ultimate touch of nerdiness, he got a glass with clinical lens from his storage device and put on. Gustav moved to stand right in front of the mirror as his facial features and body size changed. Gustav reached a height of 7 feet as his body turned thinner and his skin a little paler. His hair became yellow in color as he adopted a very different but handsome young nerdy look. Gustav smiled with a tone of gratification after scrutinizing his current looks. Time to go, he said internally as he activated his dimensional bracelet. Gustav was currently heading to the secret research center where Amira's mother from the Bureau was making research on scientist Zill's dimensional displacement theory. Despite knowing the location since over a month ago, Gustav didn't head there all this time. He didn't have much hope for this visitation, but he wanted to make sure he checked a couple of things out related to scientist Zill's research completely before embarking on this journey. He was sure this wouldn't take long anyways, since he would be visiting with the identity of a scientist from the Bureau. It was a fake identity, but Gustav had planted it in the database, so even if this person did not truly exist, he would have no problem using the identity. Meanwhile, on a planet with red sands and a grayish-looking sky filled with green stars, a group of 7 silently made their way across a silent pathway. This pathway seemed to be situated between what seemed like 2 massive pipe-like structures. It was impossible to tell that the 2 structures by the side were like pipelines if one was walking on this path due to their massive sizes. However, if one was staring from above, far high in the sky, one would be able to tell that these looked like massive steel pipes. The GPS says we'll have to turn right after crossing another 100 feet, one of the members of this group who was also clad in dark skin-tight suit voiced out. They were all clad in this suit and had a dark helmet with red glasses on as well. This helped them in breathing within this foreign planet. Davidson, how far away are we from the designated point right now? The person who seemed to be the leader of the group inquired. 12,000 paces away, Davidson responded while staring at the holographic image the device in his hand was shooting out. We're close. At this pace it should only take us about an hour to get there, Eldris voiced out. We've been traveling for almost 12 hours, at least we're close now, Glade said with a tone of relief and excitement. Guys, but how is it that we've not encountered any form of disturbance since we dropped onto this planet? EE stated with a disturbed tone. Chapter 1023-2. Do you know what that is? Gustav asked internally. It could be a number of things. It's too far away for me to come up with anything accurate. Trying to study it from here will just be me coming up with assumptions, the system responded. I don't know if this is something we should be worried about. Anything related to space is now a sensitive topic because of the warp demolator, but we can't tell if this is relayed or not. Gustav had a contemplative look as he said internally. Gradia Xanatus, do keep me posted on this. I may or may not have an answer later, Gustav stated. All right, Gradia Xanatus stated. Gustav left after a few more seconds of chatting with Gradia Xanatus. He was now heading towards the second base. This would have taken time if he used one of the aircraft or MBO private jets, but with the dimensional bracelet it only took a couple of seconds. Zing. Gustav disappeared from the MBO tower after choosing his location and reappeared back within the second base. The instant he arrived in the luxurious house within second base, he moved out towards one of the revetment. Gustav could already spot aircraft landing from in the southwest area. Hover has been activated, swooshu. The base was always filled with MBO officers, so he decided to fly. Gustav arrived there in a few seconds and upon landing, he could already spot cadets. Gustav was only wearing a tank top and shorts, so no officer around here would even be able to tell what his rank was unless they recognized him. Where is that powerful presence coming from? Isn't that Gustav Crimson? Hey, it's really Gustav Crimson. I could barely recognized him, he looks different better. Stronger. I wish we could have seen a fight between him and Rufus. The cadets who were now full-fledged officers conversed about Gustav the moment they spotted him. What is he doing here? The other officers who had been in the second base since questioned amongst themselves. Everyone knew Gustav was in the MBO tower in Plankton City, so they couldn't understand how he suddenly appeared here. Gustav. A familiar voice was heard from up ahead, causing a smile to appear on his face. A group of 5 could be seen approaching Gustav from up ahead. The hundreds of other cadets walking away from where aircraft were parked up ahead parted ways for this group because everyone knew well the only people Gustav moved with in camp. Falco, Gustav voiced out as he closed in on them. Crazy bastard, you got stronger again. Dark Falco voiced out the instant he arrived in front of Gustav. Shut up, Falco voiced before reaching out to give Gustav a fist bump. Bump. Gustav returned the fist bump and proceeded to do the same with Timmy as well. Rival. Rhea yelled out as he jumped into Gustav's embrace instead of giving a fist bump. Yo Rhea, Gustav chuckled. Matilda, who was about to hug Gustav earlier, reached out and dragged Rhea by the hair. TSS. Ta ta ta. Rhea screamed out in pain as he got pulled away from Gustav. Don't be girly, she voiced out. What I and my rival share is beyond gender limitations, woman. Rhea yelled out as he tried to get her to let go of his hair. Vera, who was at the side, smiled and moved to stand in front of Gustav. Vera, Gustav said with a smile before she leapt into his embrace. Gustav rubbed her hair a little and patted her like a pet. I missed you, she said with a cute tone as she disengaged from him. How have you been doing? Did you practice a lot like I told you to? Gustav questioned. She nodded cutely with a smile. I'm now at the 3rd step Falcon rank and I can control my ability better now, she disclosed. Gustav had a gratified look as he heard that, but then a bothered expression appeared on his face. Where are the others? He inquired. So far he could only see Timmy, Rhea, Falco, Matilda and Vera. Falco stared at Matilda first before he turned to stare at Gustav. This is what happened. Minutes later Gustav had a contemplative expression after hearing what Falco had revealed. So they were scouted at the last minute for this unknown mission? Gustav inquired. Yes, Falco confirmed. The officers said they only wanted the 5 of them and the rest of us should follow the cadets to the base, Matilda explained. So you guys have no idea what mission they're embarking on? Gustav questioned. No idea at all. They were taken away in a different aircraft, Timmy said while shaking his head. Gustav had a slightly worried expression, but he knew well that the MBO wouldn't just send them on a mission recklessly knowing they had a lot of potential. They would only send them on a mission they were sure the 5 could handle. Angie speed. Matilda destructiveness. EE infiltration and escape. Eldris power. Angie strength and combat ability. Gustav made analysis in his head. They are definitely sending them on a covert mission. Either they are meant to destroy, protect, or acquire something secretly, Gustav voiced out. How do you know? Falco questioned. Their lineup makes it obvious. Gustav responded. Falco and the others had looks of confusion on their faces as they heard that. Never mind, let's head to the house first, Gustav proposed. They proceeded to leave here and head towards the place Gustav usually stayed with Miss Amy whenever he was here. The instant they arrived at the house, everyone piped down and settled in even. They weren't too worried about the situation with EE and the rest because they knew well that getting picked for special missions was normal, especially when certain officers suited some types of missions. Rival, you have to tell us all about your escapades in these past months, Rhea voiced out. The entire camp was always talking about you. You have a lot to tell us, Matilda stated as well. Chapter 1024. Creating a diversion. Jack could have destroyed the entire planet long ago, but he wasn't allowed to, and he wasn't allowed to infiltrate either because they couldn't risk it, so he had to wait till they had gotten rid of this device. Can you get us in now? Captain Spark questioned. Getting us in was never the problem. He rolled his eyes as he figured Captain Spark didn't understand his initial explanation. From what I'm seeing, I can make us appear anywhere within now, but as you can see, the entire place is swarming with them. We will be surrounded the moment we appeared within, EE added while staring at the X-ray like holographic footage. Captain Spark had a contemplative expression as he stared at the footage for a bit. We have 2 missions on this planet. Retrieving the device and rescuing the other 2 officers from the group that was initially sent here, he began voicing out. We'll be splitting up because the moment they know we're here, it's gonna be harder to find the other 2 when we're done completing the first mission, Captain Spark added. Oh. Okay, so what's the plan? Eldris inquired. It's time for us to see how fast you are, Captain Spark voiced while staring at Angie. Angie's eyes squinted as she heard that. A few minutes later, the guards standing in front of the cave entrance at the foot of the rock stared in a particular direction after sensing something. And asterisk at @%_* divided by at @ the first one spoke in a weird tongue as the other one also stared forward with a look of suspicion. A figure walking towards them from up ahead became even clearer when the person began causing a certain silver glow in the surroundings. She had 3 horns protruding out of her forehead, and her pinkish and silver hair could be seen floating in the air as she took steps closer to the rock. #++ percent and at caret :::. % at. The other guard who voiced out the same weird tongue, which translated to, "It's an alien." It quickly raised an alarm as Angie arrived close to the entrance suddenly. Boom! A burst of silver energy blasted forth from her figure, slamming heaving into the massive rock and the dark cloudy figures floating in front. The 2 were instantly disintegrated by the sheer force of the energy that wasn't even accumulated to 100% GBBB. The entire rock trembled vigorously, but surprisingly that was the highest that happened. Despite how strong the energy was, it didn't even manage to cause a single crack on this massive rock. Loud voices in different tongues suddenly began to ring out from every direction as the other Mendologgers began flying out of the cave to confront the intruder. In barely a few seconds, more than 200 of them had appeared and surrounded Angie from every direction. The 3rd horn that had grown out of Angie's forehead earlier rescinded as she regained her former look. Angie's figure suddenly blurred as she turned around and sped away. Swoosh tilde the Mendologgers who thought she couldn't escape because they had already surrounded her were shocked when she displayed immense speed and wriggled her way out of their formation. The yells in a different tongue was heard once more as they turned around and gave a chase. The over 200 Mendologas gave chase to Angie as she sped further away from the rock structure. They had no idea she was leading them away, so the others could have easier entry into the rocky structure. Angie would occasionally slow down so the Mendologas could close in a bit, only for her to speed up again. The Mendologas shot out whitish beams from their face area as they chased after her, but Angie was quick enough to dodge these projectiles as she led them around the place. A vortex opened up within a hallway in the rock structure, and the captain, Elevra, along with EE, phased out of it. Davidson were in, direct us, he muttered through the communication channel. Take the first left. Be careful, there are guards patrolling that pathway. Davidson informed from a hidden location outside of the rocky structure. While the three infiltrated to get the device, Angie led the Mendologas around with her speed. She felt she could do this all day because despite their flight ability she was still faster than them. Glade and Aeldris had been tasked with finding the other two officers who were said to have gone into hiding after the unsuccessful mission. This second objective wasn't as important as the first, which was why they wouldn't be blamed if they were unable to find these two, but at the very least they had to try. Interesting, truly interesting, madam, a slim 7 feet tall young man in glasses voiced out with a hearty smile as he spoke to a middle-aged looking woman with blonde hair. Mr. Aspect, I truly hope the world government do not intend to pull their funding on this research, the blonde-haired middle-aged woman said with a pleading tone. It is to be debated, Mrs. May. So far I have seen that there have been progress with the research, so I will put in a good word for you, Mr. Aspect, who was actually Gustav in disguise, voiced out. Thank you so much, Mr. Aspect. It would truly be a shame if the funding was to end and this research ends up being accurate in its topic. It could potentially save the world if more discoveries are made, Mrs. May responded with a tone of appreciation while explaining. I absolutely understand, Mrs. May, Mr. Aspect said while staring through a glass wall where a lab full of scientists could be seen. An instrument with a circular top and thin pole-like glass extending from the bottom could be seen making some weird calculations. Are you sure you did not leave out any information or discovery? Mr. Aspect questioned. None at all. The data I passed to you is everything we have found out in the past few years, Mrs. May said with a tone of certainty. I guess this concludes my visit here today, Mr. Aspect said while smiling. Chapter 1025, Heading to the Edge of the Milky Ways. I apologize for the chapter's issues. I guess this concludes my visit here today, Mr. Aspect said while smiling. They proceeded to both give their farewells before he proceeded to leave. Aspect, who was Gustav, reached outside and got into an hover car that drove him across the city. After getting down, he moved to a secluded location and activated the dimensional bracelet. Zing. Reappearing back within his room in the tower, Gustav smiled as he transformed back into his original look. Today had gone exactly as he wanted, and he had gotten information about how far they had gone in secretly conducting Sir Zill's research. Mrs. May was Amira's mother, and Gustav had successfully fooled every one of them over there that he was from the world government and here to inspect, so of course they had to reveal all their findings to him. Gustav was not stupid himself, so he had already discovered most of the things Amira's mother revealed to him, but there were still a few pieces of information which he considered were quite important. Gustav's fingertips suddenly glowed up as he opened a spatial room. He proceeded to move into the room that had a lots of equipments within. It was literally a mini laboratory. Gustav proceeded to check for some tools and began making something. It's good that they created a device to scan for irregularities in space. This would make it easier for me to find traces of the warp demolator and discern its patterns of appearing easier, Gustav thought as he kept up with his work. They had revealed the blueprints used in making that device, so Gustav could build it easily with the right tools. Zing, the sacred orb, appeared right beside him and turned into a 12 feet tall robot. Keep working on it, I need to get some tools, Gustav commanded. The sacred orb and Gustav were connected similar to how Gustav and the system were connected, so even without giving any explanations, the orb understood what Gustav was driving at. It was quite strange, and Gustav still wondered how the sacred jewel was capable of 90% of the things it could do. It was still such a mystery to Gustav that he refrained from using it most of the times, even though he knew just how powerful the sacred jewel was. Gustav moved out of the spatial room at this point to get some more of the equipments he needed to finish the device. Just as he walked out of his room, he spotted Gradia Xanatus approaching from the left side of the corridor. "Gustav," Gradia Xanatus voiced with a tone of urgency. "What's wrong?" Gustav questioned. Minutes later they were in the same boardroom they had been meeting up in earlier, and a holographic screen was on display. They have connected to each other?" Gustav voiced with a suspicious tone as he stared at the screens. "Precisely, the white lines have now connected to each other and now it's starting to look like a gigantic circular crack in space," Gradia Xanatus responded. What they were staring at was exactly how Gradia Xanatus had described. This area in space was at the edge of the Milky Way and it was void of stars, but this white cracks covering a large area were glowing intensely. Initially they were separated and just appearing in different spots, but now these lines had joined. The cracks had spanned across more than 50,000 kilometers radius in space and looked like it was still increasing. "And I'm guessing you guys still have no idea what's causing this," Gustav voiced out. Gradia Xanatus shook his head lightly in response. "Was there any effect when the researchers got closer to it?" Gustav asked. "It is impossible to get close to it now. The last person that tried turned to ash," Gradia Xanatus revealed. "What? Without getting pulled into any sort of portal or vortex?" Gustav said with a surprised tone. "None whatsoever. Spacecraft are getting ripped apart because, unlike before, it is now sending forth a detrimental charge of energy. It has become dangerous to move close to," Gradia Xanatus disclosed. "That's not a rift, at least a rift would pull a person in before ripping them to shreds or turning them to ash." Gustav had a contemplative expression as he voices out while holding his chin. "We can't get close enough to it at this point to get a sample and conduct a test based on the current energy it is emitting," Gradia Xanatus added. "Do you want me to go there?" Gustav asked. "No. I am only informing you about it for two reasons. First, you may know something, so it's also like him asking for advice, and second, you mentioned you wanted to be kept to date, but there is no way I am sending you there," Gradia Xanatus said while shaking his head. Minutes later Jin some straps bonded around Gustav's body as he sat within what looked like an aircraft chamber but with more intricate designs. The seats on the other sides were unoccupied and only one person stood in front of him at this time. "Are you sure this is okay?" Gradia Xanatus voiced with a disturbed tone. "I am going to be perfectly fine. You've only been sending scientists out there who are clearly weaker than I am," Gustav voiced as he tapped on his left shoulder area. June's dark helmet phased out and covered up his head. Jin. A red glass shifted from sideways and covered the space in the eyes area of the helmet, completely giving Gustav a spaceman look. "I am still skeptical about sending you there. It is not safe and I don't want the young miss to kill me because that's what will happen if you don't get back in one piece," Gradia Xanatus voiced out once more. "Don't worry. Besides, we're already here, so what's the point of changing your mind now? Just flow with it, haha, don't worry if she kills you, you can come join me in the afterlife," Gustav chuckled lightly as he voiced out. The suit with the helmet had made the tone of his voice sound mechanical due to it projecting his voice from within so it could be heard properly. Gradia Xanatus let out another sigh before saying once more, "Be careful. The moment things feel dangerous, abort the mission instantly." Gradia Xanatus proceeded to move towards the entry point of the spacecraft while voicing out, "I'll be in contact the entire time and there's a cam in your suit so I'll be watching you as well." "Copy that," Gustav voiced in response. The hatch of the spacecraft closed up and Gustav was the only one left in this place. The pilot and co-pilot were both seated in the cockpit ready to launch the spacecraft into space. This mission was a very impromptu one and hadn't been revealed to the higher-ups because Gradia Xanatus was considered a higher-up himself and could make this decision before information them on a later date. Since they had put him in charge of this situation, he was licensed to make such decisions that would affect the situation for the better. Gustav had managed to convince Gradia Xanatus to send him on this earlier. As much as Gradia Xanatus didn't want to agree to it, Gustav made pretty valid points about being the only strong officer close to being a scientist himself. He had found the cure for the ashy infection and even achieved some crazy science feats, so he wasn't wrong. It looked like he was the perfect officer for the job, especially when most scientists were not very strong mixed bloods. Gradia Xanatus could only hope now that Gustav would be okay. The aim of this trip to the edge of the Milky Way was to take a sample from the energy these conjoined cracks were emitting. They had not been able to get close enough to get this done since the cracks started connecting to each other. According to the scientists that survived, they said it felt like getting closer to the surface of the sun. Spacecraft nowadays were capable of doing this without burning up, but according to the scientists this was at least 7 times worse. Gustav really couldn't bring up any theory on how this would be 7 times hotter than the surface of the sun when there wasn't any catalyst. There were just lines, or rather cracks in space that had covered a radius bigger than the circumference of Earth. It certainly was suspicious but still didn't make sense. Gustav was counting on the fact that he would be able to gather the energy sample without getting too close to it. He was confident in the toughness of his body, but this was 7 times hotter than the sun. He wasn't interested in testing out if his body was durable enough to withstand it. 3 right outside the spacecraft, a burst of flames had been ignited from the bottom of this building-sized machine. Chapter 1026, Guardian's consents. Right outside the spacecraft, a burst of flames had been ignited from the bottom of this building-sized machine. The spacecraft lifted off into the air after getting cleared for takeoff as the rooftop of the MBO tower's last floor opened up. Since they were already in space, there was no need for any part of the spacecraft to dislodge or anything like that. They flew across space, traveling at a speed that was 1,000 times faster than sound at the onset. As the spacecraft traveled further into space, it breached the speed of light, generating a wormhole that increased travel speed. Originally it would take very long to get to the edge of the Milky Way, but with the speed of this spacecraft it would only take about a day. Gustav was already admiring space as they blasted through the wormhole before arriving at another part of space. In just a few minutes they had long passed Jupiter and were heading further into the Milky Way. Even if a spacecraft was moving at the speed of light, it would still take billions of hours before it could get to the edge of the Milky Way. This was how vast space was. With the ancient spacecraft, one would be spending millions of years traveling before they could get to the edge of the galaxy, and humans never lived that long. If it wasn't for the technology of the Slarkovs that had been improved over the thousands of years, the time frame wouldn't have been decreased from millions of years to just a single day. At the moment the spacecraft was moving at 20 times the speed of light uninterrupted. They would occasionally cut through wormholes and have their journey decreased by up to 20,000 light-years. The extreme jump wormholes didn't need to be used as they were only leaving for the edge of the Milky Way and not somewhere farther. "It's more exhilarating than I expected," Gustav said internally as he looked through some of the small glasses in front of him. He couldn't count the number of times they had penetrated stars, yet they came out unscathed without the star causing any damage to the spacecraft or the spacecraft destroying the star. It was impossible to truly follow the speed of a spacecraft, which was why they were always clad in these black technological spacesuits, which usually helped in increasing their reflexes and sensory ability. If something were to truly ever happen in space, like an emergency with space pirates or any other issue, the spacecraft would have to stop or slow down because Gustav doubted anyone would be able to act with such speed. Gustav was counting down in his mind as they journeyed across space, ready to complete his mission. "The MBO Camp Endrik were letting you leave in good faith that you are ready to become an officer," one of the instructors voiced out to Endrik in the camp hall. "I am ready, sir. I have completed all training like you wanted me to and passed all the tests," Endrik responded with a respectful tone. "We know that, but in the end you're still a 13-year-old boy, 3 years away from becoming an adult. We need a parental or guardian consent before we can make you a full-fledged officer without having to worry about the laws preventing a minor from working," the instructor voiced out. Endrik instantly thought of his parents, but then he recalled the nasty household situation. They won't be seen as proper guardians since they are currently in the psychiatric ward. "Can I have my brother give the consent?" Endrik asked with a tone of curiosity. "You mean Officer Crimson?" The instructor was a bit surprised as he voiced out. He recalled these two have had serious issues in the past, and Gustav even changed his family name, erasing his Oslov identity, so he wasn't expecting this. "Yes," Endrik answered. "But he is no longer a part of your family," the instructor voiced out. "He can fill in as my guardian, does it matter?" Endrik stated in response. "Since he is of legal age and has ties to you, then I guess he can. He just has to agree to go through the necessary procedures, the instructor explained. Leave that to me, Endrik voiced his reply. He was a little bothered, but it was about time he met up with Gustav again, especially since he had messages to convey to him. All right then. You can leave camp, but don't forget to send me the consent application before next week, or you will be brought back to camp and made to train till you're of legal age, the instructor voiced out before leaving. The lady at one of the counters passed Endrik some clearance data for leaving the camp as well before he headed towards one of the massive mirror pathways within the hall. Endrik should have left camp with the others earlier since he was also a special class candidate and had improved just like the others. Endrik had completed missions on the same level as the others and was ranked amongst the top 10 strongest in their set, even ranked higher than Falco, Timi, Glade, Vera, Ria, Angie, and was said to be on par or more powerful than EE. It was still debatable as to who would win in an all-out fight between Endrik and Ealdris, but Endrik being this strong made him worthy of also finishing his training in camp earlier. The only problem was his age, which would be a problem if he didn't get a parent or a guardian to give their final consent to him becoming a full-fledged MBO officer of the law. Right now Endrik's plan was to get that from Gustav since both parents were currently in the psychiatric ward and their consent would be invalid. Endrik made a low sigh as he finally headed out of camp. There was still a kind of tension between him and Gustav, even though Gustav was starting to soften up to him little by little. Endrik wanted to use this as a chance to get closer to Gustav and slowly drive away that tension by doing all he could to make sure Gustav trusted him. Will you be passing the vest to him? Endrik asked internally as he arrived within an aircraft. His forehead glowed green a couple of times as he heard a voice respond from within. Not yet. He is still too weak to equip it. The energy of the vest will destroy him at this state, Huzarius spoke. Then when will he be strong enough? Endrik questioned. It won't be very long, he is slowly closing in on that volume of power that will be enough to equip or use some of the items, and when that time finally comes, the world will see a strength unlike they have ever seen before, Huzarius stated. And more than ever they will need this strength to become their protection, because if they were to ever betray the source of this strength, a great catastrophe would be wrought unto the earth and the universe as a whole. Mendolaga's planet swooshoosh tilde a silver streak cut across a region of red sands as two cloudy dark figures chased after the silver streak. Unlike the multitude of dark figures that had been chasing after this silver streak for over an hour, these two dark cloudy figures were way smaller in comparison. These two were Mendolagas who were elders, and they had finally decided to give chase. They would occasionally send out waves that would blast across the vicinity and wreak havoc. Angie had barely been able to escape the few times they used this attack. So far she could feel like her mind was getting slower and slower in thinking capability and reaction speed as a whole. Angie knew these two were using a type of ability that would get the better of her if she wasn't careful. Guys, I hope you're done. They're all heading back to the rock right now, Angie voiced through the communication channel. We got the device, we're trying to outrun the ones on our tail right now, the captain voiced out through the communication channel. We haven't found the two officers just yet. You guys can head to the checkpoint without us, we'll meet you there, Ealdris voiced out this time. I am currently trying to outrun two Mendolagas who are still giving chase, Angie reported through the comms. How big are they? Co-captain Davidson questioned. 6 feet tall, Angie said while looking back in the process of running. You have to get them off your tail as soon as possible, those are old Mendolagas privy to more powerful abilities. Use your highest speed and outrun them right now, Davidson voiced out with a tone of urgency. I am trying, Angie groaned while still speeding across the sands. I can't activate my fastest form. Chapter 1027 Breaking Through. I am trying, Angie groaned while still speeding across the sands. I can't activate my most powerful form, she added with a look of difficulty. You can't outrun them? I thought you said you were fast, Davidson said with a slightly ridiculing tone. I can if I activate my fastest form, but it's like I feel a mental barrier stopping me from being able to activate it. I can't move at my fastest speed no matter how hard I try, Angie explained. It's one of the older one's abilities. Angie, you need to distance yourself further away from them as soon as possible or you'll weaken and get slower over time, Captain Spark voiced out. How do I do that? I can't outrun them right now, Angie responded with a worried tone. You have to do something that can help you get further away from them, Eldris spoke this time. Angie turned her head to the side and looked over her right shoulder. The Mendologas were still chasing after her with the same speed and were only about 20 feet away. Angie turned to look forward and could see that they were approaching an area with rocky-like buildings everywhere. Her eyes squinted as she made a plan in her mind and sped forward. I still have a little spark. I could make use of it here, she said internally as she sped into the air of rocky-like buildings. Fui hai. She leapt forward with her legs outstretched and kicked through a building. Bang! The Mendologas quickly followed behind her, but the instant they did, a silver-colored energy blast was triggered from within. Boom! It sent forth destructive waves that caused the entire structure to come crashing down along with the structures in the vicinity. The Mendologas had cloudy-like figures, so they weren't too affected, but this slowed them down a bit, especially with the structure collapsing and causing the air to be covered by red-colored debris. The entire vicinity had become clouded by the red dust everywhere, so this made them lose sight of Angie for a bit, especially with her intense speed. Angie groaned as she sped away from this particular area. Fui. She suddenly leapt into the air once more as another horn began growing out of her forehead. This time was a bit different as her legs transformed into a silver-like color with scales all over. From her feet up to her thighs, had expanded in length and claws grew out of her toes. Angie suddenly felt intense power radiating from within as her horn began to glow up along with her pupils. I just reached the echo rank, she noticed internally. Angie now understood the reason for her transformation. Bang! The instant she landed on the ground and took a step forward. Jiaish! Her body bolted forward with intense speed, sending a blast of shockwaves from her previous position. Fukushush tilde Angie had never moved this fast in her life as she crossed over 600,000 feet in an instant. The Mendologas behind were unable to give chase anymore as this speed was way beyond their limit and how fast Angie had been moving before. Even when they flew higher into the air, they realized she was long gone. June tilde on another part of the Mendologas planet, a vortex opened up and a group of 4 jumped out of it. I think we finally managed to get them off our tail, Co-Captain Davidson voiced out. I made us appear way further from our initial location since you mentioned we could still navigate our way back to the checkpoint even if I didn't know where we would resurface, EE voiced out. Guys, this place is a bit. Elevra voiced out as he looked around. They all looked around as well and could see cracks on the ground. Purplish liquid flowed from the south to the north and it looked like they were on an open ground. The whole place looked a bit eerie. We're in a pit, Elevra stated as she looked around as well. A pit? Davidson voiced with a tone of disbelief as he turned around. There was a very high wall up ahead that reached more than 10,000 feet high. It was very rough looking and had cracks all across it as well. This wall extended farther towards the left and right. One could see that it kept extending as far as the eyes could see, and at a point, fog could be seen in the distance that made it difficult to tell where the wall ended. We could just climb over this. And the wall doesn't necessarily mean we're in a pit because of how high it is unless it surrounds this entire vicinity, and I don't see it up ahead, Davidson voiced out. Well, I do, Elevra said in response as she turned to stare at him. Davidson's eyes widened as he spotted the horrifying purplish growing eyeball on Elevra's forehead. Where did that come from? He voiced out with a shocked tone. Elevra had pulled off the scarf covering her forehead the moment they arrived here. Elevra's eye ability helped her see through the fog thousands of feet up ahead, so she knows what she's talking about, EE voiced out. So we're in a massive pit. Captain Spark voiced out with a slightly troubled tone. Hold on, Davidson voiced out and checked the holographic screen appearing above the device in his hand. We have to go this way to get to the checkpoint. We're a bit far, but we can get there in a day, so we still have time, he added while pointing at the south. The wall they could see was right in front of them while they had to move in the direction of the one in the distance according to Elevra. Should I open a vortex? EE questioned. Nah, it's unpredictable where we will end up spawning unless you wanna take us back to the places you've already been, like the target location. Captain Spark didn't have to continue before everyone knew it was a bad idea. Or can you take us to the route we traveled on when we were headed to the target location? Spark questioned. Out of range, EE responded while shaking his head. It turned out it was too far from their previous location, and opening a portal close to the area of the rock structure was a bad idea since the entire place would be crawling with Mendologas. Scree tilde, a loud screeching sound suddenly reverberated across the vicinity, causing them to be on the alert. We're not alone, Elevra informed them. Mendologas? EE questioned. No. These are beasts, Elevra said while her eyes squinted. We have to get out of here, Co-Captain Davidson voiced out. Not without getting past them, Elevra said while fully activating her bloodline abilities. In another part of space, Gustav was seated in the spacecraft as he kept counting down. We'll be there in another 30 minutes, Gustav muttered. Your body should be durable enough to withstand part of the temperature, but don't get too close if you don't have to, the system voiced in his head. Sure. I just need to get a sample after all, Gustav stated. Maybe I should check on Miss Amy one more time before I head to my death, Gustav voiced with a low tone before activating God Eyes. Life signs tracking has been activated. He used life signs tracking instantly and picked Miss Amy's life sign. Is she asleep? Gustav wondered as he spotted a smooth pair of thighs blocking his view. He couldn't see properly, but he could spot a little part of arms crossed and knees joined. It seemed like Miss Amy was laying on her knees with her head on her arms that were crossed and her arms balancing on her knees. Surprisingly, Miss Amy was only wearing shorts, so her smooth thighs were on display. Only to Gustav anyways, because he was the only one that could see this. Cough cough asterisk, I shouldn't be seeing this, Gustav said internally as he subconsciously closed his eyes. However, with life signs activated, closing his eyes would not stop him from seeing through Miss Amy's forehead region. After staying for a few minutes hoping Miss Amy would wake and look around, Gustav decided to deactivate God Eyes after only seeing her twitch a little. At least she's fine. Cough cough asterisk, I should deactivate this now, Gustav decided. Just as he was about to deactivate God Eyes, Miss Amy's thighs began vibrating. At first Gustav was confused as to what was going on, but then Miss Amy woke up at this point. She separated her thighs and stared at the ground. Through this, Gustav was able to figure out that the ground was quaking, which in turn made Miss Amy's body vibrate. What is going on? A land quake. Chapter 1028 Suspicious situation at Miss Amy's locations. She separated her thighs and stared at the ground. Through this, Gustav was able to figure out that the ground was quaking, which in turn made Miss Amy's body vibrate. What is going on? A land quake. Gustav voiced with a tone of confoundment. The ground quaked even more intensely with every passing second, and cracks began to spread out all across the ground. Miss Amy stood to her feet at this point and stretched her hands apart. Despite Gustav being millions of light years away and not knowing where Miss Amy was, he could feel a particularly strange energy exuding from her. The cracks that had formed and spread across thousands of miles slowly began to mend. The ground that split apart in multiple areas began to merge back together slowly. The quaking that was initially becoming intense began to reduce as Miss Amy's hand remained outstretched. How is she doing this? Gustav didn't need to be told before he knew Miss Amy was the one responsible for this mending. He couldn't understand how she was doing this because he knew Miss Amy was unable to perform such a feat initially. In a couple of minutes the quaking had stopped and the grounds had nearly merged completely. Gustav slowly stared at the sky area as foggy-looking clouds began to path ways. His eyes squinted subconsciously as he could spot a white light extending as the clouds cleared. However, at this same moment, Officer Crimson, we're here, one of the pilots voiced out, forcing Gustav to deactivate life signs tracking. God Eyes has been deactivated. Gustav's mind reeled back to his current position as his eyes retained their usual glow. We're here. Voiced out. Yes sir, we're here, one of the space pilots responded once more. Gustav turned to look through the glassy-like wall of the spacecraft up ahead, and the glows from what he had been seeing all this time with Gradia Xanatus were blinding to the eyes. The white cracks that had connected and spread across a large range of this part in space were even more scarier looking in person. Some of the glowing white cracks were as thick a person in width while some were very thin and they stretched across a large expanse of space. Gustav couldn't describe how he felt seeing this, but it was definitely a phenomenal sight. His first time in space for a mission, and it had to be something crazy that had never been seen before. The spacecraft slowed down at this point and Gustav unstrapped himself. His body began floating in the air as it seemed the outer hatch of the spacecraft had been opened. Zing! A cylindrical-shaped metallic-looking item with an handle appeared in his grasp. Gustav held onto this with his left hand and flew backwards with the use of the gravity. He passed through some layers within the spacecraft and doors opened for him and shut after he passed through. In a bit he had arrived at the final hatch and stood within what was like a small door area. "Open the final hatch," Gustav voiced through the communication system. "All right, Officer Crimson, good luck," one of the pilots voiced out before an opening sound was heard. Gustav flew forward and finally found himself drifting through space. He could see violet dust in the distance and some stars very, very far away from this particular area. He turned around and finally faced the direction of the cracks. As the energy from the glowing line of cracks spread across the vicinity, Gustav felt like he was in the presence of a higher power. He just couldn't understand why, but now that he was here he felt a kind of familiarity with this energy. It felt like it was not only powerful but also mixed with an energy he had come into contact with before, but he discarded the thought of it relating with the person that came to mind because he couldn't see how else it connected to that person. Right in front of Gustav's eyes, the cracks began spreading further into space. Where the spacecraft had stationed itself was a safe spot away from the range of effectiveness of the cracks. However, as it began to spread even more, the heat wave hit Gustav, causing the suit on his body to begin smoking. What the fuck? Gustav couldn't help but cuss internally as the suit began to steam. "I'm still 92,000 meters away from the point where I can absorb part of the energy into the mini plasma chamber," Gustav muttered underneath his breath. If it was already this hot, then how hot would it be when he got to that point? This was going to be the most dangerous mission Gustav had ever embarked on. He already knew the suit wouldn't hold on to that point, so he began activating some protective bloodlines. Iro silk grew out of his body, covering the entire suit like an armor. On top of this, Gustav made use of a temperature bloodline to add frost to the outer covering of his suit and also made the surroundings around himself cooler. 3 creaking sounds began to come from the spacecraft. It was quite faint, especially since this was space, but Gustav was able to hear them clearly. "You guys might want to move the spacecraft a bit back, it's starting to take damage," Gustav voiced through the communication channel. He didn't want anything to happen on his way back as he wouldn't like to get stuck here. After the spacecraft moved further backwards, Gustav began to venture forward. Hover has been activated. He flew forward, approaching the cracks as the heat waves spread forth even more. Usually space would be freezing, but in this situation it was the opposite. This part of space was lit up tremendously due to the infinite number of glowing white cracks here. As Gustav traveled forward, he calculated the amount of distance he still needed to scale before he would get to the point where part of the energy could be absorbed. At this point, he was still very far from reaching any of the cracks because despite how large they were, the spacecraft stopped a bit far from them. If it moved any closer it would have gained damage, so this was the only option available and Gustav would have to scale the rest of the distance himself. "I need a good angle where I'd be able to penetrate without making contact with any of the cracks." Gustav paused at this point after hover had been deactivated. God eyes have been activated. His sight zoomed across several thousand feet in an instant and kept moving further forward. The energy from the cracks were a bit penetrative to his sight despite being so far away, but Gustav didn't back down and kept going further and further ahead. After arriving at a particular area he looked beyond some of the cracks and could see that there were spaces he could fit in, but there were still issues due to lines still spreading further and blocking within the spaces. Gustav squinted his eyes as he looked from another angle. His current issue now was he was trying to get the right angle at which he could use lightning blitz from. With how far lightning blitz could take him, he could find himself in a concentrated area of cracks, and making contact with any one of them according to Gradia Xanatus would result in annihilation. Lightning Blitz was even more powerful than before, so it would take him beyond the area he needed to be, which was quite dangerous. Either Gustav moved backwards to more than 100,000 meters so he could be able to use Lightning Blitz and arrive at the exact spot needed to absorb a part of its energy, or he activated Lightning Blitz at the moment and go even further than 100,000 meters beyond the required area. The second option had the danger of him arriving in a concentrated area where contact with the cracks would be made. Gustav decided to pick none of them because the time he would spend heading back so he could make use of the ability safely would also be the same amount of time he would spend if he decided to head forward with his usual speed. If I wasn't checking on Miss Amy, I would have told them to stop further away. Gustav noted this as a mistake. However, at this same instant a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "How far away are you guys at the moment?" Gustav questioned as he turned around. "About 100,000 feet away from your position, sir," one of the pilots answered. It was quite the distance, and Gustav knew he would spend a lot of time trying to get there, but he had a different thought in mind. "Go further. Increase our distance by another 300,000 feet, Gustav instructed. Chapter 1029 Absorbing Energy from the Cracks. The pilots had no idea why he asked them to do this, but they obeyed. It only took about a few seconds before they gave Gustav the distance he asked for, since spacecraft were extremely fast. After giving Gustav feedback of the distance they had left, Gustav reached out to his wrist area and began to tap on the surface of a screen. Love. 2. The instant the dimensional bracelet finished counting down, Gustav disappeared from his location. Zing tilde, he reappeared right above the massive spacecraft in the next instant that was more than 400,000 feet away. The instant Gustav arrived on it, a smirk appeared on his face. "It's a good thing I made the spacecraft a checkpoint before IFT," Gustav said internally as he turned to face the direction of the cracks. Once more he was over 800,000 feet away, and this was the precise distance he needed between himself and the cracks. Lightning Blitz has been activated. 3 tilde Gustav instantly turned into a lightning streak that cut across space with intense speed, arriving more than 120 miles away from its initial position. He had crossed all the distance required in an instant and arrived right in front of the cracks. ZZH tilde the instant Gustav reappeared, his entire outer covering including the suit was set on intense flames. Tinindi. Gustav groaned as everything was disintegrated in barely a second by the intense flames. He pushed the cylinder item in his grasp forward and twisted the top open as quickly as he could. Fuwum tilde, a strain of energy began to phase into the cylindrical item with intensity while Gustav had already turned completely naked. Hi tilde, as the energy was being absorbed, Gustav screamed out intensely while also activating gravitational emergency container. June. Spherical blue orbs began to appear all around him and started absorbing the energy from the heatwave the cracks were bringing. They were getting filled instantly and taking a little bit off the damage Gustav's body would have received, but at the same time, Gustav was barely holding on. He had not expected that it would be this powerful, to the point that his strong body and regeneration couldn't keep up. Gustav decided to use his body as conduit at this point as the sample of the energy was collected completely. The dimensional bracelet. "It's destroyed," Gustav said internally with a look of regret. His body would burn away and he wouldn't be able to get the sample out of here if he didn't find a way to heal up a little so he could get away. His body had burnt to the point that he could barely make a move. Teaserhine tilde, he began absorbing energy from the surroundings at this point to heal up. Gustav was worried about getting overfilled with energy and exploding, which was why he was trying to absorb only a little, but the instant he did. "What are these?" Gustav voiced out with a tone of confusion as he began to see visions. At the same time, Triri I hate. 3 eyes Sehar tilde the cracks in space began to expand crazily and faster all of a sudden. The heat waves went up several notches in an instant while Gustav was in his trance-like state, seeing visions that shook him to his very core. "Higher!" He screamed out as the energy was becoming unbearable while his flesh was ripping apart and mending at the same pace. The pilots who were on standby with the spaceship almost 200,000 meters away were instantly put on the alert as the ship's alarm system began to go off. "It's expanding. We have to get further away from here." Both of them voiced out with tones of urgency as they spotted the readings of the energy and heat waves approaching. "What of Officer Crimson?" the co-pilot asked with a worried tone. "Look at that," the pilot shouted out as he pointed at the front. 3-3-ZZ. The cracks were speeding at a tremendous rate and the ship had begun vibrating intensely and electrical charges were going off within it due to the powerful energy being spread across this part of space. "Do you think anyone would be able to survive that?" the pilot yelled out as he started up the spacecraft. "Let me do a quick scan. He might be on his way back," the co-pilot voiced out while turning on some parts of the engine and tapping some commands in the control room. "Gian, we have to leave now," the pilot yelled out once more as he pushed a button and began navigating the ship. "1 second," the co-pilot yelled out too. At this point the cracks were closing in on their area and wasn't too distant from them anymore. "Now," the pilot voiced out. A radar could be seen scanning the surroundings of the ship and in the next instant it came up with a result saying there was no sign of life range. "Has not there," the co-pilot stated before also playing his part and joined the pilot in navigation. The spacecraft turned around and blasted forward at an insane speed as the cracks arrived at its initial position. Even with the protective shield in place, part of the spacecraft ended up getting fried from the heatwave, but luckily the pilots were able to get away unscathed. They couldn't understand what had just happened, but they were absolutely sure that Gustav couldn't have survived from that. In 1 second everything seemed normal and the cracks were spreading at a moderate speed, which was the usual speed they were aware of, and in the next instant it was suddenly spreading at an insane rate. Before they knew what was happening, it had spread across a radius of 100,000 meters in space within seconds. The heat waves had tripled in intensity and things just generally got worse since they were unable to obtain the sample they came for. Deep within the spread of the cracks, Gustav had given out and was losing consciousness at this point. The heat waves had destroyed his body from the outside and the energy he was absorbing had nearly destroyed him completely from within. His eyelids were close to shutting completely when he spotted something. "The MBO tower, what do you mean by he didn't survive? Did you two wait for him? Did you even check?" Gradier Xanatus yelled out with a furious tone as he spoke through a communication channel. "Sir, we did. Maybe you should try connecting to his comms," the pilot voiced from the other side. "You think I haven't tried that? I can't contact him, there is no readings here and I can't see through the cams that were installed in his suit. All forms of communication has been cut off," Gradier Xanatus stated with a frustrated tone. "I think we have to see things for how they are now, sir." "What do you mean by that?" The situation was a completely unexpected one because when he arrived at the absorb ion point, he was still very much okay, but after what had happened, "I doubt he survived, sir." "Shut up. He cannot be dead. I am coming there myself," Gradier Xanatus yelled out before cutting the call. He had never looked so mad and disturbed before as he kept pacing around the boardroom for a bit. "It's Gustav, he cannot be gone, he's definitely still alive, but he might just need help." Gradier Xanatus recalled that Gustav had managed to slip out of so many dangerous situations and hoped this would be yet another one he survived. "I need to get there now, the situation has worsened," Gradier Xanatus voiced as he walked towards the entrance of the boardroom. However, just as he got to the door, another call came in. Gradier Xanatus picked up as he noticed that the call was from the pilots. "What is it?" he voiced out as their faces appeared in holographic format. "Sir, a strange phenomenon is happening right now." "Huh?" "Look at it, sir." The holographic feedback changed and what Gradier Xanatus saw made his face beam with an even more confused look. "It's changing color?" Gradier Xanatus voiced out. Pretty much, sir, but the gaps in the cracks looks like they're closing up as well. I can see that, it is no longer spreading as well," Gradier Xanatus voiced out. Yes, sir. We decided to head back so we could give a good report of the location after the weird situation when we saw this," the main pilot voiced out. "That color, it's starting to emulate the look of Earth's sun," the pilot completed Gradier Xanatus' statement. Gradier Xanatus wasn't sure of saying those out because he felt he might be the only one seeing what this was starting to form, but now he had no doubt that he was seeing correctly. Chapter 1030 Unbelievable Revelations. "I am on my way right now," Gradier Xanatus voiced out as he quickly moved out of the boardroom. Darkness. This was all Gustav could see at the moment, and he had no idea how long it had been, but now he was conscious enough to know that this was because his eyes were closed. Gustav slowly opened his eyes, causing his sight to be blinded by brightness which made him squint them. He slowly adapted to the brightness as his sense of self began to return. As the blurriness died down, he spotted a familiar-looking face right above his hair. He voiced out in confusion as he finally realized his head was laying on soft tissue while the rest of his body was on the hard ground. "You're finally awake," he heard this familiar feminine voice call out to him, which proved he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. This also made him realize the soft tissue was actually the laps belonging to this beautiful figure who had just spoke. He stared at her face and dazzling grey-colored long hair banded together with a look of disbelief before finally opening his mouth. "Miss Amy," Gustav voiced out. "Oh, good, you can speak. I thought you had turned mute," Miss Amy voiced out in response. Gustav jerked up at this point and stared at her with his face still showing a look of intense disbelief. "How is this possible? What are you doing here? Where is even here?" Gustav voiced out these series of questions as he jumped to his feet. "Is this the thank you I get for saving your ass?" Miss Amy voiced out. "Huh? What even happened?" Gustav voiced out with a confused look as he finally turned to look around. His eyes widened even more as he spotted the brownish plain grounds all around them. He looked up and could see white lines in the sky like cracks. However, these white lines were already starting to change color in some areas. "What is going on? Where is this?" He voiced out one more as a dose of reality hit him. "Take deep breaths first. You were pretty damaged a while ago," Miss Amy voiced out as she also stood to her feet. "It was you this whole time?" Gustav questioned with a confused tone as he stared at her. "Huh? What do you mean?" Miss Amy questioned. "The whole phenomenon in space, you were the one causing it. All those times I connected to your life sign to check on you, how did I miss this?" Gustav voiced out as he connected the dots. It now made sense how this place that used to have low visibility now turned bright exactly around the same period the whole weird phenomenon began. He was never able to see the sky due to Miss Amy's head angle every time, and the last time he checked on her he actually spotted a bit, but he wasn't able to properly check because it was time for him to leave the spacecraft. "I don't know what you're talking about, kid, but I'll tell you what I've been up to these past few months," Miss Amy voiced in response. Gustav stood in place with a look of curiosity as Miss Amy began narrating. "After I got infected, I destroyed my seal on my way out of Earth to boost my speed. I was close to breaking through to the next rank days before the incident, so in the dangerous process I actually broke through." Miss Amy paused a bit at this point. "And that's when it happened." Miss Amy's mind drifted back to that time. In space she drifted forward with intense speed way faster than the speed of light because she had just broken through to the beacon rank. Due to being in a dangerous state, she was unable to control her speed. At that point a phenomenon happened where a wormhole was opened, but it was not the usual one the MBO had planted in different parts of space. This one was caused by the surge of energy Miss Amy was exuding as she sped across space. She was unable to control herself in time to stop and ended up flying straight into the wormhole. Unfortunately, she found herself in an unknown dark dimension that was in between time and space. She had no idea where this was, but she wasn't dying anymore from the ashy infection that made Earth and its surroundings unconducive for her. The only problem was, Miss Amy noticed she couldn't breathe because air didn't exist in this place. Herself, Jack and a few other mixed bloods who were considered the most powerful on Earth were able to travel across galaxies and breathe in space without issues, even though oxygen was not supposed to exist in space. The problem this time was, there was no form of wind at all in this place. Miss Amy could however hold her breath for a very long time, so at the moment it wasn't an issue. The first thing she thought of doing was getting out of this dimension that was dark, empty, and in the middle of nowhere. It was like being banished to a place of nothingness. It was lonely and there was really no signs of life. Miss Amy decided to create something that would help her with the breathing issue instead, since getting out of the place was proving difficult and impossible. The instant she tried to generate power, Miss Amy noticed, her entire core was overflowing with over 100 times more power than before. She couldn't even imagine how powerful she was at the moment, and yet she still couldn't find her way out of here. She suddenly felt the urge to stop holding her breath and did so. This was when Miss Amy realized she didn't need to breathe anymore. She had transcended that aspect of humanity. She tried creating something, and with a single thought it appeared. Hover bike. She voiced, and in an instant a bright light appeared in front of her which turned into an hover bike. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1031 I created my own planet. Miss Amy proceeded to call out different objects and items, and they all appeared in an instant, proving that she had way more power than she had ever had at this moment. The main problem was still getting out of here, which was in the middle of nowhere, but Miss Amy felt she could spend this time trying to grasp the full extent of her power. In a week more than 1 million things were floating in this space with her, and most of them had been created instantly. Miss Amy just had to imagine whatever she wanted to create so long as it was a non-living thing and it would appear. There were skyscrapers floating across the place, small buildings, rocks, appliances, and so many other things. Vanish. Miss Amy voiced out. ZZZZH every single thing she created during this time frame suddenly disappeared. My energy is finite, but it is almost infinite. I would never be able to deplete it even if I was to keep creating things for 1 year straight, Miss Amy muttered, but at this point, a thought appeared in her mind. I should try that, she muttered as the picture of a flying creature appeared in her mind. A bright white light began forming in front of her, and in a few seconds, a dove appeared. It worked, Miss Amy muttered with a look of disbelief as she saw the creature flapping its beautiful wings in front of her. Plah, plah, plah. Plah. It flew around her beautifully and perched on her left shoulder. I can create life. Miss Amy's head was still reeling in shock. She proceeded to touch the creature on her left shoulder gently as it made some bird noises. The place seemed less lonely as the dove brightened the mood up a bit. However, this whole scenario was short-lived as the dove began to make a weird pitched sound. Miss Amy didn't understand what was happening at first till the bird began to flap weakly and began to fall from the air. She grabbed it and finally understood. It's dying, she voiced out. No air. The creature ended up dying after a few more seconds, and Miss Amy allowed it to vanish as well. Geez, it turned into a white light and phased into Miss Amy's body in the next instant. This didn't happen with the others, so Miss Amy realized that she would only lose a noticeable amount of energy when she created something with life or something very massive. Miss Amy had another thought at this point and decided to create something that had never been done before by any mixed blood that ever lived. For living things to stay alive, they need an environment that is conducive for them. They need air, they need an ecosystem, sky, and land. As these thoughts appeared in her mind, her eyes turned completely white and her body emitted a powerful discharge of energy. Miss Amy could feel herself losing energy at this point, but she knew exactly what was happening, so she didn't stop it. Out of nowhere, rumbling sounds began to ring out as something was forming underneath her. I started creating my own planet. Miss Amy paused her narration at this point. You created this? Gustav voiced with a surprised tone as he turned to look around. Yes, it wasn't easy and took a lot of time, but I managed to get it done, Miss Amy stated in response. Gustav's mouth was wide open at this point as he looked around. He could see some birds flying in the distance, and due to his perception, he could sense flowing waters some distance from here. From what Miss Amy narrated, he knew that the air he was breathing right now was also created by Miss Amy, since this unknown dimension was void of air. It was a crazy situation to fathom altogether, and Gustav was having a hard time taking it all in. Did you finish it yet though? Gustav questioned. I am not finished yet, but I am done with the size and outlook, just need to put a few other things in place, Miss Amy responded. So the phenomenon was because you were creating a planet and life within this dimension, and it was expanding at a rate that was ripping the fabric of space apart. Gustav felt everything made sense now as he put things together. It affected the outside world? Miss Amy questioned with a clueless tone. Yes, we were worried something dangerous was happening, Gustav responded, and then proceeded to explain how things had been recently. He told her about the phenomenon in space which was linked to her planet's creation. Interesting. It started around the same time I started creating a sun, Miss Amy voiced out. You were creating a sun? Gustav stated in shock. A planet cannot exist without a source of light, dummy, Miss Amy stated. The heat wave. The sun she was creating is the true reason behind it. Gustav pieced everything together at this point and turned to stare in a direction. The cracks. They are in the process of forming a sun. We were walking right into a sun. Gustav nearly facepalmed as he spotted the cracks far in the sky that were now changing color and closing the gaps in between. So it turned out I just needed to create a planet and a sun to burn through space and get out of here. Miss Amy chuckled lightly as she also pieced some things together from Gustav's narration. How did you even save me? Gustav questioned. I felt your presence, Miss Amy stated before proceeding to narrate what happened a few hours ago. A ridge. While Miss Amy was on her planet in the midst of the creation, she heard a yell. The voice sounded too familiar for her to ignore. She turned to stare towards the western sky at this point where the sun was being formed. Thushu tilde she took off into the sky in the next instant. Chapter 1032 I killed him she turned to stare towards the west sky at this point where the sun was being formed. Thushu tilde she took off into the sky in the next instant and appeared right in the midst of the cracks that still spread on farther than expected. She was unaffected in the slightest by the heat waves, but as she traveled further she noticed the rips in the sky and a part of the area the cracks covered transitioning into a different place. Space. Miss Amy instantly recognized this to be space the further she flew. It was surprising to her because she had no idea the cracks had already breached through space from out of this dimension. She heard the yell once more and stared forward. This was when she spotted a figure holding onto a head-sized cylindrical object while floating in place with their body ripping apart and mending at the same time. Gustav. Miss Amy had a look of shock as she recognized the figure to be Gustav. He can't take any more of this, she noticed and quickly sped forward once more. The moment she arrived in front of him she noticed he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Pa. Miss Amy snapped her fingers and in the next instant a bright barrier covered the both of them up, shielding him completely from the heat wave. The energy he was absorbing stopped flowing in at this moment and Gustav's eyes finally closed completely as he fell forward. Grab. Miss Amy grabbed hold of him, hugging Gustav to her body. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, which was a very rare scenario. Miss Amy proceeded to stroke his hair softly as she continued holding on to him while they descended from the air. Gustav was a head taller than Miss Amy but she still managed to hold on to him like he was a baby. She was curious about the whole space issue but she decided now wasn't the time to check that out and placed Gustav's head on her laps upon landing. She noticed he was badly damaged and most of it was from within, which was the worst form of damage, so Miss Amy began to transmit energy into him from herself. Coupled with his own healing ability, Gustav was able to heal quickly and regained consciousness in 3 hours' time. That is what happened. Miss Amy finished narrating how they got to this point. So you had no idea, you had broken out of this dimension the whole time? Gustav voiced out. Yeah, so how is Earth? Miss Amy questioned with a slightly curious tone. I killed him, Gustav voiced in response like he already knew what Miss Amy was referring to with that question. Oh. A smirk appeared on Miss Amy's face as she heard this. So that bastard is finally dead, eh? Too bad I wasn't able to kill him myself. Did you torture him though? She proceeded to ask. He did more than that, Gustav responded with a slight chuckle. Tell me all about it, Planet Mendolagas / Bang. Bam. Boom. Sounds of explosion and collisions rang out as a battle between a group of mixed bloods and beast was playing out. These beasts had dark mist emitting from their eyes, claws and skull, but they were physical enough to take damage. There were more than 20 of them ambushing this group of 4, but these 4 were strong enough to hold their own and had been doing well so far in dealing with the beasts. Elevera swerved to the right in mid-air as a 6-legged beast leaped towards her. She spun with her leg stretching out, which in turn slammed into the back of the creature. Bang! Another one was sent crashing down. It slammed into a fellow beast and Elevera went on to fire a destructive beam from her forehead to finish them off. On the other side, conjured up multiple vortexes in front of these creatures, sucking them in and letting them get tossed across the place. Bam! 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 These beasts kept slamming into each other as the vortexes were positioned in a circular format across the place, making it so the beasts were pulled into another vortex the moment they got out of one. EE would occasionally attack some using physical combat after incapacitating them with the pulls of the vortexes. Dan-0VL, the captain on the other side, sent out destructive circular waves with both arms. With every fist he sent out, a wave was blasted across the place that transferred the damage to the other beasts in the vicinity. He could focus on one beast and other beasts would be getting damage from the attack he was inflicting on the beast. The strange waves made sure to transmit the damage from the attack all across the place. Davidson, on the other hand, had transformed into a gorilla-like creature with golden-colored furs and glowing white eyes. His physical strength had been greatly improved and he could shoot flames from his mouth. He pounded these beasts from place to place while showering them with flames as well. In a few more minutes the battle ended and all that could be seen around them were multiple corpses of these beasts. "This makes the seventh swarm we've faced," EE voiced out. "What's wrong, Boy Scout? You running out of energy?" Davidson questioned with a slightly ridiculing chuckle as he transformed back into his original form. "Far from it," EE responded with an unbothered tone. "He dealt with more of the beasts than you did though," Elevra voiced out as well, causing Davidson's smile to fade. In the battles so far, there wasn't a doubt that Elevra was the most powerful here with the way she was finishing each creature with a single or two attacks. They were quite the power group, but she had even taken care of creatures that attacked from their blind spots while still dealing with the ones in front of her, so Davidson didn't want to get on her bad side. "We're close. I can see the wall," Captain Spark voiced out as he looked up ahead. "Let's keep moving then, we've been here for too long," Elevra voiced in response. "Hold on, since I can see the wall too, I can get us there," EE voiced out before conjuring a vortex. June tilde, a purplish vortex opened up in front of them and they proceeded to jump in. In the next instant, everyone arrived before the gigantic wall that was over 10,000 feet tall. "We're here," Captain Spark voiced out. "There are creatures lurking on the walls, it will be a battle if we're climbing up," Elevra stated as she looked up. "Can you get us to the top?" Captain Spark inquired as he stared at EE. He didn't want them to spend time trying to scale the wall while also having to battle creatures since they had spent a lot of time in this hole. "I can't see the top, but since I know how high the wall is, then yeah. I'll just project my vortex that far," EE voiced out before proceeding to open up another vortex. At the same time he did this, a loud beast cry reverberated across the vicinity. "That's the strongest creature here. It has noticed us," Elevra voiced out as she turned around. "How strong?" Davidson questioned. "Just get into the vortex," Elevra voiced out before pushing him forward. "You go next," Captain Spark voiced out, but before he knew what was happening Elevra pushed him in as well. At this same time the sound of beast paws stamping on the ground became increasingly loud and in the next instant a gigantic beast about 20 feet large appeared right behind them. Elevra and EE were left, but there was barely enough time. Elevra stared at EE and was about to push him in when the vortex suddenly turned red. Zisnan and Tilda, both of them instantly got sucked in while the creature charged forward as well. Bam! They fell to the ground, which was atop the wall, and the vortex above them hadn't closed up yet. Greyfraha Tilda, a loud creature yell was heard as the head of this gigantic creature poked through the vortex in the next instant. "Idiot!" EE stared at the vortex and stretched out his right hand before clenching it. Exin tilde, the vortex closed up in the next instant and a massive decapitated head fell to the ground with blood oozing out. No matter how powerful a creature is, they are bound to die with that type of foolishness, EE voiced as Elevra gave him a hand and helped in pulling him up. "Did you really try to push me in and face it yourself?" EE voiced with a slight chuckle. "If that is what is required to save you, I would do it again," Elevra stated in response without batting an eyelid. EE, who had always been confident looking, suddenly turned shy at this moment as he stared at Elevra from behind, who had begun walking away after saying that. Chapter 1033. EE, who had always been confident looking, suddenly turned shy at this moment as he stared at Elevra from behind, who had begun walking away after saying that. He proceeded to follow after them as well as they headed to the checkpoint. You've been here this whole time? Eldris voiced out to a yellow-skinned lady in front of him. Yeah, it's been almost 3 weeks now, she responded while looking around with a worried look. We're here to take you back, you'll be fine, Glade voiced out. He needs more help than I do, since we ran out of healing supplements to help him, the yellow-skinned girl said while pointing at the other person who was laying on the ground. There was an unconscious guy on the floor with a red Rocky-like hair and multiple band-aid wrapped around exposed part of his skin. It was obvious that this person had been severely injured due to the multiple bloodstains on different parts of his body. Both of them were clad in MBO uniforms, signifying that were officers as well. These two were none other than the officers from the previous group who were said to have met their end here while embarking on the mission. Glade and Eldris had managed to locate them after searching for a long time in an area called Land of Shadows. It was very difficult for them to get to this place, but according to calculations from the co-captain, it was triangulated that this could be one of the areas where the only two who survived might be hiding out. They previously checked 2 other areas based on their closeness to the rock structure where the device was hidden, but they didn't find them there. Fortunately, they were hiding in this dangerous land that was said to be overrun by shadowy creatures without physical bodies. Did you also run out of bloodline energy? Eldris questioned. Yes, and I am finding it hard to recover because of my injuries, so we've been hiding in this shed within the Land of Shadows all this time, the yellow-skinned female responded. There will be a spacecraft arriving in T-007 hours. We just need to make sure we get to the checkpoint in time, Eldris stated while moving towards the other male officer and lifting him onto his shoulder. Get on my back, Glade voiced out to the lady, who proceeded to do as required. What about the mission? The lady officer asked after getting on Glade's back. The others are handling it. Well, all meet back at the checkpoint, Eldris voiced as they began moving out of this shed-like structure. The female officer had managed to build this when they arrived here, and despite it being really lousy looking, it was good enough for them to hide within. Glade, let's move, Eldris voiced out before charging forward. Zwalsha tilde a red aura-like energy surrounded Glade, and in the next instant she also blasted forward with immense speed, catching up with Eldris. This particular area had some weird-looking root-like plants growing out of the pitch-black ground. These roots were around 10 to 15 meters long, which was practically the same size with trees on Earth, but they looked a lot different from trees. However, one could consider this a Mendolaga forest with the way it looked. While Eldris and Glade sped forward across this Land of Shadows, some weird black streaks could be seen moving from root to root. One on your 6, Eldris voiced out. Glade suddenly spun around at this time as a 4-feet-long red sickle appeared in her grasp. Fui I tilde she swung it out and it phased right through a shadowy figure that just leaped from a tree. However, the moment it passed through, a suction force came from the sickle which ended up pulling the shadowy figure into it as it repeatedly spun across the air. Glade had already turned right back around after throwing the sickle, so she never stopped running forward. As they sped through the mist of these multiple root-like trees, more of these creatures attacked from every angle, and Eldris, who was able to grasp every aspect of his surroundings due to his heightened senses from closing his eyes, informed Glade of every position these creatures were appearing from. It was easier for Glade to deal with them as the lady on her back held onto her body, so Glade didn't have to be bothered about her hands being occupied. Eldris, on the other hand, had to hold onto the unconscious figure of the male officer properly, so he was quite handicapped in the situation of Thess attacking shadowy figures. Fortunately, Glade was able to deal with every single one of them as they dashed across this territory. Be careful not to awake the big one, the lady officer voiced out. Big one? Glade and Eldris voiced at the same time with looks of confusion. In the next instant, the entire vicinity began quaking heavily. The dark roots vibrated intensely as this quake went on for a couple of seconds. Shit. The lady voiced out. What's wrong? Glade questioned as they kept running. You guys just woke it up. The big one, she voiced in response. What is the big one? Glade questioned. Look behind you, Eldris stated. Glade turned around and could see dark strings pulling out of the ground in some areas as the ground spilt open. A massive circular-shaped shadowy figure with multiple dark strings attached to its frame that acted as arms and legs could be spotted reaching out from the ground. Move away! Eldris yelled out as he leapt towards the left. Glade managed to leap towards the right in that same instant, and a dark line cut through their middle before slamming into the ground in front. Bang! The ground instantly split open upon the collision and dark flames burst forth from the cracks. Both of them instantly felt the temperature increase by a couple thousand degrees. The flames had not made contact with them, yet they felt like their skins were being cooked by the temperature increase it was causing. "You couldn't tell us about the big one before?" Glade voiced out with a tone of wariness as they kept running forward looking to escape this creature. "My bad, there's actually 3 of them, but hopefully we only have to deal with this one," she voiced with an apologetic tone. "Glade, jump!" Eldris yelled out once more. Both of them proceeded to jump upwards in the next instant, and 2 dark strings from the creature's body slashed across their previous position below. It ended up ruining a couple of roots due to its powerful destructiveness, and once more dark flames oozed out of anything the strings made contact with. "Jade, can we beat this thing?" Eldris was starting to get mad from the intense heat wave. "You'd have to be at least kilo rank to kill it, but you 2 are a rank below like me," the injured female officer responded while shaking her head. "I'll take my chances," Eldris voiced out before opening his eyes. Juz Hazan the vicinity instantly turned colorless, leaving things transparent unlike how it would be before, with everywhere turning black and white. "Glade, catch," Eldris voiced out as he leapt into the air once more, towards Glade's direction, and dropped the unconscious body he was initially carrying. Glade caught the body of the unconscious officer and continued running forward as Eldris turned around. "I'll catch up with you later," Eldris voiced out as his beautiful eyes stared in the direction of the circular shadowy creature. It made a weird squealing sound after seeing that one if its prey had stopped to face it. Moving forward slowly, the creature stopped several feet away from Eldris, sizing him up while also trying to intimidate him. After staying in position for a bit and seeing that Eldris did not buckle, it charged forward once more. "Color separation," Eldris muttered softly as he joined his index and middle finger together. As the creature leaped across the air towards Eldris while firing out its multiple dark strings towards him, he stabbed forward with his 2 fingers. A weird phenomenon happened in the next instant as a multicolored glow appeared at his conjoined fingertips while they stabbed forward. A group of 4 in dark suits could be seen approaching an area behind a mountain. 3 of them were males while the 4th was a female. "We've finally arrived," EE voiced with a tone of relief as they arrived behind the small green-colored mountain. "Took you guys long enough," a familiar voice was heard from up ahead. "Angie, as expected you got here first," EE voiced with a light chuckle as he moved towards her position. "Been here for hours wondering when you guys would get here," Angie voiced with a slightly frustrated tone. Chapter 1034. Angie was currently seating on a small rock up ahead and had a slightly bored look. "You're truly as fast as they say you are," Co-Captain Davidson voiced in surprise after finding out she had been here for hours. "How long till the spacecraft arrives?" Angie questioned. 1 hour left, Davidson responded. "What about Eldris and Glade?" she questioned while looking around. "They must be close by. I should be able to contact the command from here and let them know of our status so we don't have to spend any longer time in this dump," Co-Captain Davidson stated as he began tapping on the device in front of him. It turned out they were unable to contact the command since they had acquired the device, or this whole situation would have ended already. This checkpoint was the only place that made it position for their connection to reach outer space so they could finally give a report. "Why don't we wait for Eldris and Glade to be back with the other 2 first?" Angie voiced out. "Because as soon as they know we have acquired device, nothing stops them from taking further actions, so the more we delay, the longer they have to stall," Captain Spark explained. "Hey, it's actually connecting," Davidson voiced as the call started going through. "They are coming," EE suddenly voiced out as he spotted figures approaching from the east area. Everyone turned to stare in that direction as they heard that. "Hold up, something doesn't seem right," Elevra and EE voiced at the same time. "Hands off the communication device," a feminine voice resounded from up ahead. "Ah!" Davidson voiced in confusion as the group approached. As they got closer, they could see that some unknown lady and guy had their hands wrapped around the necks of Glade and Eldris. I have the life of your teammates in my hand, and yes, they are unable to access their bloodliner abilities at the moment, so don't expect them to overpower me, the yellow-skinned lady voiced out. Aren't you two supposed to be from the other team? Elevera voiced with a confused tone. They are long gone, ha ha ha, foolish mixed bloods, the lady voiced out as they moved closer to the group. I and my subordinate took over their bodies a long time ago and deceived these two into bringing us here so we can take back what you stole from us, the lady voiced out while increasing the grip on Eldris' throat. Eldris had a look of disappointment on his face as he heaved out a sigh. He felt like he had truly let the team down at this point. They can't fight back and none of you can get to us in time to free both of them before they are killed. If you try any nonsense, at least one of them will die, the yellow-skinned lady voiced out. Come in, Ret rival squad. Have you completed the mission? A loud voice was heard from the communication device. Disconnect now or they die, she voiced out once more while holding Eldris' neck and lifting him. The other officer, who was also supposed to be unconscious all this time, was actually okay. He was holding on to Glade, who had turned all weak as well since they were unable to activate their bloodline energies. It was all a ploy and their minds had been taken over by unknown Mendologas. It was obvious that the Mendologas who took over their minds were elders since they were capable of doing such. Retrieval squad. Come. The call was disconnected before the sentence could be completed. Pass over what you stole right away, the yellow-skinned lady voiced out. Don't do it, Eldris yelled out, but her hand tightened around his throat more, causing him to start coughing uncontrollably. I have no sympathy for Earthlings. If you foolishly wish for his death, then disobey, she voiced out once more. This is bad, this is very bad, EE said internally as he thought of a way out of this. They all had worried looks on their faces as they wondered how they would get out of this situation. They didn't want all of their hard work to go to waste, but at the same time they couldn't let Eldris and Glade die. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't be killed here also after they gave them what they wanted. It was really a problematic situation. Earthbreaking news. The space agency has uncovered a new discovery. IT has been revealed that a new planet has appeared in the Milky Way. It is totally confusing and unbelievable how such a thing just happened, but currently the planet has been reported to be on the move. It is estimated to be on a collision path to Earth and will arrive within 4 days. Everyone is expected not to panic as the world government will be giving a statement about this situation soon enough. It is also expected that the barrier surrounding the Earth will protect the Earth from any form of impact from the collision. However, there has been a huge scare as it has been revealed that the planet is thrice the size of the Earth with a new sun that is 4 times hotter as well. Breaking news. It has been revealed that the planet is expanding further on its collision course to Earth as well as its sun. It just sprouted a new moon. The MBO are said to be investigating the current situation and the world government will be addressing the situation soon. In the last 3 days the news had been mostly passing across this catastrophic information that was causing a big disturbance across the Earth. The Earth had just survived a worldwide cataclysmic event and now it looked like another one was about to happen. A lot of people didn't doubt the capacity of the barrier surrounding Earth, but at the same time the planet approaching was said to be 3 times larger. This was ringing warning bells in their heads. Currently the MBO was getting lots of queries and disturbing calls from the world government and even the people themselves. Space, yes sir, it just passed us by. Why have you not made contact yet? We tried to. The problem is not the speed, the problem is the energy waves it spreads across the vicinity. It makes it impossible to get close. Are you telling me you lots missed it again? What are you doing up there then? Sir, I'll send you a data of the energy readings. After a few moments of silence. What? How is this even possible? We need an alpha-ranked mixed blood. No other mixed blood will be able to come close to this moving planet. Alright, I'll get back to you. We need to be quick on this, sir. In 1 day time it will arrive at Neptune's orbit and no doubt destroy the entire planet with how fast it's moving and its size. That's if the planet's sun doesn't even end up burning Neptune to a crisp, and you know what planet is next after all the other planets have been razed through, sir. Understood, Officer Xanatus. This will be settled in a bit. After this, the communication was cut and Gradia Xanatus was left standing in the spacecraft with a bothered expression. It wasn't till I arrived here before I realized it was a planet appearing out of nowhere with a recently formed sun. We have been sending researchers over to inspect a sun all this time, he thought as he moved forward. There's still a possibility the kid survived. He could even be on the planet. I hope he is as unkillable as I think. Gradia Xanatus arrived at the pilot's area before issuing a command. We're still going after the planet, but keep a considerable distance from it, he voiced out. Yes, sir, the main pilot voiced out as the engine of the spacecraft started once more. They went on to turn around and sped forward. June Gustav had been gone for over 3 days, but it wasn't until Gradia Xanatus arrived at space before the planet was spotted. Before they could approach, the planet began moving. No one understood the dynamics of this as it was moving just as fast as a spacecraft despite its size. Even with that, the planet should be affected by moving at such a speed, yet it was still in a good condition according to the reports of the space agency inspecting all the way from Earth. The advantage a spacecraft had over the planet was being able to enter wormholes without issues due to size. The ones created by the MBO that would make them travel faster could not expand to the size of the planet, so it couldn't travel as fast as the spacecraft. However, some wormholes were still getting generated from its speed and it would be unaffected in the slightest even after going through those ones. It took some time, but the spacecraft Gradia Xanatus was within began to catch up to the planet. Chapter 1035. A massive blazing spherical structure could be seen moving at very insane speed. One couldn't actually tell how the planet looked from this direction due to how much it was blazing intensely, but for some reason this blaze wasn't even damaging the planet. I need to find out if the kid is still alive, Gradia Xanatus voiced as stood in a part of the spacecraft while checking out the planet from afar. Can we get a scope in that would get a picture of the planet in closer range? Gradia Xanatus questioned. Have you thought of a name though? Gustav voiced out while laying on a bed of flowers. Nope, Miss Amy, who was laying right beside him, responded with an unbothered tone. Want to help come up with a name? She proceeded to question him. Nah, I'm bad with names. Maybe you should name it after yourself. Amy Planet has a good ring to it, Gustav voiced in response. You weren't kidding when you said you were bad with names, Miss Amy said while shaking her head. Gustav proceeded to shrug casually as he stared at the beautiful scenario of large flying creatures playing in the sky. So you're basically a god now? Gustav voiced out with an astonished tone. Goddess, whom the term seems too religious, but he'll take it, Miss Amy said in response. But hey, don't you think people of Earth will be worried with the planet getting closer to Earth? Gustav said with a slightly troubled tone. Now I won't get too close, it will still be as far away as the sun is from Neptune, and then I'll position my own sun in the other direction, Miss Amy stated. How long will that take? Gustav inquired. In half a day we should get there, Miss Amy responded. You wanna eat something? She proceeded to ask. Nah, I'm good, hold on, a thought appeared in Gustav's mind as he sat up and turned to stare at Miss Amy. You can create anything. That means you can create food too, but what happens when I eat the food you create? Will it serve its original purpose or disappear after reaching a particular point within my body? Gustav questioned with a serious look that nearly had Miss Amy cackling. I have no idea actually. I haven't tested that since I don't feel the need to eat anymore to stay alive, Miss Amy responded with a clueless look. Does this make you the strongest mixed blood now? Gustav questioned. Maybe, maybe not. I can tell Jack was holding back in his fight against me the last time because both our strengths was capable of causing the Earth irreparable damage if the fight went on, so I have never fought him at full strength even back then. I never knew the full extent of his strength and he never knew mine that time, but I have a feeling he might have been slightly stronger. Just a hunch though, Miss Amy stated out. But I am a whole lot more powerful than I used to be. I am no longer a normal mixed blood again since what happened. Still, I can't assume I am stronger if I never knew his full strength, she added. Gustav had a look of contemplation as he heard that. If you're stronger now, you may have ruined some things for me, Gustav muttered. You cheeky brat, you should take pride in the fact that your teacher is the strongest, Miss Amy voiced out before grabbing his left cheek and pulling it. Ouch, oh, how am I ruining things for you by getting stronger, you dollop head? No, I meant oh wonderful great master, I am delighted at your newfound power. That sounded so fake. Miss Amy pulled on Gustav's cheek even more and tackled him to the ground before sitting on him. Gustav was unable to free himself for a long time despite trying to wriggle away like a snake. After a bit they both started laughing again, and one could tell that they had both genuinely missed each other despite not saying it outright. Does this mean you'll never step foot on Earth again since you have your own planet now? Gustav questioned. Since my body integrated with the infection, I retained the positivities but got rid of the negativities. The Earth will no longer be unconducive for me. Maybe you'll visit every once in a while, Miss Amy said with a contemplative expression. That would be nice. A smile appeared on Gustav's face as he stated. So how does it feel to be a goddess? While the Earth was reeling in fear and disaster of the incoming planet, Miss Amy and Gustav were here chatting and laughing unbothered. Hours later Gustav was sitting by a corner meditating and channeling his bloodline. At least that was what he told Miss Amy when what he was actually doing was checking some stats. Quests, duration, progress, 39. 80-100% 2 years, duration, progress, 34-100%, time elapsed, 2 years. How has it not changed? Gustav wondered internally as he stared at his strength progress. He was expecting it to have reduced since Miss Amy had gotten to such a level of power, which was why he mentioned earlier that she may have ruined things for him. Does this mean Miss Amy is still weaker than Jack? Gustav felt it didn't make sense because no matter how Miss Amy tried to downplay her strength, nobody else in the history of mixed bloods had managed to create their own planet. It was no small feat, and he had also been in the presence of both of them, so he could sense an unfathomable level of power that wasn't present initially in Miss Amy and never present in Jack. Hold on, she mentioned something about not being a normal mixed blood again after integrating with the ashy infection. This thought began to circulate in Gustav's mind. Does this mean the stats don't count Miss Amy as a mixed blood anymore, so there are no changes? Looks like you figured it out, the system suddenly voiced in his mind. So I'm right? Gustav stated. Partly. There are 2 reasons why Miss Amy's newfound strength did not affect the stats. First, she's a different type of mixed blood after the integration with the ashy infection. Secondly, she created her own planet, so that practically means she's no longer an Earthling, the system explained. I guess that makes sense. Gustav responded internally. He heaved a sigh of relief after this whole realization. His progress wasn't affected and won't be, except Jack suddenly got a huge boost in strength. The thing about being weaker was the fact that his improvement rate was faster than theirs, because the stronger they became the harder it was to advance. They were the strongest in the entire galaxy, and even across the universe Miss Amy and Jack had always been considered amongst one of the strongest. Gustav was ecstatic about this as well, because even though Miss Amy now had her planet and would be away most of the times, he now had someone on his side who was potentially the most powerful in the world. This was a huge win for Earth as well, because Miss Amy having her own planet wouldn't stop her from protecting Earth. A few hours later Gustav opened his eyes as he sensed something. He stood up and turned to look in Miss Amy's direction. Someone is coming, Miss Amy voiced out as she stood in place. A blinding bright light covered her in the next instant, and she was clad in a long silver outfit. It looked majestic and overbearing as she stood in place like a true deity, because that was what she was at the moment. Gustav, who was still awestruck and about to ask who, suddenly spotted a massive blue glow in the northern skies. It looked like a massive beam, penetrating the planet's atmosphere from space. It shot down with intensive destructiveness, like it was ready to destroy the planet. Miss Amy looked up with a nonchalant expression before raising her hand. Geez, Hazer tilde, an invisible saucer-like barrier suddenly appeared hundreds of feet above them and blocked the attack. Bang! The sound of collision as it hit spread across the vicinity heavily and caused the entire environment to start quaking. Gustav could feel the immense pressure radiating from the attack, and he knew this wasn't the type of battle he could get involved in. He turned to the side as he sensed something. Miss Amy, he voiced out. Don't worry, Miss Amy said as she snapped her fingers. A dome suddenly appeared around Gustav as multiple invisible saucer-like barriers appeared all over the vicinity. Bang! 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 7 more bluish destructive beams descended from above with instantaneous speed, all slamming into the multiple barrier that Miss Amy had created all across the place. Chapter 1036. Despite all these attacks getting blocked, the speed of the planet's movement had slowed down a little due to its intense power. Miss Amy looked upwards and began to float across the air. Her entire figure was still glowing intensely as she rose into the sky. "Stop being a bother," she voiced out with a light tone that surprisingly traveled so far, it reached space. The person responsible for the multiple attack flew across space, following up with the movement of the planet. He heard the voice and his face squeezed up. He was clad in a blue jacket and hat. His eyes glowed blue completely and his body had a destructive aura oozing from it. "So you are the one responsible for this? Halt the movement of this planet right now or I will destroy it," he voiced out with a loud voice as well from the upper atmosphere of the planet. "Destroy? You're a million years too young to successfully do so." Miss Amy's voice traveled out from the planet to space once more. This mixed blood, who was obviously an alpha ranked, instantly got incensed as he heard that. "Starlight enhancement," he voiced out with a loud voice, causing all the stars within range across space to start oozing out a stream of energy. These energies flowed towards him from every direction of space as his body glowed up with a more destructive blue aura. A massive blue circular-like beam which looked as gigantic as the Earth's moon appeared below him. Zing, 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 zing. That wasn't the end, as multiple others appeared as well and surrounded the planet from every corner. In a few, over 30 of them had appeared, and one could tell that even a single one of these destructive circular beams was capable of wreaking immense havoc. "It would be unwise on your part to keep this up. Any further act to damage my planet will be seen as a malleable act and I will not hesitate to destroy you." Miss Amy's calm but very loud voice drifted into space once more. The alpha mixed blood totally ignored her warning and his hand that was raised initially swung downwards. "Fwaiwai, fwiwi, fweihai, fuhui." All of the moon-sized bluish beams hurled down towards Miss Amy's planet with intense speed, ripping through space as they carried destructive energy along with them. Miss Amy planet suddenly came to a stop at this point as a whitish barrier appeared and surrounded the entirety of the planet that was 3 times the size of Earth. "As if that's powerful enough to stop my rain of destructive balls," he voiced out as he watched the balls collide with the barrier and let out destructive energy. Boom, 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 boom. Destructive ripples were spread across space upon collision as the massive moon-sized beams exploded with intensity. The man stood in place with a look of gratification as he felt he had handled the situation. However, in the next few moments his eyes widened with a look of disbelief. As the destructive waves cleared, the planet was still whole without even sustaining a single damage. The barrier that had surrounded it at the last second was not even cracked in the slightest, neither was there a scratch on it. He couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the planet. "Did I suddenly turn weak?" he muttered with a tone of confusion. "No fool, but you're weak against me," he heard a feminine voice from right beside him. The instant he turned to the side with widened eyes, a hand had already stretched out to grab him by the throat. "Didn't I warn you to stop, Fred?" Miss Amy questioned as her hand tightened around his throat. "Oi, me." He had a look of disbelief on his face as he saw who it was. "How did she appear beside me without me realizing? Isn't she reported missing? How is she related with this whole emergency situation?" He had so many questions running through his mind at the moment. "I have no ties to you, so I have no problem in destroying you right now, but I am considerate enough to not cut down Earth's strength, so I'll spare your pathetic life," Miss Amy voiced out before letting him go. He breathed in and out heavily after she had let go of his neck. "How did I suddenly lose all my strength the moment she grabbed me? It doesn't make sense. Our strengths weren't too far apart initially, but now it's like she has unfathomable power." This thought ran through Fred's mind as he pondered on what could be the answer to these his multiple questions. "Get out of here before I change my mind," Miss Amy stated as she began to float downwards towards her planet. "Wait. Please wait," Fred called out quickly before she was out of sight. "What is it?" Miss Amy questioned with an hostile tone. "No one had any idea that you were responsible for this. They are just worried that this is a threat to Earth, Fred tried explaining. No need to be worried. I have almost arrived at my desired destination before you interrupted the journey, Miss Amy voiced before flying downwards. Zwihui Tilda she left him floating there with loads of questions still running through his mind. He was really interested in asking her, but he knew better than to try and be invasive again after what had just happened. Fred was considered the third most powerful mixed blood after Miss Amy and Jack. It was always debatable about who was more stronger between Miss Amy and Jack amongst the MBO, but Fred was undeniably third place. However, he didn't used to be that much weaker than Miss Amy, even though he was still weaker. He initially wasn't on Earth, but he was requested to arrive as soon as possible by the higher-ups due to the impending doom they presumed was approaching. He had reached here as soon as he could, especially after he heard Jack was still on a mission several galaxies away and Miss Amy was still missing. Chapter 1037. He was the closest Alpha-ranked mixed blood to Earth, so he answered the call and got briefed on his way here. The plan was to halt the planet before it reached Neptune's orbit so Earth would be safe, and since he powerful enough to destroy an entire planet like Amy and the others, this was definitely a mission he was capable of completing successfully. Unfortunately, he had no idea that this was what he was gonna meet here. Gian. The planet began traveling at insanely fast speed again right before his very eyes as he floated in space. In a few, it had completely disappeared out of sight despite its massive size, and Howif was blazing intensely. Time to head back. He decided to head back to Earth at this point to give them the report. Fuhushu Tilda he turned and flew forward with intense speed as well. An MBO officer? Gustav voiced with a slightly disturbed look. Yes, Miss Amy responded as she took her seat outside a small crystalline-looking pool she created recently. I told you they'd probably be bothered, Gustav voiced out with a frustrated tone. He had warned Miss Amy earlier that, at the speed she was moving the planet with the area in space she intended to occupy, the Earth would most likely be worried a planet was approaching them. Miss Amy shrugged it off mostly because she didn't really care, and now this Alpha had incited a battle that caused residue-destructive waves to blast him to smithereens. Don't worry, I handled it, Miss Amy said with a nonchalant expression. Of course you did. I hope you didn't kill the poor dude, Gustav said while shaking his head. I was tempted but nah. I pardoned his weak ass, Miss Amy responded with a light chuckle. You call that weak? Gustav's eyes turned hollow as he voiced out. Then what would you call me? Gustav questioned with a ridiculing tone. My baby, the teacher's pet, my apprentice, a super weakling, which one do you prefer? Miss Amy questioned. Gustav, fuck you Miss Amy. I'll become strong enough to overpower you one day, sure, hehe, Miss Amy responded like she could read Gustav's mind. Earth dash, are you saying the young miss had been behind this the whole time? Yes, I met her about 30 minutes ago and she protected the planet from all my attacks. Dash, we noticed it stopped for a bit. Was that you? She did that herself to face me. I am not powerful enough to face her. Dash, is she an hostile? Dash, has she finally turned against Earth? Dash, what exactly is her motive? Within a boardroom while multiple MBO higher-ups, Fred could be seen standing in front as he narrated his experience to them. She hasn't turned against Earth, she has almost reached her destination. The planet should stop moving soon. Dash, so you're saying the planet belongs to her? So she implied. Dash, we should take this as an attack on Earth and deploy forces to stop her right away. Dash, I agree, she must have turned and became an enemy of Earth now. Dash, gentlemen, let's relax a bit. According to Fred, she hasn't arrived at her destination. Dash, will you take responsibility if we decide to wait and eventually she doesn't stop at where she claimed she would? Dash, will you take responsibility for slow inaction because the Earth might get destroyed before we're able to act? Dash, there won't be any responsibility to take when we're all dead. Dash, I don't see any reason why she would want to destroy Earth in the first place. Dash, can we just hold on and find out how long till she arrives at her expected destination? Dash, let's take action right away. The boardroom turned rowdy as some of the higher-up proposed for action to be taken immediately. Some decided to stick to waiting. Dash, sirs, I believe the young miss had never acted nefariously against the Earth before, so yes, she deserves the benefit of the doubt. Gradia Xanatus, who happened to be in the meeting with them, voiced out. He was allowed to join the meeting as he had been in charge of the investigation since the whole situation began weeks ago. However, since he was still in space, he joined the meeting in holographic format. He was still watching over the planet. Officer Xanatus makes a good point, Fred voiced out as well after seeing the higher-ups argue all this time. Internally there was a reluctance building up, especially after seeing how powerful Miss Amy was. He knew her personality all too well, so he knew that if she was coming to destroy Earth she wouldn't hide it. She would say it confidently that she wanted to do that because she wasn't the type to fear anyone or lie about anything. It would be a grave mistake if they were to cross her with how powerful she was at the moment. Fred was a bit disappointed about the higher-ups because their thoughts right now should be on how to make her more of an ally instead of a foe. Officer Xanatus, do you have eyes on the planet at the moment? Yes, I do, Gradier Xanatus responded. And how fast is it moving? Gradier Xanatus went on to reply them with the data. And that doesn't ring bells to some of you. She obviously has the intention of destroying us all for unknown reasons. We need to act right now so Earth doesn't suffer any crippling damage. The higher-ups began to argue again about which step to take, and they decided more Alpha-ranked mixed-bloods will be sent to stall the planet's movement while more troops are gathered to take Miss Amy down. Since Jack was currently unavailable, they had to gather multiple Alpha-ranked to match his strength. They still didn't believe Miss Amy was stronger even after Fred's narration. Sirs, Gradier Xanatus suddenly interrupted their planning. What is it, Officer Xanatus? The planet is slowing down, he voiced out. Her. Are you sure? Chapter 1038. Yes, it's slowing down at the moment, and it's still at least 1,000 light-years away from Neptune's orbit. Its sun, which was also traveling, is 2,000 light-years behind it and is also slowing down, Gradier Xanatus reported. Turns out the young miss was saying the truth when she mentioned she would soon arrive at her destination, Gradier Xanatus pointed out as he noticed the awkward expression on the faces of the higher-ups. He didn't care and just wanted to point out more things so as to leave them embarrassed about the fact that would have made stupidly drastic decisions under the guise of protecting Earth. Keep watching the planet and report to us the moment it comes to a stop, one of them voiced out. Yes, sir, Gradier Xanatus responded respectfully. After a few more minutes the whole meeting ended and they decided to watch out for when the planet would stop moving. Gradier Xanatus stood in his spacecraft as he heaved a sigh of relief. The spacecraft was moving at the same pace with Miss Amy's planet at the moment. They were keeping a safe distance away, but Gradier Xanatus still made sure to keep eyes on them. This means the kid is probably still alive, Gradier Xanatus muttered with a look of relief. With how Fred had narrated the whole scenario with Miss Amy, Gradier Xanatus was sure she wouldn't let Gustav just die like that, especially in a situation that she was related with. You're truly unkillable, kid. At this point Gradier Xanatus just had to accept it. Gustav had been in so many life or death situations, and no matter how much the favor was against him, he always managed to come out alive. Gradier Xanatus just hoped that whatever charm or luck was working for Gustav kept working, because there was no doubt that he would be in more crazier and dangerous situations in the future. Earth, I can actually spot it from here. Me too, it looks like a daystar. The MBO is definitely doing something about it, so we don't have to worry. A group of 5 could be seen sitting atop a mountain discussing with one another. In the southern skies, a shining dot in the sky was visible. It seemed like this was the planet they had mentioned was approaching in the news. I'm surprised it's not just a moving planet but a moving sun as well. We should be seeing 2 dots then, but it's just one. Who knows which one is visible, RN? Falco voiced out. I'm guessing it's the sun. According to what I've heard, it's twice the size of ours and 4 times hotter, so definitely it will be shining brighter across space, Matilda stated. I know this is interesting and all, but I can't wait for the next raid. It's fun to be out in the field once again, Timmy voiced out with a look of anticipation. I know this is interesting and all, but I can't wait for the next raid. It's fun to be out in the field once again, Timmy voiced out with a look of anticipation. I will smash those Jenksodus fuckers, ha ha ha. Rhea yelled out with a fired-up tone. Shut up and stick to the team next time. We were almost killed because of you last time, Timmy said while landing his fist on Rhea's head. Ouch. I just wanted to get rid of them, Rhea said with a low tone. Stick to the formation and plan so they don't see our group as useless, Falco voiced out as well. The next should be the last raid in this city. There's nowhere else to check for now, Maltida said with a contemplative expression. Vera, you still have our backs during the raids, right? Timmy questioned. Sure, Vera responded with a slightly disinterested tone. They had been on this mission for about a week already, and since the time of the start, they had been going on raids with other MBO groups. The MBO had received intelligent information about a location where some members of the Jenksodus group seen as Slarkov's terrorists were conducting an operation. Since they arrived in this city, they had been conducting raids and flushing them. The MBO had stated that they preferred for the members to be captured alive, but if killing was the only option available due to getting in precarious situations, they could take the action. However, it was stated that you got more points for getting them alive instead of killing them. So far, Timmy, Falco and the others had managed to get a couple of Jenksodus members alive. This was very difficult as every member had sophisticated pieces of technological suit that wasn't in the market. These pieces were unique and made their combat power and strength levels increase by a whole lot. Slarkovs were similar in strength to humans, but these suits made them capable of going toe-to-toe with mixed bloods, so the raid had been rather difficult and there had been multiple crazy scenarios. It was confirmed that this was a Slarkov terrorist group as every single member they had come into contact with was a Slarkov. The aim of this group remained to eradicate the mixed bloods on Earth, so it was impossible for the MBO to reason with them without a scuffle breaking out. It was like the members had been brainwashed because every single one of them had immense hate for mixed bloods and would rather die than to leave them alive. So far more than 100 of their members had been captured and over 200 killed. Even with this numbers, the intelligence the MBO received stated that there were at least 10 times more. Some of the major problems was not knowing the main base of this group and how they recruited members. Red Shadow, Gradia Xanatus and Gustav, who were amongst the first to encounter this group, were sure they didn't have high numbers at the time. Now the MBO intelligence had revealed that they were now numbering in the thousands according to an interrogation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1039 S. My apologies. There was no doubt that Slarkovs and even humans existed with deep hate for mixed bloods, mostly because those without bloodlines are seen as lower life forms. The issue now was how were they getting recruited? What secret channel were the Jenksodus using to get across to potential Slarkovs and turn them into members? No one seemed to have figured this out yet, and the world government as well as the MBO knew well enough that the longer it took to weed them out, the more this group would grow in numbers. The population of Slarkovs and humans were not so high compared to mixed bloods. They merely managed to occupy 10% of the world's population, but if that 10% managed to band together with the crazy advantage in technology they had, it would be a great issue. It was already difficult to weed them out now that they weren't so high in population. One could wonder how insane it would be if they all came together. Should we join them on the next raiding mission after this one? Matilda questioned with a curious tone. As interesting as that would be, I don't think we get to pick our next mission ourselves, Falco responded while shaking his head. Gustav said something about how we needed to complete this mission properly so he could add us to his platoon, Timmy stated. Maybe after we do this and successfully get added into his platoon, we could ask him to get us assigned for this type of mission again, Matilda voiced out. Or we could do it with the full squad including my rival, Ria added as well. Vera's eyes beamed up with interest as she heard Gustav's name getting added to the conversation. According to what I've heard from the other groups, he was involved when the whole thing started, so it wouldn't make any less sense if he decided to get involved, Falco stated. Didn't he mention he was going to be busy with something though? Timmy questioned with a contemplative expression. Also, ISOP training is starting in a month from now, so we can't be involved in this till the end, Matilda voiced out with a tone of realization as well. Vera's expression turned sour once more as she heard that. They were lucky every single one of them got drafted for ISOP, so they could still work together in that aspect too. However, according to what they heard, there were still more than 100 potential candidates being drafted from all across the world, not just from the MBO. At the end of the day, They would still have to defend their spots to be on the main team, or being a substitute would split them up. Group 24, gather in base for the next raid briefing, T-2 minutes, a voice suddenly called out to them from behind. Everyone stood to their feet after hearing this and turned around. Let's go, Mendolager's planet, you all did well, a man in dark jacket reaching the back of his heel voice out to a group of 7 standing behind a small mountain. A large spacecraft as tall as a 3-story building could be seen stationed up ahead, and a group of MBO officers could be seen placing a silver-colored circular object into a container. But they're both dead, Angie voiced with a slightly disturbed tone. It doesn't matter. If they were already corrupted, without killing the Mendolagers responsible, it's impossible to free their minds, and you fledglings are too weak to handle a true elder. Talk more of 2. The man responded, brushing aside the fact that there were 2 bodies laying on the ground by the side. These 2 bodies belonged to a male and female, and it was obvious that they were both dead. One had a hole in the chest and the other had been decapitated. It's a pity. If there was any other method we would have taken it, but since this was the only way out, there was really nothing we could do, Eldris voiced with a slightly sympathetic tone. These 2 were none other than the other 2 left from the team sent on this mission before them. Unfortunately, now the entire team had been wiped out because of the initial situation. Hand it over, right now, Jade yelled out with her hand wrapped around Eldris' neck. Eldris stared directly at Angie at this point and didn't utter a word anymore. Don't do anything stupid or you won't be able to save them both, Jade shouted out once more. I could care less about what happens to Glade. Jade was unable to process what had just happened, as the voice she just heard sounded right beside her ear. Swooshy tilde, it came with a burst of wind. The instant she turned to the side, she spotted Angie standing right beside her, but Angie was not just standing in place. Her right hand was stretched forward. Blurg. Jade vomited out a mouthful of blood onto Angie as she slowly stared down the hand that was halfway through her chest. She subconsciously let go of Eldris as the reality finally hit her. They were unaware that someone in this group was capable of moving so fast. Angie literally speed blitz her. Angie could move at over 300,000 feet in a second with her normal speed, and they were only about 20 feet away. This meant Angie was able to arrive right beside her in practically an instant. No one was able to follow Angie's speed. The other officer instantly got the cue and tried to shatter Glade's windpipe, but at the same moment the whole ruckus was caused by Angie. A ring-like vortex had appeared around his neck. He had been secretly preparing this with his fingers swirling behind him, so the moment Angie made her move, he allowed it appear. Geeing tilde, the vortex shrunk, and in the next instant, the other male officer had been decapitated. Chapter 1040. Sangi turned to the side and noticed that Glade was still alive. She got lucky this time, Angie said internally as she turned to face next. Good of you to save her ass, Angie said before swinging her arm around to get the blood off. What? Did you run all the way there without knowing I was gonna act? Questioned with a suspicious look. It was either her or Eldris, and you know who I chose, Angie responded while shrugging. Glade had a weird look on her face as she heard that. She was speechless and felt a kind of intense hate from Angie towards her. She had no idea why this was the case, but at the very least she was glad saved her. What was that all about? Captain Spark could feel the weird vibe in the air after the situation was resolved. They all ignored his question, and Angie proceeded to move back towards the group as Davidson made a call to the generals. While it looked like she was okay on the surface, Angie was holding in the urge to puke. It feels worse than I imagined. Phew, it's gonna be fine. It was to protect my loved ones. She kept chanting internally as her right arm trembled from time to time. The first person to arrive where they were on the planet was Mac. Does this mean we've completed the mission? Davidson questioned. Yes, leave the rest to me kids, Mac voiced out as he took a step forward. He suddenly disappeared from their sight. Finally, now we can head back, voiced as he let out a sigh of relief. They all moved into the spacecraft in the new few moments and it took off into the skies. They were lucky Mac had arrived the time he died because the Mendolagers had clocked in on their position at the checkpoint and were approaching in droves. However, the moment Mac arrived, his presence caused them to pause in their tracks. The only item they had as leverage against him and against their planet falling were now in the hands of the MBO. They really had nothing to use against Mac, who was more powerful than every Mendolaga elder on the planet. Mendolagas were considered pretty strong in the universe, but compared to Earth with powerfully mixed bloods like Jack and Miss Amy, they really didn't stand a chance. They had breached the treaty that practically protected them from the invasion of more powerful planets with their initial actions, so they couldn't call for help. Earth had every right to do whatever they wanted to the planet since they didn't start the whole situation. EE and the others no longer had any business here. Mac and the others would handle taking over the planet and subjecting its people. They had played their parts, although not without casualties. They were free to head back now. It had been a week since they were gone, and it would take another 3 days of journeying before they got back to Earth. They were unaware of Earth's current situation with the whole new planet issue, but they would find out sooner or later. So this is where I get off, I guess, Gustav voiced out as he looked around. The scenery was a whole lot better than before. A few cat-like animals moving about, lushy green fields and sparkling pool-like lakes. The clouds looked more beautiful than Earth's, and Gustav couldn't help but admit the air here was fresher than that of Earth's as well. Now that you can create life, do you plan on create any human life forms? Gustav questioned. Not at all, Miss Amy replied as she walked out of one of the lakes. Her entire body dripped of wetness as the white robes like cloth she was clad in, glued to her body. Any man that stared at Miss Amy at this point with her beautiful but cold face and her glamorous-looking body would definitely gulp down saliva. Her majestic bearing and alluring body was immensely hot, but Gustav being Gustav stared at her with an unbothered expression. I do plan to create other life forms, but aside copying the looks of animals from Earth, I won't be copying any other life forms, Miss Amy voiced out once more. It will take some time before I achieve what I have in mind, but nonetheless I will visit Earth from time to time and maybe even protect those idiots when they need my help, she added. I have to get off here. I have things to get back to. On Earth, Gustav listed out with a tone of difficulty. Why the rush? Miss Amy questioned. Earth is still a bit distant from here and I have spent longer time away than I intended to. Miss Amy cut Gustav off before he could finish. They should be arriving at any moment, so no need to rush. We'll go together, she stated. Who? As Gustav threw this question out, the answer appeared in his mind. The MBO? He voiced out next. They are here already, Miss Amy stated in response. Gustav's eyes squinted as he wasn't sensing anything from his surroundings, but after a minute he stared at the eastern sky. June tilde June tilde June tilde. Several spacecraft suddenly appeared in the skies, moving towards their location. Are you ready to go home now? Miss Amy said with a smile as she turned to stare at Gustav. Minutes later, Gustav and Miss Amy were on their way back to Earth. The MBO officers had politely asked Miss Amy for an audience on Earth according to the MBO higher-ups. She wanted to use this opportunity to see Earth once more before she went back to focusing on developing her planet. She left a barrier surrounding her planet in the meantime, just in case anyone tried anything shady while she was away. She would sense it the moment there was an issue. Chapter 1041. I just knew you'd be okay, kid, Gradia Xanatus voiced out within the spacecraft. He had a look of relief now that he had truly confirmed Gustav was alive. Gradia Xanatus was amongst the officers sent to humbly request Miss Amy's visit to Earth, and his spacecraft was specifically the one bringing them back at the moment. You did a lousy job of keeping him safe, Miss Amy voiced out from the other end. Gradia Xanatus froze in place as he heard that. Young miss, Gustav is quite the trouble finder. He never listens, Gradia Xanatus explained. I would have shred Earth to its very last atoms if anything had happened to him, Miss Amy voiced with a nonchalant look. Her tone didn't sound very serious, but Gradia Xanatus was well aware of how she nearly destroyed Burning Sand City because Gustav was missing. They knew just how capable she was, especially now that she was way more powerful than before. It's nobody's fault except mine. He tried his best, but yes, like he said, I wanted to investigate the situation despite its danger because I could sense a connection. And I was right, Gustav voiced out, trying to calm Miss Amy. They glided through space for less than an hour before arriving back on Earth. By the time they did, it was already nightfall. There were tons of MBO officials awaiting their arrival the moment they landed. It had already spread all across the MBO that the person responsible for the new planet was Miss Amy. The world government had not made it public yet because they still wanted to have a meeting with Miss Amy before they could decide on how to proceed with things. The meeting began almost instantly and Gustav had to wait in a secluded area as he wasn't allowed to participate. It was only for MBO higher-ups and about 2 world government leaders were present at this particular location. Gustav didn't mind staying out of it because he knew Miss Amy would be able to handle any situation herself. This meeting was taking place within the MBO tower in Plankton City, so Gustav decided to move around after a while. "Officer Crimson," someone called out to him while he was walking along a corridor. "Yes," Gustav responded while turning around. "There's someone looking for you," the female officer who called out to him stated. "Huh. Actually, they've been looking for you for the past 3 days now, but you were off planet, so I asked him to wait." "Who?" Within the boardroom where the meeting was going down, questions were being thrown out occasionally. "Just relax, oldies. My planet poses no threat to Earth. It will maintain its current distance from Earth and there will never be a confrontation in the future," Miss Amy voiced while rolling her eyes. "How did you manage to achieve such a feat? Will you still be a part of the MBO? If you're asking if I would still protect Earth when it's necessary, then nothing to worry about. My planet and Earth will be allies," Miss Amy voiced out. How about letting Earth commandeer your planet? Well, share the resources it has to offer." Silency tilde, what did you just say? A sudden powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire place as Miss Amy voiced out. "What did you just say?" A sudden powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire place as Miss Amy voiced out. The entire MBO tower began quaking intensely as this pressure radiated from Miss Amy, causing every single person to stare at her with looks of reverence. "Well. Your planet," the higher-up officer who had just voiced that out stuttered. He felt the immense pressure radiating from Miss Amy. They would usually not fear her since Jack power was undoubtedly seen as the highest in the past, but now it seemed like a different case. The majestic and ethereal aura Miss Amy gave off was truly like being in the presence of a deity. If she could create a planet now, no doubt she could make everyone here disappear in an instant if she wanted to. She was practically on par with Jack at the Alpha rank and now she had achieved the Beacon rank. What they didn't know was Miss Amy was really restraining her presence at this point, and releasing it fully would cause the destruction of Earth in an instant. I think what Grand General Curtis meant to say was Earth would very much like to be an acquaintance with your planet, one of the higher-ups quickly voiced out with a respectful tone, causing Miss Amy to calm down. "Better. I like the sound of acquaintances," Miss Amy said before standing to her feet. "This meeting is over," she stated before proceeding to walking towards the exit. The higher-ups sat in place for minutes with looks of relief on their faces as some of them bashed the other higher-up. "Grand General Curtis, are you crazy? Instead of showing Earth's selfishness, why don't you come up with better cooperation ideas? She created a planet and is practically a goddess now, best not to try and piss her off." Grand General Curtis had a disgusted look as he heard them speak. "Hypocrites. Didn't you all agree to attack her planet a few hours ago?" Miss Amy had left to go look for Gustav at this point, while the rest of the MBO officers within the tower were left to wonder why the entire building was quaking a while ago. So you just need me to sign some documents?" Gustav questioned. "Yes, or I'll be put back in camp till I reach the age of 16, Endrik responded. "I denounced the Oslov name, though so legally we're not related," Gustav reminded. "Then you can act as a guardian. Please," Endrik begged. "Okay." Gustav finally gave in and collected the required documents from Endrik. It took a couple of minutes for him to finish, but he proceeded to pass them to Endrik afterwards. Chapter 1042 Thank you, Endrik voiced in response after retrieving them. It turned out Endrik had been in the tower waiting for Gustav's return since he left on the mission off-planet. Since he was an MBO cadet and Gustav's little brother, he was very much allowed to wait here. "Alright then, we're done here," Gustav voiced out as he turned around to leave. "I got something of yours recently," Endrik stated before Gustav could take a step. Gustav muttered as he turned around. It's yours but you can't use it just yet, Endrik added. Then what's the point? Gustav questioned. Just come with me, Endrik voiced out as a glowing green dot appeared on his forehead. To where? Gustav questioned. Husarius, Endrik called out, and a bright green glow engulfed them in the next instant. Miss Amy, who was approaching this area from the south, spotted a glimpse of Gustav and Endrik before they disappeared. Oh! Tutu fixed their relationship, she voiced with a tone of amusement. He really has grown in every aspect, especially mentally. A smile appeared on her face as she muttered. The Gustav she knew would not let Endrik be within 5 steps of him, and both of them would always be trying to kill each other. It would seem Gustav could let go of past grudges, and she felt this was another thing that made him different from her, since she couldn't do the same. Where is this? Gustav asked as they appeared in an unknown plain. All that could be seen was darkness and green glowing strides all around. However, up ahead Gustav spotted a golden plaited armor resembling a vest floating in mid-air. This vest oozed forth with a type of energy that caused this space to quake occasionally. Gustav could tell that it was sealed, yet it was immensely powerful. That is the cosmic armor, said to be amongst the most powerful armors in the universe, with multiple boons attached to it, Endrik voiced out. For hundreds of thousands of years, beings from all across the universe have been trying to acquire it so they could use its power. It is overly powerful and in the hands of the wrong person can cause great havoc. I managed to acquire it recently with Husarius' help, of course, after a difficult and dangerous travel to another dimension, Endrik explained. And you say it's mine? Gustav questioned as he moved closer to it. Yes, it is yours. As you probably already know, you're not in any way normal. Your existence is a very abnormal one, and despite this armor existing for as long as it has, it does belong to you, Endrik responded. Gustav stepped forward and stood right beneath the floating armor. But I can't use it, Gustav stated. No, not right now you can't, Endrik replied. It's too powerful for me, and I'd probably be blown to bits if I tried to equip it, Gustav voiced out. Precisely, Endrik responded. Psi as expected, Gustav raised his left palm as recalled Cohelia. Cohelia's power was still trapped within him, and he was unable to access it despite them saying the power belonged to him. So how many more items are left to acquire? Gustav also recalled that there were supposed to be more of his things scattered across the universe. For more, that's as much as I can tell you for now. I can't give you any more info beyond that, Endrik clarified after answering before Gustav could respond. Sure, Gustav stated as he raised his hand to touch the armor. Nice place you got here, kid, a feminine voice suddenly resounded from behind. Gustav paused as he heard that and turned around. Miss Amy, he voiced with a tone of disbelief. How did you get here? No one was more surprised than Endrik. This was a space created by Husarius, and even as a crystal, Husarius was so powerful due to the sacrifice of all his kinsmen. This place practically existed in a private dimension. Doesn't matter, Miss Amy stated as she moved forward. A green glowing crystal phased out of Endrik's forehead in the next instant and floated to Miss Amy's front. This one is no longer a normal being. Her existence has surpassed the threshold of every supernatural existence on Earth. And this isn't even her highest potential. She has the capacity to become even more powerful than this, Husarius voiced out lengthily as it floated in front of Miss Amy. It's too bad she's. What are you supposed to be? Miss Amy said with an intrigued tone as she stared at the floating talking crystal. That's Husarius. He used to have a body and be a. It's a long story, but he is in league with Endrik and he revealed a bit to me about my true identity, Gustav voiced out. True identity? You've really been holding out on me, a kid. Miss Amy responded with a suspicious tone. I've been out of camp for months, but you were AWOL. If not, I would have told you everything, Gustav said while shrugging his shoulders. What is that? Miss Amy questioned with a curious tone while pointing at the armor. It's very powerful, she added while scrutinizing its appearance. It is said to be amongst the most powerful tools in the universe, and according to them, it belongs to me, but I can't equip it just yet, Gustav stated in response. Ooh, another thing you've got to tell me in great detail. At least you and the other kid are getting along now, Miss Amy stated after arriving beside Gustav. We're not, has not, It's just a necessary partnership, Gustav voiced out. Oh, is it now? A smirk appeared on her face as Miss Amy questioned. Endrik was turned into a third wheel here as Gustav and Miss Amy began to argue back and forth with each other. Are they fated? Endrik questioned. Intertwining fates, yes, but I sense a terrible omen. Husarius' tone sounded heavy as he spouted out. Chapter 1043s. What do you mean? Endrik said with a troubled tone. Something has changed, a tide has been triggered and we are now arriving at an intersection that branches in different paths. Only one of these paths leads to a future without tragedy, as for the others, not so much. While some are not filled with so much tragic events, just a single tragic event could cause so much catastrophe in his life which could eventually lead to a dark awakening, Husarius voiced out lengthily. It's confusing, Endrik stated in response. The fates always are, Husarius heaved a low sigh. What are the chances of following the path without any tragic event? Endrik questioned. A few minutes ago, it was 0.3%, but it has decreased even further now. It's 0.1 and it keeps decreasing by the minute, Husarius answered. What? Endrik could not help but voice out in shock. What is it? Gustav voiced out as he turned around with a confused look. Keep it from him or anyone else or the situation will worsen, Husarius quickly cautioned. Oh, nothing, I was just practicing for something, Endrik voiced in response. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he heard that. His face shone a look that made it seem like he was saying a bit weird to be practicing such in a place like this, but Gustav brushed it off and turned back around to keep observing the armor. What is causing this? There must be a reason why it keeps decreasing, Endrik questioned with a low but concerned tone. There is, but I haven't figured it out. If I was to guess, I'd say it must be the same thing that caused multiple future branches to appear. Originally there were only 2 paths, but now there are more than 10 of them. Whatever caused the branches to increase is also reducing the possibility of following the non-tragic path, Husarius explained. What can we do about it? Endrik asked. For now, wait. One thing about the fates is, the more you try to influence according to your desired outcome, the worse it's most likely to become. There are beings in the universe such as myself capable of not just connecting with the fates but tampering with them as well, but we all make sure to refrain from doing so because there will always be an inescapable future consequence, Husarius voiced in response. I'll keep checking for now, so just wait until I have something for you. But I must ask you, are you ready to get your hands bloody for the sake of your brother? Husarius questioned. Endrik stared at Gustav from behind at this point as memories began playing in his mind. Playing as kids to growing up as enemies and him really being amongst the villains in his big brother's life. I have failed him in the past. I will do everything to atone for all the wrong I have committed. So long as I am able to keep him safe and away from pain, I'll do anything. He has suffered enough already, Endrik said with a sentimental tone. All right then. Prepare yourself because you might have to do some really troublesome things to keep that motive, Husarius added. Chenem. Endrik nodded in response. Hey, when am I going to be strong enough to equip this? Gustav questioned internally. You'd have to be close to the alpha rank, the system responded. Damn, that's still very far away. Is there even any item I own that I can use with my current level of strength? Gustav questioned. Just one, the system replied. Which is? Gustav questioned once more. Good try. You know I can't reveal that until we arrive at the time frame where they are recovered one after the other, the system responded. Gustav, TCH, let's go, Gustav voiced out as he turned around. Too bad you won't be able to make use of it in the meantime, but it's gonna destroy this dimension eventually, cause this place is not strong enough to hold it, Miss Amy voiced out. I can sense the space trembling as well. Gustav paused his movement as he turned around once more. It needs to stay here till you're strong enough to equip it, or every single crazy being looking for it all across the universe will come after it. It's like putting a target on our backs, cause it lets off a signature energy that will help them in pinpointing its location, Endrik explained. I see, Miss Amy said with a tone of understanding as she snapped her fingers. An invisible field of energy was instantly erected around the armor. Gustav instantly sensed the powerful energy spreading from the armor decrease drastically. I just put a barrier around it. This space will be able to hold it without problems now, Miss Amy voiced out. Oh, nice, Gustav exclaimed before turning around once more. In participating in ISOP. I'll join you in retrieving the rest or at least help, Gustav said as he approached Endrik. That would be a great help, but I believe you have some other matters to attend to after ISOP. There are other things you have to scour the intergalactic space for, but if you can help, there will be one where I will require your assistance. Endrik's statement made it seem like he knew everything about Gustav's plans even though Gustav hadn't mentioned anything to him. He definitely knows about my 5 years quest, Gustav thought. The crystal. Husarius knows everything, so it's normal that Endrik does as well, the system responded. Which one am I supposed to join you in retrieving? Gustav questioned. I'll tell you when the time comes. You need to be with your entire team too. When the time comes they will be of great help and receive some boosts known as the entitlement. As the time candidate I need to make sure everything goes according to plan. That is my duty, Endrik said with a decisive tone. Chapter 1044. Gustav had no doubt about Endrik being on his side at this point. Everything that had been happening so far along with the system and Husarius also making some revelations proved that Endrik was committed to helping him prepare for whatever was to come. The kid had truly become capable in the past year. At the same time Gustav could sense that Endrik was closing in on the third step of Echo rank, which was pretty strong and fast. How powerful do I have to become before I can equip the armor? Gustav questioned internally. You'd have to be close to the Alpha rank, the system responded. Damn, that's still very far away. Is there even any item I own that I can use with my current level of strength? Gustav questioned. Just one, the system replied. Which is? Gustav questioned once more. Good try, you know I can't reveal that until we arrive at the time frame where they are recovered one after the other, the system responded. Gustav, TCH, let's go, Gustav voiced out as he turned around. Too bad you won't be able to make use of it in the meantime, but it's gonna destroy this dimension eventually, cause this place is not strong enough to hold it, Miss Amy voiced out. I can sense the space trembling as well. Gustav paused his movement as he turned around once more. It needs to stay here till you're strong enough to equip it, or every single crazy being looking for it all across the universe will come after it. It's like putting a target on our backs, cause it lets off a signature energy that will help them in pinpointing its location, Endrik explained. I see, Miss Amy said with a tone of understanding as she snapped her fingers. An invisible field of energy was instantly erected around the armor. Gustav instantly sensed the powerful energy spreading from the armor decrease drastically. I just put a barrier around it. This space will be able to hold it without problems now, Miss Amy voiced out. Oh, nice, Gustav exclaimed before turning around once more. In participating in ISOP. I'll join you in retrieving the rest or at least help, Gustav said as he approached Endrik. That would be a great help, but I believe you have some other matters to attend to after ISOP. There are other things you have to scour the intergalactic space for, but if you can help, there will be one where I will require your assistance. Endrik's statement made it seem like he knew everything about Gustav's plans even though Gustav hadn't mentioned anything to him. He definitely knows about my 5 years quest, Gustav thought. The crystal. Husarius knows everything, so it's normal that Endrik does as well, the system responded. Which one am I supposed to join you in retrieving? Gustav questioned. I'll tell you when the time comes. You need to be with your entire team too. When the time comes they will be of great help and receive some boosts known as the entitlement. As the time candidate I need to make sure everything goes according to plan. That is my duty, Endrik said with a decisive tone. Gustav had no doubt about Endrik being on his side at this point. Everything that had been happening so far along with the system and Husarius also making some revelations proved that Endrik was committed to helping him prepare for whatever was to come. The kid had truly become capable in the past year. At the same time Gustav could sense that Endrik was closing in on the third step of Echo rank, which was pretty strong and fast. Endrik was not in any way weak. He never was, even when he was younger, and now that he had received training, Gustav didn't doubt his capability. Maybe I should add him to my platoon. Gustav had this thought in mind. Although Miss Amy was that fast, it still couldn't be compared to Gustav's speed, as he was still practically a new officer, yet he was already at the major rank. Gustav was still a 19-year-old young man, so he still had a lot of potential, as did Miss Amy, but now she was no longer a part of Earth's forces. She was now beyond a world leader. She was a creator, a goddess, and she could make changes to whatever she wished to with a flick of her wrist. They chatted for some time as they had dinner, and after they were done, Miss Amy stood to her feet. "It's time to go," she voiced out as she moved towards the balcony of the building. "You're leaving already?" Gustav questioned, like he had forgotten he spent the last 6 days with Miss Amy. "I'll be back to see you every once in a while, and you can also come visit from time to time," Miss Amy said as a glamorous smile appeared on her face. "We both have a lot to do anyways. You need to focus on your plans and missions, and I need to develop my planet better," she added. "You've sure been smiling a lot these days," Gustav said with a suspicious expression. "Did I ever tell you how lonely it was for me in that dark dimension I was trapped within?" Miss Amy said as she moved closer to Gustav, almost making contact with him. "I never thought I could feel loneliness. I thought those emotions were fleeting, long gone, and I would only feel numb for the rest of my days since after my mother's death. Turns out I was wrong. The first person I thought of was you," Miss Amy said as she reached out and placed her right hand on Gustav's left cheek. "I used to think I really had nothing to lose in this life anymore, but I couldn't be more wrong. You, Gustav, have become more important to me than I ever thought was possible, and while I was away I wished for nothing more than to see this cheeky face of yours again." Chapter 1045 Bonus Chapter dedicated to Wolfeat Shamoon. "Your PayPal donation is much appreciated, and I was concerned it would never happen if I didn't find a way to leave." Miss Amy's smile turned even more radiant at this point. "So don't blame me for smiling this way after seeing you again, because it was all I wished for at a certain point in time." She rubbed Gustav's cheek even more affectionately before turning around. "All right, time to go now for real. See you soon, kid." Miss Amy didn't even wait for him to respond before she blasted off into the sky. Gustav was left there looking awestruck for a couple of seconds before his mind trailed back to reality. "See you soon, Miss Amy." His face had turned a bit red as he reached out to touch the same part of his cheek Miss Amy caressed. The bond between both of them was way higher than Gustav realized, and he honestly couldn't imagine how things would have gone if Miss Amy never found a way to return, or if he never found her. Miss Amy had become so important in his life that she was no less than family to him, just like Boss Danzo was. They really loved him the way family never was able to, and he couldn't deny the fact that he loved them as well, despite portraying the non-emotional expression most times. Gustav stared at the sky for a few more minutes after Miss Amy had gone before heading back into the apartment. It had already been revealed all across the world that the planet initial heading for Earth had stopped in a part of the Milky Way. Not a lot of people on Earth knew Miss Amy, but when it was revealed that the planet was created by a mixed blood, the people of Earth were astonished. The mixed bloods, humans, and even Slarkovs were finding it difficult to believe that piece of information. Not only was the mixed blood able to create an entire planet with a little bit of life, but also moved the planet from the edge or the Milky Way to another location. It was unheard of and really left people wondering if this was a good or bad thing. A lot of them felt this was good since Earth would have an extra place to stay if anything ever happened to Earth, and they also felt since one OD their own was this powerful, Earth would have extra security and protection. Meanwhile, some felt it was too much power for one person since she was literally God now. What would happen if she suddenly went crazy? It would be so easy for her to wipe lives off the face of planets. At the very least, the government managed to stop the spread of panic and announced that they were in collaboration with the new goddess, and she had ensured she would remain a friend to Earth and offer help or protection when needed. Miss Amy had done a little video recorded announcement where she addressed the world because she didn't want to be interviewed by any press. She still hated being around people. The whole hype wouldn't be dying down anytime soon, as all media outlets were talking about it and it kept trending across social media platforms. It had also been revealed during this time that Miss Amy was the teacher of Gustav, and this further boosted the ideology that she would never turn against Earth since Gustav had saved the planet on more than one occasion. "It's been a week now, time to get back to the equipment I was building," Gustav muttered as he cleared the dining table. "Aish, my dimensional bracelet is destroyed. Transportation would be a lot more difficult now," Gustav said with a frustrated tone as he recalled his dimensional bracelet got destroyed by the heat wave. "I'll need to get another level 7. I guess it's time to call in a favor," Gustav muttered as he moved back and forth. The dimensional bracelet was a level 7, which was the rarest of all dimensional bracelets on Earth. At the Gustav acquired it, Grand Commander Shun had mentioned only 5 were manufactured since the time of its creation, since the materials used in creating a level 7 was super rare. Gustav knew he wouldn't be able to get it again if he decided to check any of the MBO's weapon vaults in the different MBO bases. His plan right now was to cash in the favor Grand Commander Shun owed him and asked for another level 7 dimensional bracelet. "You really want to use the favor on this?" the system questioned. "I really need my flexible means of transportation back. It has saved my life so many times. Especially since I can't move as far in an instant, it is a great tool," Gustav voiced in reply. Not disputing the fact that it is, I'm saying look for other alternatives to getting it, or at least try to see if you can get it to be recreated or something, instead of cashing in your favor like this, the system explained. "Yes, I already thought of that, but just in case it doesn't work out I'd have to cash in my favor. Sea Grand Commander Shun would do whatever it takes to get me another one, but till then I guess," Gustav voiced as he took care of the dishes in the kitchen. "I should get back to creating the space equipment in the meantime." After tidying up the entire place, Gustav decided to leave. This part of the city was quite secluded from the open parts of the city to make sure Miss Amy enjoyed her stay here without disturbance from anyone. Now that she had left, Gustav would have to relay this to the higher-ups since they still thought she was on Earth. Minutes later, Gustav was back in his room and proceeded to open the spatial room where he kept the sacred jewel before leaving Earth the other time. Chapter 1046. Good boy, you've done well, Gustav voiced as he rubbed the shiny surface of the jewel after it floated towards him. "Yeah, you really would have been a great help if I took you with me, but it was an impromptu mission. At least I'm back in one piece." Gustav kept rubbing its shiny surface like it was a pet while voicing out. This was because the sentience within the sacred jewel was growing stronger as the light within its translucent circular frame kept getting bigger. This was why communication between both of them was better even though the sacred jewel couldn't speak. Gustav could understand it quite well and it could understand him as well. "I have something for you," Gustav voiced as he snapped his fingers. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Multiple whitish glowing orbs appeared all around Gustav in the next instant. They exuded so much energy, the space was slightly affected due to that. The light within the sacred jewel began to blink repeatedly as it spotted the glowing white orbs. From the looks of things, it was excited. "Go on, enjoy the meal," Gustav said while tapping it a few more times. The sacred jewel proceeded to fly towards one of the orbs and began to absorb the energy within. These orbs were filled with the energy Gustav had absorbed during the expansion of the cracks in space. The sacred jewel was only compatible with some types of energy, and this type of energy happened to be amongst the energy it could consume. It would only get stronger the more it devoured energy, so Gustav made sure to feed it when he acquired energy that suited its taste, and luckily these ones did. Gustav proceeded to move towards the equipment they were building so he could continue from where the sacred jewel had stopped. Time passed by very quickly and the next day arrived. Gustav wanted to remain in this space for all time till he was done with what he was working on, but the gang was arriving today. Aeldris, Angie, Elevera, Glade, Falco, Vera, Ria, Timi and Matilda were all arriving back at the second base. Gustav would have to go over there eventually. Especially when he had not even set eyes on Angie and the others for months. Luckily Falco and the rest who went on the Jenksodus raid mission were also done on their side. It would have taken longer, but as soon as the group was notified of the MBO's arrival in the city, a lot of them fled. The MBO officers sent there were still able to get some of the Jenksodus members, so the mission wasn't a total bust, but with the information they had acquired so far, things were gonna get even more difficult in the future. Endrik had gone on a solo mission 2 days back and probably wouldn't be arriving back within 2 weeks to a month time. His situation was similar to Gustav's. The higher-ups had seen his stats and knew what he was capable of, so they didn't hesitate to send him on missions higher than a normal new MBO officer could handle. It's been a while since I visited my house. Maybe I should take them there, Gustav voiced out loud. Gustav had gotten a very large mansion from the world government back then when he saved the Earth from young Joe clutches. This house was located in another city because Gustav didn't want it to be anywhere close to Plankton City. If that happened, the world would know where he lived, and he knew staying in his house privately would be impossible. There would always be paparazzis or tons of fans at his doorstep each day, which would be a major turn-off for him. Gustav's house was located in another city close to one of the largest deserts in the world. He knew this way, he would have privacy, and since he wouldn't go there every time, it would be very difficult for him to get spotted by anyone. I should probably get a private aircraft too, Gustav voiced as he moved out of the space. He didn't know if he was rich enough to buy that because he hadn't checked his account balance in a long time. All this time the MBO had been providing everything he needed, and he didn't need much. Gustav took out his device at this point and checked his bank account balance. Those are a lot of zeros, Gustav muttered with a surprised expression. 427 million rads, the system voiced in his head. Yeah, it's more than I expected. Last time I checked it was less than 50 million, Gustav voiced out, but then he realized it was normal for him to have this much. Not only did he have his Crimson Hunting Agency that had now expanded to other cities, he also had a business collaboration with one of the richest in the city, Sergen, as so money was streaming in from more than one source. Besides this, the pay for being a major ranked MBO officer was not little, so he did have multiple streams of income. I'm really a multi-millionaire, Gustav said with a tone of realization internally. This made Gustav remember when he wanted money so much back then, and now that he had it, he wasn't spending much. I should really take a day off to spend as much money as possible. Gustav knew just how much he usually got busy with one issue or the other, so he knew he needed to take a vacation sooner or later. He realized his life had gotten too serious to the point he was not having enough fun despite having all these much benefits. But there's the equipment I have to build, investigate more on the planetary displacement, ISOP, there's the items I have to join Endrik in recovering. Chapter 1047, help Matilda find that princess, and who knows how many more issues ID encounter along the line. Gustav was incapable of having an headache anymore, but he felt he would be if he was human. The list of things he had to do was choking, and he realized this was why he might never have the time to enjoy the wealth he had gathered. I agree, it's a long list. What will you do? The system questioned. Even if there is no time, I still need to find a way to create time. One of these days I'll have a vacation. Problems are unending, so if I keep pushing my time to relax backwards it will never happen, Gustav voiced out in response. But for now, I'll still have to push it backwards, he added before walking out of the room. Gustav was heading to the second base at this point. The dimensional bracelet would have made everything way faster, but now he had to use an MBO aircraft. I need to get another one as soon as possible, Gustav said internally. He decided he would talk to the Grand General at the second base when he got there. 2 hours later Gustav touched down on the second base and proceeded to head to the house that was usually reserved for him and Miss Amy. While approaching, he gathered a lot of attention as usual from the officers in the vicinity, and many of them greeted him with respect. Closing in on the house, Gustav could already hear the voices of everyone within. He chuckled a bit as he approached the door. Looks like everyone's in, TSSH. The front door slid open as he arrived before it. Gustav. Gus. Yo Gus, you sure took your sweet timey. The Major is back, they all yelled out from within as they spotted Gustav. Hey guys, a smile appeared on Gustav's face as he walked in. Angie, who was seated on the left side of the living room, suddenly jumped to her feet and arrived in front of Gustav before anyone else could. Gustav's found himself in the warm and soft embrace of a feminine body. Angie's sweet-smelling fragrance drifted into his nostrils as she latched onto his upper body with her legs wrapped around his spine area, his face buried into her chest and her arms wrapped around the back of his head. Both of them were embroiled in a passionate hug right in front of everyone. Cough cough explicit display detected, EE voiced from behind with a slight cough causing Matilda to pinch him. Ouch, come on now, EE mumbled with an unjustified look. You're ruining the mood, Matilda said with a slight chuckle. Angie, Gustav voiced out as she slowly released her grip from his head. Her face had turned beet red at this point as she didn't think she was capable of doing such in front of everyone. Her body had reacted before she could think. She let go of Gustav and dropped down quickly before speaking. Welcome back, she said with a cute and shy tone. Can we welcome him like that too? EE questioned with a look of delight. I'll cut it off if you do, Angie voiced out with a threatening tone while adopting a face full of smiles. Cut what off? ES face shone a dreadful look as he inquired. Try it and find out. Angie's lips curved upwards even more as she stated. I don't think I want to find out. EE response caused everyone to burst out with laughter as the atmosphere turned even merrier than it already was. Eldris moved over to give Gustav a fist bump as well as a hug, and so did EE as well. Vera moved towards Gustav and gave him a long hug too, like they didn't just see each other about a week ago. Gustav thought nothing of it as he proceeded to take a sit and started catching up with EE, Eldris, and the others. The gang was back together now, and how they would move progress from here was totally up to Gustav. They went on to catch up on everything that had happened so far, the mission out of the planet and what had happened on Earth while the others were away. EE on the others were told about the planet and how it ended up being Miss Amy's. Everyone was very astonished and couldn't imagine how powerful she was now. They found out Gustav was with Miss Amy for days and asked him to tell them how everything went with her. Gustav had to narrate a lot as well as Eldris, EE and the others because their off-planet missions sounded exciting to everyone. A lot of officers were interested in off-planet missions for so many reasons. It was also later revealed that Angie killed a person in the last mission to save Eldris. This revelation shocked the rest of the group as they never expected she would cross that line soon enough. Being in the MBO, murder was inevitable, but everyone here knew how Angie would always hesitate when it came to taking that step. While it was inevitable that she would eventually have to kill someone, they thought it would still take longer than this. Is she okay? Gustav wondered internally as he glanced in her direction. Angie looked absolutely fine, but Gustav was still a bit disturbed and feared that she might not be completely fine internally. Probably just hiding how she truly feels, but she'll eventually get over it. There will still be way more deaths by her hand in the future, the system responded internally. I guess so. For Gustav, he never really felt bad about his first kill because to him it was warranted. It was not only a mistake, but it was also initiated by the second party who had bullied him for years and made him nearly commit suicide, so he felt no form of pity at the time. Chapter 1048. She also felt every other death by his hands after that was very much necessary as well, since they were evil beings. The problem with Angie's situation was the fact that the person she killed was another officer whose mind had been taken over by one of the aliens. Not only was this person supposedly on their side, it was possible for them to be freed from the hold of the alien. Besides this, Angie was someone who wasn't so open to hurting others, so killing this person out of circumstance to save Eldris might have caused for internal issues for her. These factors put together made Gustav a bit worried, and he decided he would speak to her later. The gang spent hours chatting, and Gustav eventually moved to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. Some of them joined to assist, but Gustav didn't allow them to do much because he didn't want the flavor of any food he cooked having a different taste than he intended. Time went by very quickly, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. The house had more than 10 rooms, so everyone could pick their sleeping space without any issues. They had spent the entire day catching up with each other and telling some interesting stories, so it was finally time to sleep. Everyone besides Gustav was just returning from a mission, so they really needed to rest. All right, bud, till next morning. Yeah guys. Later, they fist bumped each other before heading to their rooms one after the other. Gustav proceeded to head to his room as well and sat on his bed. He still had work to do with the equipment he was building, so he was thinking of opening the spatial construct so he could continue it in the middle of the night, or he would channel his bloodline. He was currently at the 3rd step of the Echo rank, and everyone else was either at the 1st or peak of Falcon rank. Endrik and Elevra were the only ones whose rank were close to Gustav's. Endrik was ranked in the 7th place when they were still in the MBO camp, but no one was actually aware of how strong he truly was. Endrik never tried to challenge the cadets above him on the ranking, and only battled openly when others below challenged. He never showed his true prowess, yet he always won against the challengers. After meeting him the last time, Gustav felt Endrik's strength was most likely amongst top 3 in their group and didn't doubt that it rivaled that of Elevra's. It would be foolish to underestimate someone who doesn't show his full prowess, because Gustav knew very well of how enemies that underestimated his strength in the past met their end. Gustav moved towards the bed and sat on it. He was thinking of going into a few months of seclusion to properly channel his bloodline so he could get to the peak of the 4th step before ISOP began. However, he decided he would only do this after creating the device he was currently working on. Com. While Gustav was in his world of thoughts, he heard the sound of soft knocks on his door. "Oh," he muttered as he realized who was knocking. Gustav stood to his feet and went on to open his room door. "Angie, Gustav," they both voiced with tones as they stared in each other's eyes. "Can I come in?" she questioned after a brief silence. "Sure." Gustav moved to the side to let her in. After closing his door, they both moved towards his bedside and sat on it. "It's late, you should be asleep by now," Gustav voiced out. "Pass, I'll do that later," Angie responded while moving closer to him. "What I want to do now is..." Her face closed in on his till her 2 little horns made contact with his forehead. "Spend time with you." As she finished saying this, she locked lips with Gustav. Gustav slightly parted his lips and proceeded to passionately suck on Angie's lips as well. She reached out and wrapped her hand around his neck as she pulled his body closer to hers. Gustav's hands moved towards her waist and he proceeded to rub his fingers across her slim waist down to her butt area. Angie pushed her body on his and Gustav fell on his back as they kept kissing each other passionately. The low sound of lips locking kept ringing out in the room continuously for more than 5 minutes. Angie was currently in a tight khaki shorts and blue tank top, so her smooth back was currently on display. This gave Gustav the chance to trail his fingers across them as they kissed each other. He proceeded to move further downwards and grabbed Angie's butt. He couldn't understand why, but at this time he felt they were bigger than he remembered. Gustav began undressing Angie from her shorts to her tank top, and she helped in pulling off Gustav's singlet as well, revealing his broad chest and well-chiseled body. They stared at each other for a bit with looks of desire and fascination before locking lips once more. In the process of beginning another passionate round of kisses, Gustav unhooked her bra, freeing her medium-sized boobs and causing them to press onto his chest. He pushed her onto the bed once more and grabbed them with both his hands before proceeding to feast on them. Gustav placed one of her nipples in between his lips and started sucking on them. He would occasionally switch and then swirl his tongue around them, causing Angie to moan in pleasure. She could feel her nether regions getting flooded as Gustav continued to leave trail of kisses and sucking across her entire upper body. At this point, Gustav's member was raging hard and kept poking Angie's lower belly region. Chapter 1049. She also felt every other death by his hands after that was very much necessary as well, since they were evil beings. The problem with Angie's situation was the fact that the person she killed was another officer whose mind had been taken over by one of the aliens. Not only was this person supposedly on their side, it was possible for them to be freed from the hold of the alien. Besides this, Angie was someone who wasn't so open to hurting others, so killing this person out of circumstance to save Eldris might have caused for internal issues for her. These factors put together made Gustav a bit worried, and he decided he would speak to her later. The gang spent hours chatting, and Gustav eventually moved to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. Some of them joined to assist, but Gustav didn't allow them to do much because he didn't want the flavor of any food he cooked having a different taste than he intended. Time went by very quickly, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. The house had more than 10 rooms, so everyone could pick their sleeping space without any issues. They had spent the entire day catching up with each other and telling some interesting stories, so it was finally time to sleep. Everyone besides Gustav was just returning from a mission, so they really needed to rest. "All right, bud, till next morning." "Yeah guys, later." They fist bumped each other before heading to their rooms one after the other. Gustav proceeded to head to his room as well and sat on his bed. He still had work to do with the equipment he was building, so he was thinking of opening the spatial construct so he could continue it in the middle of the night, or he would channel his bloodline. He was currently at the 3rd step of the Echo rank, and everyone else was either at the 1st or peak of Falcon rank. Endrik and Elevra were the only ones whose rank were close to Gustav's. Endrik was ranked in the 7th place when they were still in the MBO camp, but no one was actually aware of how strong he truly was. Endrik never tried to challenge the cadets above him on the ranking, and only battled openly when others below challenged. He never showed his true prowess, yet he always won against the challengers. After meeting him the last time, Gustav felt Endrik's strength was most likely amongst top 3 in their group and didn't doubt that it rivaled that of Elevra's. It would be foolish to underestimate someone who doesn't show his full prowess, because Gustav knew very well of how enemies that underestimated his strength in the past met their end. Gustav moved towards the bed and sat on it. He was thinking of going into a few months of seclusion to properly channel his bloodline so he could get to the peak of the 4th step before ISOP began. However, he decided he would only do this after creating the device he was currently working on. Com. While Gustav was in his world of thoughts, he heard the sound of soft knocks on his door. "Oh," he muttered as he realized who was knocking. Gustav stood to his feet and went on to open his room door. "Angie, Gustav," they both voiced with tones as they stared in each other's eyes. "Can I come in?" she questioned after a brief silence. "Sure." Gustav moved to the side to let her in. After closing his door, they both moved towards his bedside and sat on it. "It's late, you should be asleep by now," Gustav voiced out. "Pass, I'll do that later," Angie responded while moving closer to him. "What I want to do now is..." Her face closed in on his till her 2 little horns made contact with his forehead. "Spend time with you." As she finished saying this, she locked lips with Gustav. Gustav slightly parted his lips and proceeded to passionately suck on Angie's lips as well. She reached out and wrapped her hand around his neck as she pulled his body closer to hers. Gustav's hands moved towards her waist and he proceeded to rub his fingers across her slim waist down to her butt area. Angie pushed her body on his and Gustav fell on his back as they kept kissing each other passionately. The low sound of lips locking kept ringing out in the room continuously for more than 5 minutes. Angie was currently in a tight khaki shorts and blue tank top, so her smooth back was currently on display. This gave Gustav the chance to trail his fingers across them as they kissed each other. He proceeded to move further downwards and grabbed Angie's butt. He couldn't understand why, but at this time he felt they were bigger than he remembered. Gustav began undressing Angie from her shorts to her tank too, and she helped in pulling off Gustav's singlet as well, revealing his broad chest and well-chiseled body. They stared at each other for a bit with looks of desire and fascination before locking lips once more. In the process of beginning another passionate round of kisses, Gustav unhooked her bra, freeing her medium-sized boobs and causing them to press onto his chest. He pushed her onto the bed once more and grabbed them with both his hands before proceeding to feast on them. Gustav placed one of her nipples in between his lips and started sucking on them. He would occasionally switch and then swirl his tongue around them, causing Angie to moan in pleasure. She could feel her nether regions getting flooded as Gustav continued to leave trail of kisses and sucking across her entire upper body. At this point, Gustav's member was raging hard and kept poking Angie's lower belly region. Chapter 1050. She reached out to grab it with her right hand and began rubbing it with a look of ecstasy plastered across her face. After they spent a few more minutes on foreplay, Gustav finally took Angie's panties off and spread her legs as he pointed his member straight at her nether region. "I'm going in, Angie," he muttered as he reached down and pushed forward. Squelching sounds rang out as Angie's face squeezed up and she let out a loud moan. Yugam. The night went by in a flash and the group awoke the next morning. It was already noisy in the living room as they walked down the stairs one after the other. How was the night? He kept asking everyone as they walked down and chatted with them a little. I don't need to ask you how the night was, said to Gustav as he winked. Don't make it awkward, Eldris tapped E's head from behind. How do you guys always know? Gustav's eyebrows furrowed as he questioned. That you and Angie were training hard in the midnight. Voiced with a sarcastic tone. That was them training? Falco voiced from the side as he pushed himself into the circle. Yes Falco, they were training, hey, responded. Cool, make sure you two call me to join next time, Falco said to Gustav with a fired-up expression. He didn't just fall for that, did he? Timmy voiced from the side with a look of disbelief. Fall for what? I also wanna get stronger, Falco said with a look of innocence. PFFFFTT. Ha ha ha, no this is too funny. They bursted out laughing in the next instant, causing Falco to look around with an expression of confusion. Make sure you call him to join you next time, Gus. Threesomes isn't necessarily a bad thing. Kept laughing hysterically as he voiced out. Shut up. Gustav chuckled a little, feeling bad for Falco. He was just like Falco before, so he could relate to not being very knowledgeable about sex. The girls by the sides stared at the boys and some of them facepalmed when they caught on to what was happening. Those idiots. Matilda felt the urge to punch in the spleen. While was the most fun person in their group, Matilda felt he made too many jokes. Minutes later everyone was seated in place as they listened to Gustav speak. Yes, I am currently at the major rank and every one of you here is still below the lieutenant rank, so you'll be placed in squads or platoons. Squad or platoons are led by captains and majors, so a squad can have up to 30 officers and be led by a captain, while a platoon can have up to 100 officers and is led by a major, so I can have up to 100 officers under me. I haven't chose any officer yet because I only want people I trust under me. Gustav paused a bit as he got to this point. I have issues trusting others, and to be honest I still do, but I can say to an extent, I trust every single person seated underneath this roof, Gustav voiced out. The only exception from this list was Glade, of course, but then she had been turned into Gustav's personal sleep agent, so this wasn't really a problem. I wish for you all to be members of my platoon and help in choosing others with potential later in the future, but I am not enforcing it. If you do not wish to be a part of my platoon, you are free to say so, Gustav stated as he paused once more. He turned to stare at everyone one after the other. Naram good, I want us to stick together, brothers forever, voiced out when Gustav stared in his direction. I want to be with you, Vera voiced out. There's no way I'm leaving, Eldris shook his head. I like the team and the connection we've built, so no, I won't be leaving either, Elevra voiced out as she smiled. Her response was surprising to Gustav, but he nodded afterwards. Elevra seemed like someone who liked to do things on her own, similar to Gustav. They were both pretty much a one-man army on their own, so Gustav felt it would make more sense for her to climb the ranks on her own. Maybe in the future when she attains this rank she'll create her own platoon, Gustav thought, but for now it didn't matter. You don't even have to ask me, you know my answer, Angie said with a smile when Gustav fixed his gaze on her. Everyone had agreed to join his platoon, so he decided they would be the very first and amongst the leaders in his platoon if he decided to add more people in the future. Since everyone has decided to be a part of my platoon, I will state a few of my future plans, Gustav began voicing out. First off, I'm participating in ISOP, so we will win this year. Before ISOP, ID want us to participate in a mission to help you all raise your ranks, Gustav stated. But ISOP training is about 3 weeks away. It's mandatory, we can't miss it, Falco voiced out. The entire 6 months can't be without field or practical experiments. When it's time for such situations, we'll have our mission, Gustav answered. They all nodded in understanding, seeing how that made sense. But I still won't be attending ISOP training with you guys, he added to clarify things. They would have doubted Gustav could pull that off, but they knew him well enough to know he could, especially since the MBO had been eager for him to join all this time. After ISOP, ID want us to go on a mission to help Princess Dahlia and her planet out, Gustav stated. Chapter 1051s. Everyone had looks of confusion on their faces as they heard that, but Matilda's eyes widened as her face displayed a look of astonishment. You remembered? She voiced out with a tone of disbelief. Of course I did, Gustav responded with a slight nod. A smile appeared on Matilda's face as her eyes turned teary. But there will still be a few processes I'll have to go through to make that happen, which would also involve asking for practically an army since it's a war. But if the MBO doesn't give permission, we'll have to do this on our own, Gustav explained. What exactly are we talking about here? EE inquired. I'll brief you all in the future since it's quite the long story, or maybe Matilda will do the honors, Gustav responded. I'll be going on a lot of intergalactic travels after Aesop, so this will be killing two birds with one stone, he added. Everyone felt the coming days will be a whole lot interesting with Gustav in the picture. He was always running into crazy situations, or crazy situations were coming to find him. Endrik will be joining the platoon, so you all will be the first members of my platoon as well as its leaders, Gustav announced. Oh, interesting, that's cool. Everyone was surprised Gustav was finally letting Endrik in, but they were all in support of this. Endrik would be a great addition to the team since he wasn't in any way weak. The kid still had the highest potential amongst all of the MBO cadets, while Gustav was seen as the best mixed blood of this generation. They felt both brothers would undoubtedly shake the universe in the future. Anyways, I'll get the form required to recruit you all into my platoon, so you all make sure to put in the required details so we can get this whole process over with as soon as possible, Gustav voiced out. The days went by very quickly, and during this time Gustav had managed to get every one of them to officially join his platoon. No one was below the lance rank in their group, so it was easy to deal with the process of adding them to his platoon. During this time they had checked out different missions they could undertake either as a group or in singles. There were still 3 weeks left before the Aesop training began, so Gustav reckoned they could complete low-starred missions in that duration and improve their chances of increasing their ranks. While doing this, they were also having daily training with Gustav. It was the job of the leader of a platoon to watch out for the officers under them and make sure they kept growing and increasing in strength. It was Gustav's job to train them now since they were already out of the MBO and made sure they remained ever ready for missions. Another week had gone by at this point, and today was another day they were training together within one of the training structures in the second base. Gustav stood in the middle of a plain grounded area with everyone surrounding him. Anyone that can land a hit on me can skip training for the next week. That's a dangerous offer, Gus, EE voiced out with a light chuckle. Even if you're stronger than all of us, at least one person is guaranteed to successfully land a hit, Timmy voiced out next. And who says that one person is gonna be you? Gustav responded with a daring look and a smirk. Oh you, that was sharp, Rhea stated with a burst of laughter. Challenge accepted, Timmy said with a decisive tone. That's good, none of you, including you Elevra, will be able to touch me, Gustav voiced out next. I will make you eat your words, Gustav, Elevra said with a serious look. I'm counting on it, Gustav still maintained the smirk on his face as he voiced out. You have no idea how fast I have become, do you? Angie voiced out as she felt neglected. Your speed means nothing, Angie, you are weak, Gustav stated in response. Zahu ways. A third horn grew out of Angie's forehand as her energy expanded intensely. Chapter 1052. With the lightning blitz, Gustav could travel over 600,000 feet in an instant, but Angie could do the same and even better when she had activated the third horn mode. Despite it being an instant, which meant less than a second, Angie had already caught up to him within milliseconds and was about to make contact with him in the lightning state. Gustav had to cancel the skill midway and reappeared back more than 100,000 feet away. Angie couldn't easily cancel her speed and ended up moving past another 100,000 feet before stopping. Everyone else in the previous position all had looks of disbelief as they saw both of them disappeared. They quickly began charging after Gustav despite not being as fast. He opened up a vortex closing in the distance quickly while Angie began to speed back, and Gustav also turned backwards and sped off, leaving her to chase him. At this point only around 30 seconds had gone by, but even with these few 30 seconds, They had come to realize it wouldn't be so easy catching Gustav. Let's surround him and attack at the same time. Someone is definitely bound to touch him, Eldris voiced out to the rest. Tell that to Angie too, EE stated. Eldris opened his eyes at this point, causing the entire vicinity to turn into black and white. He turned into a circular wave and disappeared, reappearing right in front of Angie and latching onto her due to one of his abilities. We have to attack at the same time, Eldris voiced out the instant she stopped running. Swoosha tilde Gustav had reappeared in another position at this point and they were all charging in his direction once more. Rhea stomped on the ground, causing himself to sink into it as it began to take him forward in Gustav's direction as well. Vera threw seeds to the ground and caused a forestry type of vegetative environment to sprout in a couple of seconds. Vines and multiple spiky branches sprouted out at her command, ready to attack Gustav. Meanwhile, Elevra Third Eye had been revealed and was ready to fire destructive beams at Gustav. They all surrounded Gustav from every direction and slowly closed in on his position. They waited for Eldris' signal to attack. So you all plan to attack me at the same instant? Pretty good plan, Gustav said with a smile. At this point over 1 minute had passed and there were still over 3 minutes left, so they still had time. Good plan, right? At least one person will touch you even if the rest of us fail, Eldris and EE voiced out as they prepared to attack. Not a bad plan, but you all will still fail, Gustav said with a smile. The group wondered where this confidence was coming from because logically speaking, no matter how strong Gustav was, there were up to 10 in number, so at least one person would be able to touch him even if it was just a little. Eldris was a bit suspicious that Gustav still had something up his sleeves, but this didn't stop him. He gave them the signal and Angie grabbed hold of Timmy. She flung him forward with her inhumane speed while everyone else dashed forward at the same speed. They arrived before Gustav in no time and hands could be seen stretching towards Gustav's body from every direction. One was heading towards his belly, another towards his chest, nape, face, back, chin, back of his head, butt, thighs, sides, and arms. Every side was covered and there was not a single open spot that Gustav could exploit. Even if he cranked up his speed by a whole lot, he would definitely make contact with someone while trying to get out of this encirclement. Angie appeared above him in the next instant as well, with her leg swinging down from above with the intention of kicking his head as well. It looked they would make contact with Gustav and there was no hope of getting out of the current predicament. A smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face once more as his eyes displayed a scarlet with a mixture of gold glow. His lips parted ways elegantly as he voiced out a single word. Stop. Fu Wu's schism. Golden outburst of energy blasted forth from his being, spreading across the vicinity, and in the next instant as everyone's body paused in mid-air. They all had looks of astonishment and disbelief in their eyes as their bodies just paused in place. They had lost all control over their bodies except for their eyeballs, which could only look around. Besides that, they were unable to break out of this unusual hold spread by the unfathomable energy that had just burst forth from Gustav's figure. What the hell? How is this even possible? How is he doing this? What in the world? They all had these thoughts circulating in their minds as they couldn't wrap their heads around how this was happening. Gustav slowly moved forward and sideways, shifting out of their encirclement after a few seconds. He moved towards their back and brought out a device to take a picture of everyone paused in place. He was standing behind while they all paused behind with a space in the middle of their encirclement. This is a nice picture, Gustav voiced out after checking it and proceeded to keep his device. I warned you guys you wouldn't be able to touch me, Gustav voiced out after a bit of silence. They all still couldn't speak, so they remained in place silently. There's still 3 minutes left. Just hold on, I'll release you all after the time is up. After saying this, Gustav could sense that they were struggling to free themselves even more. However, Gustav knew just how powerful his Yaki was now, so the possibility of any one of them getting out of it was 0%. Especially when they were all Echo-ranked mixed bloods. Chapter 1053. She moved towards their back and brought out a device to take a picture of everyone paused in place. He was standing behind while they all paused behind with a space in the middle of their encirclement. This is a nice picture, Gustav voiced out after checking it and proceeded to keep his device. I warned you guys you wouldn't be able to touch me, Gustav voiced out after a bit of silence. They all still couldn't speak, so they remained in place silently. There's still 3 minutes left, just hold on, I'll release you all after the time is up. After saying this, Gustav could sense that they were struggling to free themselves even more. However, Gustav knew just how powerful his Yaki was now, so the possibility of any one of them getting out of it was 0%. Especially when they were all Echo-ranked mixed bloods. Before he absorbed Jisodynam's cosmic superiority, his Yaki was already having effect on Kilo-ranked mixed bloods, so no doubt it was way more powerful right now than before. Gustav was currently not just using his Yaki but also another ability attributed to cosmic superiority. Yaki would only make their movements pause and cause their knees to buckle so they'd be on the ground, but this other ability caused every single one of them to pause in mid-air as well. Angie, who had leapt upwards, was suspended in mid-air as well as Rhea. It was truly a funny sight. The rest of the 3 minutes went by in a flash and Gustav finally deactivated his cosmic superiority. Plop, 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 plop. Everyone began falling from the air like sacks of rice. Ooh! Some of them groaned as they picked themselves up from the ground and stared in Gustav's direction, waiting for an explanation. What the hell was that, man? He was the first to yell out impatiently with a shocked tone. Phut! Gustav couldn't control the urge to laugh after seeing the look on his face. All right, time to school you guys a little, Gustav stated, causing their attention to be focused on him even more. What I just used, there is a power called cosmic superiority. As you can see, it rendered you all immobile at my command. This is a privilege owned by cosmic superior beings all across the universe, Gustav explained. You mean, there are others that can use this power as well? Elevra asked with a tone of fascination. Yes, but there are very few all across the entire universe, probably less than my 10 fingers. That's how rare cosmic superior beings are, and anybody could be blessed by the cosmos and achieve cosmic superiority no matter what planet they come from, Gustav answered. Cosmic superior beings literally defies universal laws with their power and are above normal supernatural beings who can be bent to their will no matter how powerful, he added. How long have you had this? Eldris questioned. I've had this since before we began our first year in camp, Gustav replied with a smile. That means you could have won any battle easily, you could have been winning fights instantly if you made use of it, Timi and Rhea voiced out with tones of realization. Everyone had similar looks on their faces as they wondered why Gustav never made use of this. I would, but I had to keep it hidden that I had such a power, Gustav stated. Does it work on everyone and anyone? EE inquired. It has a limit on the amount of levels a being is stronger than the user. I wouldn't be able to successfully use it on someone like Miss Amy, but beings lower than her level or 4 levels and above higher than I am would be slightly affected. Still, I can use it on a number of people that are stronger than me and easily overturn the situation, while those who are weaker than me have no chance of fighting against it, Gustav explained. It would be way crazier if it could work on anyone. You would instantly become the most powerful person in the world, Angie voiced out. It's already crazy that he has such an ability in the first place. Why did you decide to reveal it to us now? Falco questioned. Because I have been hiding a lot of my abilities from the world all this time. I had to keep them hidden to stay safe, but I can't keep doing that forever. I intend to stop hiding my abilities and put them on full display during ISOP. We'll be meeting very powerful opponents with lots of experience. Thousands of years old and very strong. If I hold back, I'm sure we'll lose, Gustav clarified. You mean to say there are more crazy abilities you have besides this? EE questioned. This is the cream of the crop, but yes, I do have more I never revealed openly except in very dangerous situations, Gustav responded. They all stared at Gustav like he was a monstrous existence at this point. They felt it now made sense how he came out of so many situations without dying. They couldn't imagine how ISOP would go with someone like Gustav on their sides, but at the very least they weren't so tensed as before. Time was relative for planets all across galaxies in the universe, and they knew this. While no one beyond the age of 20 was allowed to participate in ISOP due to the Earth's rotation around the Sun, which took 365 days, For other planets it could take thousands of days or hundreds of thousands of days before their planet would finish revolving around the sun. Their own 20 years would be equivalent to thousands of years for Earth, which of course would make the opponents way stronger in some places. The time thing was truly beneficial for some planets and bad for others, but nothing could be done to change this. This was how it always was. Chapter 1054. Are you not bothered the MBO or the world government would see you as a threat when you start to reveal these abilities you've been hiding all this time? Eldris questioned. They can get wary, but they can't lay a finger on me. At least not anymore, Gustav said with a tone of relief. It's finally time to stop hiding, he said internally as the bloodline energies within his body began chiming in response like they were ready for the show Gustav was going to pull in the upcoming ISOP. Anyways, now you'll understand why I said you'd never be able to touch me, Gustav chuckled at this point. No fair, that's too powerful, Angie and Glade voiced out together. Angie really felt her speed was now useless. The others didn't complain, but it was obvious they were still having a hard time comprehending just what type of power this was. Which brings me to the other reason I used it against you all here. Their attention was once more focused on Gustav as they heard this. I want to teach you all how to fight against the power of cosmic superiority, Gustav added. What? But didn't you just say it was? I know what I said, Gustav cut them short. But it's not impossible. Someone has broken free from the power of my cosmic superiority before, Gustav revealed. They all had astonished expressions as they heard that. The energy surge from Gustav earlier rendered then so useless that they had all discarded the thought from their heads that it could be fought against. And no, this person was not overly powerful than I was at the time. I was also weaker as well, but the point is, it's possible, Gustav added. We don't know what we will meet in ISOP, and the chances of battling with a other cosmic superior being is not 0%, so I want to teach you all how to fight against cosmic superiority before the date for ISOP arrives, Gustav explained his point of reasoning. How though? It feels impossible, Timmy asked. I will start by using the lowest powered outburst of my Yaki. We'll have to start from there so you guys can familiarize yourselves with how it feels to submit to the power, Gustav replied. Everyone had fired up looks on their faces at this point as they looked forward to the teachings. While still be training normally and conducting missions in the process too, the group went on to discuss the last mission. Timmy, Falco, and the others went on that involved the Jenksodus. Falco stated that wanted them to go on group missions that involved the Slarkov terrorist group. However, Guatav was not too interested in them at the moment. He told them they would spend a lot of time if they focused on such a mission, and they didn't really have that kind of time at the moment. The whole situation of uprooting the terrorists from Earth will take a lot of time, and Gustav was sure it wouldn't be an easy task, so he didn't want to get involved. Young Joe-related situations had given him too much trouble, so he had decided he would leave this one in the hands of other MBO officers. His focus was now on intergalactic travels, which would be a constant thing for him in the future. In a flash another week went by, and during this time some members of the platoons had competed solo or duo missions. As more missions were completed by members of the platoon, the merit of the platoon would increase. Platoons always received what was called reputation points from these merits, and it decided their ranking in the MBO. Platoon ranking was a thing in the MBO, and at the moment Gustav's platoon was below 2000 on the ranking. He didn't really care about this because his platoon was still new. They had other priorities in the meantime. After a few more days of training, Endrik returned from his solo mission and joined them. At this point, the platoon now consisted of 11 members besides Gustav. The platoon with the lowest number of members in the MBO, and it was generally made up of new generation MBO officers. It had garnered quite the ridicule and laughs from other MBO, but Gustav didn't care about any of those at this point. They were truly just starting out and their focus was on other things, so they could be less bothered about their platoon being a laughingstock in the meantime. ISOP was approaching and ISOP training was beginning in a few days. Endrik only joined Gustav and the others to train for a few more days before it was finally time to leave the second base for ISOP training. Niagara Islands, Endrik voiced out. Interesting choice of location. Although I've never been there, EE stated before chuckling a bit. Just don't get beaten by a non-MBO officers. The selection for main team members come first, Teamy voiced out. The main issue would be the others who have already been officers for more than a year despite being only 20 years old or lesser, Falco said with a logical tone. It's best we check out Niagara Islands well because knowing the location properly can be advantageous, Matilda voiced out as well. I doubt we'll be having the participation battle in the open though, Angie said with a contemplative expression. The group was seated together in the living room the night before the ISOP training would officially begin. They were discussing how things would be in the training location which was called Niagara Islands. What do you think, Gustav? Matilda questioned, causing everyone to turn and stare in Gustav's direction. I think you lots should stop arguing and just go to bed. Your flight leaves by 7 in the morning and you'll be dragged into the selection battle that will determine whether or not you'll be on the main team. The only thing that should be on your minds is getting a spot on the main team, Gustav voiced out. The aircraft took off in the next instant since they had already filed their orders of dropping him off and they greeted Gustav respectfully while taking off. Gustav nodded at them but adopted a calm face as he moved towards the house. Welcome Sir Gustav, what are your orders? As the main door slid open, a bot moved towards him while voicing out. Gustav took off his jacket and passed it over to the bot and proceeded to unbutton a few of his upper buttoned t-shirt before moving towards the living room. He heaved a heavy sigh that sounded like he was tired before moving towards the sofa. The living room was massive with a big holographic TV switching on the moment he arrived within. The tiles on the floor were made of rare glass materials that made it look like one was standing on the surface of the ocean. Gustav sat on the sofa and leaned backwards as he pushed his body down a bit. He closed his eyes as his face adopted a relaxed state in his current position. Moments turned into seconds and seconds turned into minutes. At this point it looked like Gustav had passed out on the sofa. All of a sudden, four silver-colored humanoid-looking technological suits appeared out of thin air all around the sofa Gustav was sitting on. The instant they appeared around the sofa, Gustav opened his eyes but at the same moment they were each holding onto the ends of a golden glowing net that was spread across the entire sofa area above Gustav. The moment they released their grasp from the net it fell and covered Gustav up completely. Sizzling sounds rang out as 4 bolts connected to the floor from the 4 corners of the net, trapping Gustav in place. So what of the others? One of the pilots voiced out through the communication system. Forget about them and head back right now. The commander yelled out once more. The pilots decided to follow instructions at this point and started turning both aircraft around. However, at the same moment a wind-breaking sound rang out heavily. 3. It sounded like the skies were being split in two as a figure was spotted bursting through the clouds at insane speed. Beep, 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 beep. The alarms within the aircraft rang out crazily as the radar gave proximity alert. However, they barely had enough time to react before the object, or rather person approaching, arrived right in front of the aircraft on the left. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as the aircraft paused in the air. I can't move. We're stuck. We're stuck. They found out they were unable to completely turn around or even move anymore no matter how much they tried. Oh my god. It's him. He has us in his grasp. Echo 2 run. The pilots as well as the other Jenksodus members within the aircraft yelled crazily. They had already spotted the figure with dirty blonde hair and black t-shirt on the cams holding into the aircraft from the side. The other aircraft had completely done a 180 degrees turn at this point and sped forward crazily. Gustav, who was holding on to the other one, ripped it in 2 halves by pulling from side to side. Araga. Kiara. The passengers and pilots yelled like pigs being slaughtered as they fell from the skies crazily. Activate your suit. One of them voiced out as they fell through the air. Gustav, who had ripped the aircraft in two, didn't even wait around for the ones falling from the air. He had already sped forward with immense speed. Swoestish tilde, he bolted across the sky crazily, parting the clouds with his speedy figure. The aircraft that thought it had gotten away suddenly saw a figure appear in front of it in the next instant. Chapter 1057 S-Bang. Gustav's palms were pushed forward and the aircraft collided with it, causing the aircraft to instantly pause in mid-air. The part of the aircraft with Gustav palms on them had a big dent due to the sudden pause in mid-air. "Come on now, you just arrived, where do you think you're going?" Gustav questioned as a wide grin appeared on his face. "What kind of host would I be if I didn't give you lots a bit of entertainment?" he added as he held the aircraft in place. Chills ran down the spines of the pilots and everyone else within the aircraft at the moment. Not only did this type of aircraft weigh almost 500,000 kilograms, and with how fast it was moving, the amount of destructive force it was carrying was enough to crash through tons of high-rise building without its momentum reducing. They had heard about how powerful Gustav was for his bloodline rank, but they felt the information given was too inaccurate compared to how powerful he truly was. The pilot within gritted his teeth as he pushed a button within the cockpit, causing more thrusters to appear behind the aircraft. "Geez, hey tilde boom." The thrusters shot out like crazy, and these were supposed to increase the speed of the aircraft by 10 times its original speed. To their utmost surprise and disbelief, Gustav remained in front of the aircraft unyielding. "Time to join your companions on the ground," Gustav voiced out before pushing his fingers deeper into the outer covering of the aircraft. He pulled both hands towards the side, ripping the entire spacecraft in two. "Arag! Kiara!" The Jenksodus members yelled out as they fell through the air. Gustav remained suspended in mid-air as he stared at the falling figures. God Eyes has been activated. His sight phased forward with intense speed, reaching the area he had ripped the first spacecraft apart. He spotted some of the Jenksodus members fully clad in the same technological suits as the others he dealt with in his living room. "This was a really wonderful welcome, by the way," Gustav muttered with a smile as he dashed across the sky once more. For I tilde the Jenksodus members who had started flying were helping out the others who didn't have the suit. The instant they spotted Gustav's fast figure flying in their direction from up ahead, they activated their weapons system. Thwee. 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 Multiple blue-colored laser beams shot out speedily. "Rubbish," Gustav muttered as he pushed his hand forward. A gravitational force spread forth from his being, which ended up deflecting the multiple projectiles headed for his direction. Gustav arrived in front of one of them in the next instant. "Stay down," he voiced out while sending out a fist. Bang! His fist collided with the chest of this Jenksodus members, blasting a hole through his suit as he plummeted downwards with the person he was carrying. Gustav proceeded to charge towards the next one, and in a matter of moments, multiple blasting sounds rang out. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was clear of these white-suited members. All of them had fallen into the desert sand below. Gustav turned around at this point and bolted across the air once more. The same scene as earlier played out as some of these Jenksodus members also activated the technology suits to help them in descending from the sky slowly. Bang! 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 In a couple of seconds, Gustav had cleared the skies in this particular location as well, and every single Jenksodus members had plummeted to the desert sands below. Gustav finally floated downwards at this point towards the assailant. "It's time for you lots to follow me back." "Oh well, I guess you can't, so I'll be taking you all back with me," Gustav smiled cheekily as he stared at them. Some of them were trying to pull themselves out of the sands and some had already passed out. However, none of them were seriously injured as the sand had cushioned their fall like Gustav expected. Gravitational displacement has been activated. The gravitational force around him suddenly changed as these Jenksodus members began to float. Some of them were pulled out of the sand by the gravitational displacement, and even some of the desert sand floated into the air. "Let's go, boys," Gustav stated as he charged forward once more. All of these figures were firmly grabbed in place by his gravitational displacement as he flew forward with multiple bodies floating in the air after him. He arrived at the other place where he dealt with the others, and the same thing happened. Gustav proceeded to fly into the air in the direction of his home as the other floated in the air along with him. "Looks like my living room has been redecorated," Gustav voiced out as he stood within his living room with a slightly astonished look. There were headless bodies everywhere with blood splattered across the floors, walls, and his sofas. The bodies of the Jenksodus members lay on his floor while still clad in the technological suit but headless. The ones he had dealt with were outside, all incapacitated, but the ones he left here that tried to abduct him were all dead. Gustav squatted and stared at a part of the blood puddles mixed with brain matter. God Eyes has been activated. His eyes zoomed in on a very small piece of unknown physical matter that looked like it could easily go unnoticed. It was as small as the size of the pores in human skin. It was practically microscopic level, but Gustav was able to point it out as something foreign that wasn't a part of the human body. Desensitized material size reduction. Gustav noticed that the original size of this item had been tampered with. He also noticed it was still missing a big piece, but even despite that, Gustav was able to study what was left of the item to uncover what it was. A bomb and a camera mixed together. "That's some crazy tech," Gustav muttered with a look of fascination as he discovered what it was after careful examination. Gustav still considered himself a man of science since he had messed with so many science-related items and even studied many research related to it as well. This made it easy for him to figure things out in situations like this because he would link everything to what he had previously studied. "I guess it makes sense now how they knew you were coming and started turning around," the system voice in his mind. "Yeah," Gustav said as he stood uprightly. "But how come the others I captured are not dead yet?" Gustav thought out loud as he turned to stare at his entrance. The others he captured from the aircraft were still very much alive despite being incapacitated. If these ones also had bombs and cameras implanted in their brains, they should be dead like the ones in his living room right now. Or so he thought. Gustav couldn't wrap his head around why they hadn't killed those. "Jenksodus, I know you can see and hear me right now. Even though there's brain matter splattered all across my living room, I can tell the cameras are still functional," Gustav said as he chuckled lightly while speaking. "You've poked the hornet's nest. I really wasn't intending to add you lots to my agenda, but now," a scarlet glow appeared in Gustav's eyes as he got to this point. "I promise to end your organization and wipe you lots out," he said with a powerful tone that caused the entire vicinity to tremble. Anytime Gustav spoke like this, he would also exude streams of comsic superior energy involuntarily, and he had no idea what this such was causing. His cosmic superiority was now at least 3 times more powerful than before, which had some boons even Gustav had not figured out yet. "Do you recall I got rid of your predecessor who was 100 times smarter and shrewd than you lots?" Gustav said with a dangerous tone. "Don't worry about looking for me. I'll come to you lots myself," he added as his grin widened. "All right, good chat. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Purification," he voiced out as he stretched out his right hand. A milky-colored glow fell from his hand onto the floor. A bright light engulfed the entire living room, and in the next instant, everything within was disintegrated. "Blood, bodies, sofa, walls. Looks like I didn't properly control the quantity," Gustav said as his face displayed a oops expression. "Might have to reconstruct," he added as he walked out of the house. At this point he had already called Gradia Xanatus, explaining the current situation to him and telling him not to bring a lot of MBO officers here because he still wanted this place to remain a secret. Chapter 1058. At this point he had already called Gradia Xanatus, explaining the current situation to him and telling him not to bring a lot of MBO officers here because he still wanted this place to remain a secret. Gustav had to hold on, and in the process he began to interrogate the members of Jenksodus he abducted. He wanted to find out why the others didn't get the same treatment with the ones he first dealt with and how their heads hadn't exploded yet. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav looked through the skulls of these Jenksodus members one after the other first while they were still unconscious. "These 4 have the bombs and cams in their brain." Gustav spotted 4 out of the Jenksodus members who had mini cams and bombs implanted in their heads. He moved towards them and stretched out his hand. "These ones have to go," Gustav muttered as his palms glowed with milky-colored light. "Atomic disintegration has been activated." Gustav proceeded to wrap his hand around the first one head and disintegrated it into nothingness with atomic disintegration. The entire head was gone, from the brain, to the skull, to the blood and practically every tissue. Nothing was left after Gustav was done. Plop! The headless body fell to the floor in the next instant. Gustav proceeded to grab hold of the next Jenksodus member with a bomb and cam implanted in their skull and performed the same action. In an unknown location, a group of masked people watched an holographic display together. The entire vicinity was dark and there were hundreds of them clustered in this unknown location together watching this footage. They could see a figure with dirty blonde hair destroying heads one after the other. The holographic screens on display would lessen by one after he destroyed a head. Are we just going to sit back and watch him slaughter our kind like this? This is an unjust act against the Slarkovs. Gustav Crimson is no hero. He is a villain and needs to be destroyed. These masked people began to yell out one after the other as the holographic screen only had one on display at the moment. He must be destroyed. As they yelled out, the figure on screen had his hand wrapped around the head of the last person who the footage seemed to be coming from. "Don't worry, fools, it'll come for you lots," the figure on display voiced out before destroying the last head. Static sounds rang out next as every of the holographic screens stopped displaying footage. The crowd began to yell out the injustice that they had just witnessed and the atmosphere turned heated. Ting! A bright light suddenly landed on a particular area within this unknown structure. It fell upon a figure clad in silver-colored outfit and helmet. "Everyone relax." The instant he voiced out, the place quietened. As you all know, Gustav Crimson isn't an easy opponent. He paused for a bit as he arrived at this point. "Nonetheless, we will make sure to get rid of him as soon as possible, especially now that he seeks to rid the Earth of our freedom organization," the unknown silver-armored man voiced out once more. "He will now be placed on our priority list. However, unlike this failed mission, we shall send powerful mixed bloods after him." After voicing this out, the entire place was filled with chatters once more. Some voiced out their surprise at this sudden decision and others had different thoughts as well as opinions. How can we make use of mixed bloods when we're trying to get rid of them? Isn't that hypocrisy? Trying to use what we're fighting against. Some of them voiced out disagreements as well. "Relax everyone," the silver-armored man voiced out once more, causing the place to quieten. "Look at it this way, we're using the opposition to get rid of the opposition. These idiots lack the unity we do. Pay them off and they'll be getting rid of each other without us having to put in a single effort." He paused a bit as he got to this point, noting the expressions of the audience in front of him that were starting to look favorable. "Those fools would easily kill their fellow species for money since they are a corrupted bunch. We just have to use them to our advantage. This way we can even protect our kind better, since it would be dangerous sending our own kind after some of them. As you know, we value the lives of our brothers and sisters unlike those animals." At this point cheers could be heard coming from every direction. With the explanation of this man in silver armor, the rest of the members currently in this location wholeheartedly agreed with the method they were going to use to get rid of Gustav. They were going to capitalize on the division between mixed bloods. "You really redecorated the entire living room," Gradia Xanatus voiced out as he stood in Gustav's living room. "Blame them. I still wonder how they figured out the location of my house," Gustav voiced in response. "Might be sloppiness on the part of the world government, or with Jenksodus high-end technology they could easily source out the information by hacking into the government database, or there could be a mole." Gradia Xanatus listed out these options which Gustav nodded to. "All which you have already thought about," Gradia Xanatus noted Gustav's expression. "And more. But actually every single one of these options may be correct. We have Slarkovs working with the world government as well," Gustav voiced with a tone of analysis. "So what was the reason the heads of the others didn't explode?" Gradia Xanatus questioned as they moved outside. A few MBO officers could be seen moving the Jenksodus members into an aircraft parked in Gustav's runway. They were all restrained and had some mouth guards strapped to their mouth as well, since it was recalled that the first Jenxodus member Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow Court committed suicide through his mouth. Chapter 1059. These ones are slightly higher in level compared to the others, Gustav disclosed. That's why they don't have cams and bombs implanted in their heads. Gradia Xanatus found this answer to be a little weird. They have a hierarchy, and in this hierarchy, once you're at a particular level, according to the leaders, the trust has been established, so they take out the head cam and bomb, but the lower leveled ones retain the cam and bomb implanted in their heads, Gustav explained. Whenever they are on missions, they send the teams mixed, so the higher-ups or commanders get to see footage of what is happening in the mission location, which is why they were mixed in this one as well, he added. Gustav explained how the aircraft that was headed for his house to take him to whenever they were supposed to after subduing him, turned around before arriving here. It was all due to the cams, so they were aware of how Gustav had overpowered the others since they were watching. That's, how did you get them to spill? Gradia Xanatus was surprised Gustav got this much info out of them. Interrogation. By reaching into their minds, Gustav replied. Did you get their location though? Gradia Xanatus questioned. Unfortunately, the information I have revealed to you so far come from a collection of minds. I had to take different parts of information from separate minds before joining them, so I wasn't able to garner so much information. Their minds couldn't take any more before I got to the part where I could retrieve information about their hideout, Gustav explained. Gradia Xanatus had a slightly disappointed look on his face as he heard this. Slarkovs have normal strength like humans, so they can't handle my ability like mixed bloods, but I did get the location they were supposed to deliver me to, Gustav disclosed. Really? Gradia Xanatus' face lit up with a look of interest. Yeah. Even though their mission ended up being a burst and they won't be expected, we could still check out that location, Gustav responded. It's definitely a good lead and the only one we have in the meantime as well, Gradia Xanatus stated. Also, I didn't completely destroy the aircraft, so the MBO technicians could go check out their map data to see if they can trace where they took off from, Gustav voiced out. He'll tell them to do just that, Gradia Xanatus replied. What do you wanna do now? Gradia Xanatus questioned. I want to head to the location. Gustav replied. You definitely need a team. You don't know what you might meet there, Gradia Xanatus suggested. My team is currently unavailable, so I'll have to go myself, Gustav said while shrugging his shoulders. Then let me help you gather a new one, Gradia Xanatus voiced out once more. Nah, I prefer working alone anyways, Gustav shook his head slightly while responding. Then let me help you gather a new one, Gradia Xanatus voiced out once more. Nah, I prefer working alone anyways, Gustav shook his head slightly while responding. Then I will come with you, Gradia Xanatus stated. I won't back down on this one, Gradia Xanatus stood his ground. You don't have to watch out for me every time. I'm not a baby, I can handle it myself, Gustav indirectly turned Gradia Xanatus down. The young miss will be on my neck if you're put in harm's way again, Gradia Xanatus said. She's millions of miles away, don't worry, you're safe, Gustav chuckled. I insist, you'll slow me down. It's safer for you to stay back, what? I am still stronger than you are, I'm sure you don't believe that, besides I'm faster. Oh shit, I don't have my dimensional bracelet, Gustav suddenly recalled this. Which means you can't easily escape if something unexpected happens. I'm coming with, Gradia Xanatus closed off the argument with this. Gustav knew they'd keep this going for too long if he still decided to argue back, so he just let it end here. Alright, but you stay in the aircraft some distance away while I observe the location myself. I know how to remain unseen. Gustav felt a subtle approach would be better when they arrived at the location. Gradia Xanatus agreed to this term and they proceeded to head towards one of the aircraft. Despite being of higher rank in the MBO than Gustav, Gradia Xanatus was starting to look like a subordinate when it came to issues relating to Gustav. Gustav was only actually trying to protect him, just like he wanted to protect everyone he considered important in his life. Gradia Xanatus happened to be one of those people, and he would rather put himself in harm's ways than any one of the people he cherished because he never wanted a repetition of Boss Danzo's case. Gustav decided to head to the location this fast instead of waiting, mostly because his house was already a bust. During the time he was away, he expected it to get fixed so he would come back to a rebounded and cleared the place. The MBO was already taking care of the issue, so he wasn't bothered. He was also rethinking whether or not to continue living there in the meantime. After some time, Gustav decided he would still live there even though the location had gotten a little compromised. If they want to send more people after me, it would be perfect. Let them come, I will be expecting. This thought crossed Gustav's mind as there blazed across the sky in the aircraft. There was one thing that bothered Gustav the most. He didn't get this information from the others he interrogated with his mind, so it was even more intriguing and he was interested in figuring it out. Why exactly are they after me? Gustav questioned internally with a look of curiosity. He felt this might have to do with the fact that he was responsible for ending their main sponsor and one of their founders, young Joe. Chapter 1060 unedited. Still, Gustav also felt it might be more than that and there was an ulterior motive. It was the first time he was seeing the Jenxodus trying to abduct a mixed blood instead of actually killing them. Anyhow things went now, he was sure they were now on each other's radar and the two sides would not back down until one of them was gotten rid of. Chatter, 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 chatter. In the middle of a plain Iceland that spanned across hundreds of miles, groups of youngsters could be seen clustered together. They stood in place and discussed with one another, causing the sound of chatters to reverberate across the entire vicinity. There are so many unknown faces here, Falco voiced out with a look of curiosity. There is no weak person here, Matilda said while looking around. These were all youngsters here, but everyone exuded powerful bloodline energy as if in a bid to intimidate the others. Since 20 years is the limit, we definitely have some here who are below the age of 21 but up to 20 years already. Thief had longer time to channel their bloodlines. Eldris analyzed why some were this powerful. Their group were amongst the set of MBO cadets that finished early, so they were still around 18 years old. Some of these contenders were over 2 years older than they were. Gustav was the only one that was up to 19 years old amongst them all. They were relatively amongst the small ratio of the youngest ISOP candidates. They had seen a few familiar faces from their set in the MBO, but these were only other special classes that had completed their training session in the MBO camp. There were also actual MBO officers who had finished from the MBO camp and had been on duty for up to a year. These even had higher ranks in the MBO. The number of people here was in the hundreds and the number of slots left to be on the main team was only 16. The main team had a total of 20 slots, but 4 had already been occupied. Gustav and Elevra occupied 2 of the 4 slots, and the other 2 who had occupied the rest were currently unknown. This is not gonna be easy, Timi said with a low tone. With these numbers, it will take at least 2 to 3 days before the selection is complete, Eldris mumbled. Well, at least making the substitute team would be possible for everyone here, EE said while shrugging his shoulders. The substitute team had around 30 slots, which made the total amount of slots with the main team included 50 in number. According to the announcement that had been passed upon their arrival here, those with excellent performances who were unable to make the main team would be put on the substitute team. What's the point of being in a substitute team? I must get a slot on the main team and battle alongside my rival, Ria voiced with enthusiasm. There are multiple Peak Echo ranked participants, but I think you guys would still be able to put up a fight, Elevra said with a tone of encouragement. The ones you guys should try to avoid the most are the 2 persons here who have already achieved the kilo ranks, she added. What? Huh? They exclaimed with looks of disbelief as they heard that. There's a kilo rank. Angie voiced out with a worried tone. Not 1 but 2, Elevra responded. While they knew there were a lot of mixed bloods with higher bloodline rank than them, they had no idea that some of them had achieved the kilo rank. In their group, Falco, Matilda, Ria, Vera, Timi and Glade were still at the peak of Falcon rank, so this new situation worried Eldris and the others. Every one of them was capable of handling mixed bloods slightly above their ranks, but the gap between Kilo and Falcon's rank was too large. Even for them who had already achieved Echo rank, beating a Kilo-ranked mixed blood was close to impossible. We'll really need to avoid them during the selection. Good thing, there's only 2 of them, Eldris voiced out. You guys just can't sense them because they are hiding it. I think they plan on taking the others by surprise, Elevra explained. It wasn't surprising that Elevra could discern the hidden Kilo ranks since she had her special forehead eye. She was capable of sensing better than every single one of them. Elevra was also the only person in their group besides Endrick who had reached the 2nd step of the Echo rank. Eldris, Angie and EE were at the 1st step of the Echo rank while Gustav, who wasn't here, was at the 3rd step. So long as we work together, it should be no issue scaling through the selection. Endrick, who had been silently dwelling in their midst all this time, finally spoke up. Well, you heard the kid, EE voiced out as he wrapped his arm around Endrick's shoulder. We also have him here as well, so there's nothing to worry about, he added. Elevra, point out the participants we need to avoid, Eldris requested. While they were having their group discussion, other participants were also taking note of the participants who may give them a tough time in this selection. They didn't notice that some of these participants already had them on their radar and decided to avoid them as well. They are friends of Gustav Crimson. I don't think they will be easy opponents. A group of 40 clustered in a particular area of the Iceland seemed to be holding a meeting as well. This group were dressed like high school students in white striped uniforms. However, it was obvious they weren't high school students. Instead, they were from some private organization. This was a common thing here since this place was filled with participants from all across the world. There's only about 10 of them and we are more than 40 in number. There's nothing to be worried about, another one of the members voiced out. Just because they are his friends doesn't make them as good as he is. Chapter 1061. Still on it, the temperature had turned weird at this point. As the grounds split apart, carrying multiple people in opposite directions. No one here was stupid, so they knew at this point that this was related to the selection. Fui. Are those ribbons? Everyone looked up to the sky as they spotted different colors of ribbons appearing within it. These ribbons fell from the sky towards the participants, drifting in different directions due to the splitting icy ground. As the ribbons fell, they caught it, and those standing together on a particular part of the split ground caught the same color of ribbons, while the ones on separate icy grounds caught different colors. Attention! A loud masculine voice reverberated across the ice and fiery region. The colors picked determine your current group as well as your objective. Based on your color, you all will have to find your assigned spot within the duration of 30 minutes. Failure to do so results in immediate disqualification. Red, make your way to the designated blue strip. Blue, make your way to the designated red strip. White, make your way to the designated black strip. Black, make your way to the designated white strip. Green, make your way to the designated yellow strip. Yellow, make your way to the designated green strip. Purple, make your way to the designated brown strip. The voice explained that these colored strops were locations they had to find within 30 minutes, and once they arrived there they would know that they had arrived at the right location. The problem was finding the location. According to the masculine voice giving them instructions, the color strips they had to locate were down within the abyss of flames. They would have to find a way to dive into the middle of the cracks and locate the color strips. The masculine voice explained that the flames were in no way bluffs and would burn them to crisp if they weren't careful. There were flaming split areas that had lower intensity compared to the others. These areas were the only paths to infiltrating the splits on the icy ground and finding the color strips. They had weaker flames and would not hurt the mixed bloods, but finding these areas would be immensely cumbersome. The color strips were located beneath, and according to the classification, one would have to find it and stay there with the others who had the same ribbon color. We're on the green team, Falco voiced out while holding the green ribbon out. We have to find the yellow strip in less than 30 minutes. Eldris stated as he peered at the pillar of flames bursting forth from the split ground in front of them. He looked around and noticed they were around 30 other participants standing on this split part of the icy ground with them. He looked around and noticed they were around 30 other participants standing on this split part of the icy ground with them. We have company, but there were no set instructions on the necessity of working together, so we don't need to worry about the others, Eldris stated. True, but working together might be beneficial as well, said as he observed the others. Can you open a vortex for us to cross through the flames to the bottom? Falco asked. Not a sensible option since I don't know how deep we have to go. Might end up spawning in an area full of intense flames. He shook his head while responding. The voice did mention there were areas we could successfully make use of to travel towards the bottom, Matilda reminded. While they took a few seconds to plot their movement, some of the participants on the same icy split ground as them began to move. Fui. 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 Some leapt from one icy split ground to the next, traveling forward. While every space within the splits have flames bursting forth, some of the flames weren't so high in height that they were uncrossable. This made leaping over them possible, especially for mixed bloods of this caliber. Some mixed bloods that were capable of flight had taken to the skies and began scouring the region. This made it a whole lot easier for them, but they would still have no choice but to swoop down when they needed to infiltrate some of the spaces in the cracks. Oh shit, that was close, a participant yelled out as he landed on a platform of ice after leaping over a wall of hot flames spewing from the cracks. Despite successfully leaping over them, he felt the temperature from the flames was hot enough to turn him to barbecue in a matter of seconds. He still felt the burns despite not making contact with the flames. This was happening in other places as well. Some other participants took caution before leaping over the next wall of flames. The flames spewing from the midst of the cracks were everywhere, so it made it very difficult to pick which direction to move in since it blocked the view of those incapable of flight. They could only use their senses to discern their next step, and even with that, things were still very difficult. Fuhushushe. A silver streak suddenly appeared in front of and the others. This way, Angie voiced out while pointing southeast. Everyone turned to the direction Angie pointed in and leapt forward. Fui. The icy platform on which only about 20 participants were left, rumbled vigorously as these 10 leapt across the air. Angie was the only one who didn't leap forward with them. Positioning herself in a running form, she sprinted forward once more. Fuhush. Angie's figure disappeared in an instant, causing a whooshing sound to reverberate across the place as immense winds spread from her initial position. She didn't even have to leap. Due to her intense speed, the flames were unable to make contact with her and instead parted ways as she charged forward. This made leaping over them possible, especially for mixed bloods of this caliber. Some mixed bloods that were capable of flight had taken to the skies and began scouring the region. This made it a whole lot easier for them, but they would still have no choice but to swoop down when they needed to infiltrate some of the spaces in the cracks. Oh shit, that was close, a participant yelled out as he landed on a platform of ice after leaping over a wall of hot flames spewing from the cracks. Despite successfully leaping over them, he felt the temperature from the flames was hot enough to turn him to barbecue in a matter of seconds. He still felt the burns despite not making contact with the flames. This was happening in other places as well. Some other participants took caution before leaping over the next wall of flames. The flames spewing from the midst of the cracks were everywhere, so it made it very difficult to pick which direction to move in since it blocked the view of those incapable of flight. They could only use their senses to discern their next step, and even with that, things were still very difficult. Fuhushushe. A silver streak suddenly appeared in front of and the others. This way, Angie voiced out while pointing southeast. Everyone turned to the direction Angie pointed in and leapt forward. Fui. The icy platform on which only about 20 participants were left, rumbled vigorously as these 10 leapt across the air. Angie was the only one who didn't leap forward with them. Positioning herself in a running form, she sprinted forward once more. Whoosh tilde Angie's figure disappeared in an instant, causing a whooshing sound to reverberate across the place as immense winds spread from her initial position. She didn't even have to leap. Due to her intense speed, the flames were unable to make contact with her and instead parted ways as she charged forward. Chapter 1063. We just have to cross this last bit, she added before once more instructing them about how much distance they needed to leap forward. The incident that happened a while ago had occurred in several places as well. A few participants had been eliminated in a bid to find the areas with access to underneath the icy split grounds. As Ealdris, Endrick, and the others arrived on the other side of the wall of flames jetting out of the splits ahead, they landed on another icy platform. In this area, the icy ground had split so much that the wall of flames ahead was wider compared to others and extended forward in a straight line. Falco looked around and could see that they were still surrounded by flames. "I thought you said," he was about speaking when Angie cut him off. "Jump in everyone," she voiced out while pointing at the split up ahead that was wider than 50 feet. The flames were still spewing out of the space in between this wide crack vigorously, which caused everyone's face to lit up in confusion. Angie saw the confused looks on their faces and rolled her eyes before stepping forward off the ledge of the icy platform. Fwei. She fell straight into the space between the cracks with the flames spewing out. "Angie," Matilda yelled out with a look of concern. "Guys, it's a feint," Ealdris voiced out before stepping forward as well. He walked right off the ledge and fell into the spewing flames. They all stared at each other for a bit after witnessing this. There were no screams of pain, so there was no doubt that the two didn't feel pain after falling into the flames. Endrick and stepped forward at this point and jumped in as well. This prompted the others to take action. They moved forward as well and performed the same action as the others, jumping into the flames spewing from the space between the cracks. In just a few moments, not a single person was left on the icy platform. Up ahead in the sky, a figure that had been flying around paused their flight and stared down at the area where the group had just jumped in. "I found an entrance," the figure voiced out while turning around and flying in another direction. In an unknown location, an aircraft landed behind a massive rock. The aircraft was in camouflage mode, so it didn't give off any signals. However, it still stirred winds across the vicinity upon landing in this unknown area. "Stay here," Gustav said to Gradia Xanatus as he got off the aircraft. He pulled something out of his storage device and stamped it to his forehead. In the next instant, Gustav turned invisible. Cognitive concealment has been activated. He activated one of his main bloodline abilities and caused his entire presence to vanish without a trace. Gradia Xanatus, who was sitting within the aircraft and watching Gustav through the cameras installed, could see he had disappeared. This didn't bug him as he was well aware of the invisible tool from the MBO. What surprised him was how Gustav made his presence vanish. Usually a stronger mixed blood or a very high-leveled one would still be able to sense the presence of a mixed blood even if it was faint, but now he couldn't sense Gustav in the slightest. "Fwei." Gustav leapt across the air, traveling several hundred feet in a few moments. This unknown region had rough terrain spanning for miles and a few rough-looking mountains scattered across the area. On the far east, a small lake was visible from Gustav's height in the air as he stared down properly at the region while ascending. Hover has been activated. Gustav activated this after his body reached a particular height in the sky and kept scrutinizing the region. Looks like there's really nothing here, Gustav thought as he looked around. He released his perception, completely causing it to spread from his figure for a couple of miles. His perception climbed and spread across every sand, dune, mountain, lake, and even the movement of the winds in this area, reaching far further than his eyes could see without God eyes activated. Gustav still couldn't sense a single living presence above ground, besides the ones in the aircraft that brought him here. While this scenario was somewhat expected, Gustav thought he would at least find a structure in this unknown region. He finally recalled his perception so as not to waste too much energy and activated another skill. God Eyes has been activated. Since he had practically checked the surroundings above surface, Gustav decided to check if there were any hidden underground. Zujun tilde his sight zoomed in as he inspected the entire region again on a more microscopic level. In the next minute, Gustav's eyes squinted as he stared southwest. He mumbled. That's a level 95, why is it so deep underground? This is not its usual habitat, Gustav muttered with a look of suspiciousness. Time for a closer inspection, he said with a look of decisiveness before charging downwards with speed. Angie and the others had arrived in a kind of icy underground area. They landed on a solid ground after falling through the faint flames for more than 200 feet. While this underground area had brownish-looking grounds, there were walls all around the place. These walls looked like giant glacier and were cold to touch. They realized these walls were actually the lower parts of the icy grounds they had been stepping on when they were above. The brownish grounds were also cut across the entire vicinity. Sea of flames surrounded the area, but the brownish grounds in different areas made it so walking was possible. While some places still had flames rising into the air, others were relatively calm. Due to this, they knew exactly how to navigate their way across this underground region. The ribbons are glowing, Timmy stated. When I turn this way, the glow dims, Endrik voiced as with a ribbon in his grasp as he turned west. Chapter 1064 It indicates direction, Endrik added as he turned to face the south once again, causing the glow to increase compared to the other direction he turned in. Which means, south is the way to go, Angie voiced out with a look of understanding. No, Endrik shook his head as he turned north, which caused the ribbon to dim even more than the other directions. South will take us to where the yellow strip is located, which means we'll have to head north since our color group is meant to find the green strip, Eldris voiced out as he figured it out from Endrik's response. Correct, we have to head in the opposite direction, Endrik nodded as he gave the confirmation. Everyone's eyes widened in realization as they heard this. They couldn't believe they almost took the wrong step. It was easy to mistake this, which meant that a lot of participants would definitely make this mistake and head in the wrong direction due to misunderstanding from the glow of the ribbons. They had to admit Endrik was pretty smart. Let's go then, Eldris voiced as they turned towards the north and began to make his way forward. The others followed after him as well, and Angie charged forward to scout the surroundings on their behalf. At this point only around 20 minutes were left before they ran out of time to complete the first phase of the selection. In another area of the icy region, some other participants had made it down as well and started making their way towards the required spots. As expected, some of them didn't figure out that they were supposed to head in the opposite direction of the brighter glow. It was unknown how long it would take them to get to the objective, so who knew whether they could salvage the situation or not. The sea of lava-like flames here are just as dangerous as the ones above. Luckily the platforms here are much stable than the icy ones above, a girl voiced out within a group clad in brownish and green outfit. Dandy, are you sure we're going in the right direction though? Another boy in the group with a yellow scaled face questioned. The others also had looks of doubt as the boy asked this question. Yes, it only makes sense for us to head in the opposite direction. Didn't I already explain to you guys? Dandy, who was a beauty with red skin and vampire-like canines, responded. The others still had looks of reluctance and doubt as they leaped from one brownish platform to the other, following after Dandy, who seemed like the leader here. Within an unknown and isolated area, the people in charge of the selection watched the participants as they moved towards where they suspected their designated strip to be. As expected, more than 70% of them area headed in the wrong direction, the man in white outfit voiced as he stared at the massive holographic screen in front. At least some figured out the misunderstanding and are headed the right way, the lady beside him stated. For now they are, the man in white responded with an ominous tone. The real challenge comes when the glow completely disappear before they arrive at the strip, the lady voiced out once more. What do you think will happen when they arrive at that point and the other 70% also figures out their mistake? The man in white questioned. When they come to that realization, things will get intense, she responded with tone of different implications. The man in white already understood what she meant by this. Despite not being a requirement, conflict was unavoidable in the end. It dimmed completely, Matilda mentioned while holding out the greenish ribbon. The others could see this as well and looked around, observing the surroundings. What do we do now? Another person on the green team who had been following them from the start questioned. Endrick looked straight up ahead and there was really no brownish platform up ahead. Southeast and southwest of their direction had brownish platforms, but looking straight up they could only see sea of flames. Do we go left or do we go right? Falco had a confused expression as he questioned. Even if we wanted to take the left and find a way to make a turn later up ahead when we find a platform to move on, there is no guarantee that we would be right on track. We might end up being off and miss the yellow strip, Eldris and Glade voiced out one after the other. I could go scout, Angie said as she prepared to run, but Endrick grabbed her by the arm before she could leave. We might have a faster way, he stated, causing the rest to show looks of curiosity. Endrick took a step forward and stretched out his hand. His eyes gleamed with a silvery blue color as an invisible telekinetic wave spread forth from him. Tilda, just this little release of energy made everyone realize that Endrick was actually a lot powerful than they realized. The sea of flames extend for as long as 45,000 feet without any platform to stand on, Endrick revealed as his eyes dimmed and returned to normal. That's no short distance, Teamy voiced out. A smile appeared on ES' face at this point as he took a step forward. Endrick moved to the side as he already expected this. My vortex can appear that far, now that I have an estimate of the distance, EE voiced out as he stretched his hand forward. Jurith at the tease. A large purple vortex appeared in the next instant. Let's go, EE yelled out as he jumped in. Everyone proceeded to jump in as well without questioning him. The others trusted EE while the ones that were not originally a part of the group of 10 had no choice but to follow. They didn't want to start navigating the entire place themselves. Chapter 1065. They appeared right above another platform after going through the vortex. Wow, the others that had been following them voiced out in astonishment after arriving here. It was no simple feat to be able to project his vortex across the precise amount of distance required. He was obviously good at using his bloodline ability. From here we can keep heading forward, Eldris voiced out as he looked up ahead. Everyone stared forward as well and noticed that there were platforms up ahead so they could keep leaping from one to the next. They proceeded to keep moving forward at this point. Only around 15 minutes were left before they ran out of time at this point. I found something, Gustav voiced through the communication channel. What is it? Where are you? Gradia Xanatus questioned. Underground. I'm standing right in front of a live level 95 Dornoise mixed breed, Gustav responded as he looked forward. Right before him was a dark-looking creature more than 3 stories large in size. This creature was shaped like a tortoise and had 4 legs as well, but instead of a shell, it was replaced by a large thick-looking tissue. The creature had dark scales all over and its gigantic mouth was wide open. What? Are you okay? Gradia Xanatus inquired with a worried tone. I'm fine, Gustav replied. What is a level 95 Dornoise doing underground? I'm coming to you now, Gradia Xanatus voiced through the comms. Don't come, just stay there. I'll ask you to come when I need you. Gustav quickly shot Gradia Xanatus down. He was still in invisible mode and his presence concealed, so he wouldn't want Gradia Xanatus to come here until he knew exactly what he was dealing with. Are you sure? Gradia Xanatus questioned. Yes. I am just communicating to give you a feedback of the current status. I will have to cut it now so I don't end up giving away my presence due to the waves from communication, Gustav stated. What exactly is going on? Gradia Xanatus questioned once more. I'm not too sure, but I think I'm about to find out, Gustav replied as he took steps forward. Its mouth is wide open but its eyes are closed. Almost like it's unconscious, but I can sense some weird energies within its mouth, he disclosed. That's weird. Dornoises never sleep for their entire 100 years lifespan, and why would its mouth be wide open? Gradia Xanatus was confused about the present situation. Either way's I'm going in, Gustav concluded. Give me a timer, Gradia Xanatus demanded. A timer for what? Gustav asked. For how long before I come find you if you're still not out of there or fail to give me feedback on comms, Gradia Xanatus responded. 30 minutes, Gustav stated before ending the communication. Gradia Xanatus could already pinpoint Gustav's exactly position underground due to the communication, so if anything happened, he could easily swoop in. Gustav proceeded to walk into the dark large mouth of the massive mixed breed. It was at this same period that the selection began in the other location. The Iceland's selection location, I see it, within a group of over 50 people in MBO outfits moving together, an officer voiced out. Wait, that's not, that's the red strip, voices began to murmur from the background. The officers held out a red glowing ribbons with looks of confusion on their faces. This location had a red glowing circular platform with the words red strip carved into the glacier-like wall behind the platform. We were supposed to locate the blue, one of them stated. We're at the wrong place, the ribbon glow leads to. At this point everyone began to realize they had misunderstood the glow. Shit. Another of the officers began to cuss crazily as the realization hit. We only have around 10 minutes left to find the blue strip or we lose, another officer stated, causing panic to ring out. Some of them began to turn around at this point to head back. They didn't care that only 10 minutes were left, they wanted to make sure they found the blue strip as soon as possible. At this same moment a group of 10 in purple outfit arrived at this location. We found it, one of them yelled out with a look of excitement. Oh, look at these fools, they don't know they just. One of the MBO officers was voicing out in pity when he spotted the new arrivals. His voice trailed off before he could complete the sentence as he noticed something. Hey, they are holding blue ribbons. As the officer voiced this out, everyone turned to stare at this group of 10 that had just arrived here. Everyone's eyes widened in realization as this group began to feel uncomfortable from the prickling stares full of intent. They could see that the blue ribbons this group held were not glowing in the slightest, while theirs had bright glows. Doesn't this mean, with their ribbons, we can find the blue strip? As these voices completed each other's sentences in the background, a huge uproar was caused. Bloodline energies were instantly activated as the group of MBO officers charged at these 10 that had just arrived here. Defend yourself, one of them in the group yelled out as he also activated his bloodline energy. Get to the strip, another one voiced out while activating her bloodline energy as well. Boom. Destructive ripples were sent forth across the entire vicinity due to all these powerful mixed bloods activating their bloodlines at the same time. Get them. An MBO officer yelled out. One of the MBO officers teleported and arrived right in front of one of them. He reached out instantly, throwing a fist at the gut of the person he appeared in front of. Bam! The person who was taken by surprise with the sudden appearance got blasted across the air and was sent flying over the ledge due to the intense force behind the attack. Chapter 1066. The MBO officer grabbed hold of the ribbon after it got released from the victim's grasp. I got on. As he was about yelling in victory, an attack hit him from behind. Boom. The green cannon-like energy projectile that exploded upon contact sent intense ripples of destruction across the place, causing a lot of them to take cover. The officer who got it was sent flying over the ledge. However, before he could fall into the sea of flames, he teleported. Zing. He reappeared within the ranks of his fellow officers, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The attack was unexpected and was surprisingly powerful as well, but even with that the MBO officer still managed to get what he wanted. The blue ribbon was in his grasp while the other officer who he attacked had fallen into the sea of flames and gotten disqualified. The person who had just successfully landed the hit got surrounded by multiple MBO officers and attacked. The group of 10 had already been reduced to 9, but even if they were not missing one person, they were already outnumbered from the start. The MBO officers were also well trained and pretty powerful as well, so it turned into a one-sided battle in a matter of seconds. Run, Murif. The person who happened to be closest to the red strip heard his other teammates yell out from behind. They were all getting jumped, but they managed to clear a path for him. Thum tilde he leaped off the platform where the battle was happening at the same time some officers were about to grab him. The officers jumped after him as well. Instead he leapt forward. He still had his ribbon in his hand as his body traveled in an arc format towards the red strip platform. Bam! In the next second he landed on it, and the other two who had jumped after him were close to reaching the platform when they got repelled by a force surrounding the red strip. Bang! Bang! The unknown energy from the invisible force field surrounding the platform blasted them away. Aga! Kiarare! They both yelled out as they fell into the sea of flames below. The other officer who was about to leap off the platform with them initially stood in place. Looks like only a person with a blue ribbon can get in, he muttered. They had no idea that a protective field was surrounding the red strip and would repel anyone without a blue ribbon. This made them realize that without their ribbons, they wouldn't be able to access their designated strips, so they had to make sure their ribbons were not taken from them. Out of the group of 10 that arrived, only one managed to get onto the platform while the other 9 were robbed of their ribbons and disqualified. They were just finding out now how important the ribbon was to a participant. Realizing that there was no much time left, the officers turned around and began to move very quickly. Those who did not manage to get a blue ribbon followed after those who did so they wouldn't miss the opportunity to get to the blue strip. At the same time the officers were leaving this area, other participants were arriving as well. Some of them had blue ribbons and some had red. A battle started out once more as the entire area before the strip became chaotic. I saw this coming. Within an unknown and isolated area, a lady voiced out. Conflict is unavoidable, the man in white stated. Well, there was no rule stating that ribbons couldn't be stolen, so they haven't necessarily made a wrong choice, the lady voiced out. They haven't necessarily made a right choice as well. This will lead to some kind of enmity of some of the participants who had clashed with each other initially end up becoming a part of the main or substitute team, the man in white said with an analyzing tone. That's a bad foundation for a team. The lady understood what he was driving at. Let's see how things go. The man in white kept his eyes on the screen as he stated. On the massive holographic screen that displayed up to 100 different areas under the icy platforms, multiple battles were playing out. As some of the participants began to realize they had made the wrong choice and figured there were ribbons that could accurately point them in the right direction, they were prepared to do anything to get the ribbons. It didn't matter to them that the other participant would get disqualified, they would rather another person failed than them. As the saying went, smarter isn't necessarily equal to strength, which was the main problem in this situation. Only a few participants were smart enough to figure out that they needed to head in the opposite direction of the glow. However, upon arriving at the right location, the less smarter ones who failed to figure it out were waiting in ambush. The situation had gone bad for a lot of the smart ones because not only were they facing an ambush after arriving at the right location, a lot of them were weaker than the opposition. It was quite unfortunate, but nothing could be done about it. While the clock was ticking, the instant anyone managed to gain a ribbon that could help them get to the right location, they began moving quickly. It was a lot easier to get to their designated strip after stealing a ribbon, even though only a few minutes was left. This was mostly because they would spend longer time trying to find it without stealing one. Even when there was only 4 minutes left, a lot of the participants who failed to arrive at the right location still ambushed those who did just. At this point they knew they couldn't get to the designated strip before time would run out, but they wanted to make sure the others that were just arriving got disqualified as well. Chapter 1067. These teams that arrived first, really coordinated, the man in white voiced out as he stared at some areas on the screen. 50% of them are MBO officers, the lady stated as she tapped on a holographic tab in front of her. Some parts of the screen enlarged and officers who had arrived at their designated strip could be seen standing there waiting. Just 50%. The man in white questioned. The other 50% that were amongst the first to arrive are from a mixture of participants from different organizations, the lady responded. These ones in particular are to watch out for, she said while glancing at 2 groups, one in white and the other in all black outfit, on the left side of the screen. Their teamwork is splendid, she added. Better than our officers? The man in white questioned. In the aspect of proper coordination, only one group of MBO officers are on the same level with them based on what I have observed so far, she responded while staring at another part of the screen. Them, The man in white already knew the group she was referring to and also stared at the part of the screen that displayed them. 2 minutes left yawn *. It feels like we've been waiting for forever, Rhea voiced out as he yawned. The others stared at him and shook their heads. We've only been here for like 12 minutes, Rhea, Matilda said with a light chuckle. I can't wait for the next round to start, Rhea suddenly voiced out with a fired-up tone. Everyone else stood in place as well as they checked out the timer. At this point there were around 60 participants standing on this platform besides their group. They were the first to arrive here, but others had been arriving here around 5 minutes ago. Some arrived all on their own while others arrived in groups. The number of participants here were staggering low compared to the number that was supposed to locate the yellow strip. While they were here, they had witnessed ambushes from several yellow-ribboned participants. They were already on the platform, so they didn't have to participate in such since the participants with yellow ribbons couldn't get to the platform. However, they did witness some battles with some green-ribboned participants who were unable to reach the platform due to the ambushes. Just when only a minute was left, another participant arrived on the brownish platform before the yellow-stripped platform. He looked worn out but excited the moment he spotted the yellow strip up ahead. Finally, he yelled out with an enthusiastic look as he began to make his way forward. All of a sudden 7 MBO officers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. What? Get out of my way, he voiced as he checked the timer and realized only 50 seconds were left. Sure, just wait 49 seconds more, one of the officers voiced out with a smile. But by then I would be. He paused as he noticed every single one of them had yellow ribbons. He immediately understood what was going on. I need to get to that platform, he said with a look of decisiveness and dashed forward. For more chapters, please visit Pandan, 0VE.com. He leaped upwards before arriving in front of them, but in that same instant one of the MBO officers appeared in mid-air. Where do you think you're going? He voiced out while throwing a fist at his face. Bang! The participant got struck and crashed back on the brownish platform. The MBO officers surrounded him and began to kick him down whenever he tried to stand up. There were 7 of them and he was just a single mixed blood, so even with his strength, which was similar to theirs, he was unable to fight back. Shit, only 20 seconds left, he'll fail. Even with his blooded face, the participant kept trying to get up. Eldris, Endrick, and watched from the platform with disgusted expressions. I didn't expect this, Eldris voiced out as he thought the participants would only ambush each other when there was still time. That still made sense as he felt it was in a bid to find their designated strip, but now that they were just doing it to stop a participant who had given their all to get here, he and the others felt they couldn't just watch this without doing anything. I'll go, Imphaz. Angie was speaking when Endrick's figure blitzed forward with immense speed, arriving right on the platform when only 15 seconds were left. Telekinesis discharge, he voiced out as he clasped his hands together. Dries hey tilde his uniform bloated and flapped as a wave blasted forth from his figure, slamming heavily into the unsuspecting officers. They were too focused on beating the other participant down that they didn't notice Endrick's arrival fast enough. Bang! 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 Before they knew what was happening, their bodies had gotten blasted off the platform by this intense surge of invisible wave. The participant they were beating up was not a better, as he had also been blasted away. His body was drifting across the air, past the platform's ledge and close to falling into the sea of flames. Endrick stretched his hand out at this point. Fwy. The participant who was getting beat up earlier found his body elevating before he could fall into the sea of flames. Heh! He looked around with an expression of confusion before noticing Endrick. Let's go, Endrick voiced out before turning around and leaping forward. Fuhush tilde he landed on the yellow strip platform 5 seconds before the countdown ended. The participant who was wrapped by his telekinesis also arrived just as he did. He knelt on the platform with a blooded face but an expression or gratitude. Thank you, so much, thank you, he voiced out with an appreciative tone. Endrick nodded in response without saying a word. Chapter 1068. These teams that arrived first, really coordinated, the man in white voiced out as he stared at some areas on the screen. 50% of them are MBO officers, the lady stated as she tapped on a holographic tab in front of her. Some parts of the screen enlarged and officers who had arrived at their designated strip could be seen standing there waiting. Just 50%. The man in white questioned. The other 50% that were amongst the first to arrive are from a mixture of participants from different organizations, the lady responded. These ones in particular are to watch out for, she said while glancing at two groups, one in white and the other in all black outfit, on the left side of the screen. Their teamwork is splendid, she added. Better than our officers? The man in white questioned. ND, a novel in the aspect of proper coordination, only one group of MBO officers are on the same level with them based on what I have observed so far, she responded while staring at another part of the screen. Them, The man in white already knew the group she was referring to and also stared at the part of the screen that displayed them. 2 minutes left yawn *. It feels like we've been waiting for forever, Rhea voiced out as he yawned. The others stared at him and shook their heads. We've only been here for like 12 minutes, Rhea, Matilda said with a light chuckle. I can't wait for the next round to start, Rhea suddenly voiced out with a fired-up tone. Everyone else stood in place as well as they checked out the timer. At this point there were around 60 participants standing on this platform besides their group. They were the first to arrive here, but others had been arriving here around 5 minutes ago. Some arrived all on their own while others arrived in groups. The number of participants here were staggering low compared to the number that were supposed to locate the yellow strip. While they were here, they had witnessed ambushes from several yellow-ribboned participants. They were already on the platform so they didn't have to participate in such since the participants with yellow ribbons couldn't get to the platform. However, they did witness some battles with some green-ribboned participants who were unable to reach the platform due to the ambushes. Just when only a minute was left, another participant arrived on the brownish platform before the yellow-stripped platform. He looked worn out but excited the moment he spotted the yellow strip up ahead. Finally, he yelled out with an enthusiastic look as he began to make his way forward. All of a sudden 7 MBO officers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. What? Get out of my way, he voiced as he checked the timer and realized only 50 seconds were left. Sure, just wait 49 seconds more, one of the officers voiced out with a smile. But by then I would be. He paused as he noticed every single one of them had yellow ribbons. He immediately understood what was going on. I need to get to that platform, he said with a look of decisiveness and dashed forward. For more chapters, please visit Pandan, 0VE.com. He leaped upwards before arriving in front of them, but in that same instant one of the MBO officers appeared in mid-air. Where do you think you're going? He voiced out while throwing a fist at his face. Bang! The participant got struck and crashed back on the brownish platform. The MBO officers surrounded him and began to kick him down whenever he tried to stand up. There were 7 of them and he was just a single mixed blood, so even with his strength, which was similar to theirs, he was unable to fight back. Shit, only 20 seconds left, he'll fail. Even with his blooded face, the participant kept trying to get up. Eldris, Endrick, and watched from the platform with disgusted expressions. I didn't expect this, Eldris voiced out as he thought the participants would only ambush each other when there was still time. That still made sense as he felt it was in a bid to find their designated strip, but now that they were just doing it to stop a participant who had given their all to get here, he and the others felt they couldn't just watch this without doing anything. I'll go, Imfaz. Angie was speaking when Endrick's figure blitzed forward with immense speed, arriving right on the platform when only 15 seconds were left. Telekinesis discharge, he voiced out as he clasped his hands together. Dries hey tilde, his uniform bloated and flapped as a wave blasted forth from his figure, slamming heavily into the unsuspecting officers. They were too focused on beating the other participant down that they didn't notice Endrick's arrival fast enough. Bang! 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 Before they knew what was happening, their bodies had gotten blasted off the platform by this intense surge of invisible wave. The participant they were beating up was not a better, as he had also been blasted away. His body was drifting across the air, past the platform's ledge and close to falling into the sea of flames. Endrick stretched his hand out at this point. Pfwy! The participant who was getting beat up earlier found his body elevating before he could fall into the sea of flames. Heh! He looked around with an expression of confusion before noticing Endrick. Let's go, Endrick voiced out before turning around and leaping forward. Fuhush tilde he landed on the yellow strip platform 5 seconds before the countdown ended. The participant who was wrapped by his telekinesis also arrived just as he did. He knelt on the platform with a blooded face but an expression or gratitude. Thank you, so much, thank you, he voiced out with an appreciative tone. Endrick nodded in response without saying a word. Chapter 1069. These teams that arrived first, really coordinated, the man in white voiced out as he stared at some areas on the screen. 50% of them are MBO officers, the lady stated as she tapped on a holographic tab in front of her. Some parts of the screen enlarged and officers who had arrived at their designated strip could be seen standing there waiting. Just 50%. The man in white questioned. The other 50% that were amongst the first to arrive are from a mixture of participants from different organizations, the lady responded. These ones in particular are to watch out for, she said while glancing at 2 groups, one in white and the other in all black outfit, on the left side of the screen. Their teamwork is splendid, she added. Better than our officers? The man in white questioned. In the aspect of proper coordination, only one group of MBO officers are on the same level with them based on what I have observed so far, she responded while staring at another part of the screen. Them, The man in white already knew the group she was referring to and also stared at the part of the screen that displayed them. 2 minutes left yawn *. It feels like we've been waiting for forever, Rhea voiced out as he yawned. The others stared at him and shook their heads. We've only been here for like 12 minutes, Rhea, Matilda said with a light chuckle. I can't wait for the next round to start, Rhea suddenly voiced out with a fired-up tone. Everyone else stood in place as well as they checked out the timer. At this point there were around 60 participants standing on this platform besides their group. They were the first to arrive here but others had been arriving here around 5 minutes ago. Some arrived all on their own while others arrived in groups. The number of participants here were staggering low compared to the number that were supposed to locate the yellow strip. While they were here, they had witnessed ambushes from several yellow-ribboned participants. They were already on the platform so they didn't have to participate in such since the participants with yellow ribbons couldn't get to the platform. However, they did witness some battles with some green-ribboned participants who were unable to reach the platform due to the ambushes. Just when only a minute was left, another participant arrived on the brownish platform before the yellow-stripped platform. He looked worn out but excited the moment he spotted the yellow strip up ahead. Finally, he yelled out with an enthusiastic look as he began to make his way forward. All of a sudden 7 MBO officers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. What? Get out of my way, he voiced as he checked the timer and realized only 50 seconds were left. Sure, just wait 49 seconds more, one of the officers voiced out with a smile. But by then I would be. He paused as he noticed every single one of them had yellow ribbons. He immediately understood what was going on. I need to get to that platform, he said with a look of decisiveness and dashed forward. For more chapters, please visit pandan0ve.com. He leaped upwards before arriving in front of them, but in that same instant one of the MBO officers appeared in mid-air. Where do you think you're going? He voiced out while throwing a fist at his face. PNDN0VEL.com. Bang. The participant got struck and crashed back on the brownish platform. The MBO officers surrounded him and began to kick him down whenever he tried to stand up. There were 7 of them and he was just a single mixed blood, so even with his strength which was similar to theirs, he was unable to fight back. Shit, only 20 seconds left till fail. Even with his blooded face, the participant kept trying to get up. Eldris, Endrick, and watched from the platform with disgusted expressions. I didn't expect this, Eldris voiced out as he thought the participants would only ambush each other when there was still time. That still made sense as he felt it was in a bid to find their designated strip, but now that they were just doing it to stop a participant who had given their all to get here, he and the others felt they couldn't just watch this without doing anything. "I'll go, Imphaz." Angie was speaking when Endrick's figure blitzed forward with immense speed, arriving right on the platform when only 15 seconds were left. "Telekinesis discharge," he voiced out as he clasped his hands together. Dries hey tilde, his uniform bloated and flapped as a wave blasted forth from his figure, slamming heavily into the unsuspecting officers. They were too focused on beating the other participant down that they didn't notice Endrick's arrival fast enough. Bang! 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 Before they knew what was happening, their bodies had gotten blasted off the platform by this intense surge of invisible wave. The participant they were beating up was not a better, as he had also been blasted away. His body was drifting across the air, past the platform's ledge and close to falling into the sea of flames. Endrick stretched his hand out at this point. Fwy! The participant who was getting beat up earlier found his body elevating before he could fall into the sea of flames. Heh! He looked around with an expression of confusion before noticing Endrick. "Let's go," Endrick voiced out before turning around and leaping forward. Fuhush tilde, he landed on the yellow strip platform 5 seconds before the countdown ended. The participant who was wrapped by his telekinesis also arrived just as he did. He knelt on the platform with a blooded face but an expression or gratitude. "Thank you, so much, thank you," he voiced out with an appreciative tone. Endrick nodded in response without saying a word. Chapter 1070. A loud voice rang out the moment the timer finished counting down. The participants that had managed to make it to their designated strips before the timer ran out had looks of relief after hearing this. They listened to the next set of instructions from the voice for the next few seconds, while the participants who failed to make it to their designated strips before time were getting teleported out of the region. They had been automatically disqualified at this point. This was the first phase of the selection, and the number of participants went down from over 1,000 to around 400 at the end. Lots of MBO officers had failed to get to this point, as well as participants from other organizations. It wasn't even a problem of strength, as those with standard ranked bloodlines failed to pass this stage due to intelligence. The voice mentioned that there were only 2 more phases left, as the selection had a total of 3 phases. The next phase will be beginning shortly. The voice ended with this before they were transported to a different location via teleportation. Zing, 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 zing. Everyone found themselves arriving in a dimly lit environment with walls. It looked like they were in some type of waiting room. They settled down on the seats prepared for them and the environment turned rowdy. There were still over 400 participants left, so the vicinity seemed a bit crowded. There were participants observing one another and making analysis based on what they had witnessed so far from the other participants. While they were here, the dude Endrick had saved kept voicing out his appreciation repeatedly. Endrick didn't know how to take it, since this was like his first time actually saving someone besides getting sent on secret missions where in those cases the citizens never found out they were saved. All he could think of was atonement. At the time when the participant was getting jumped, he couldn't help but recall one person. This person had gone through the same situation in the past and he ignored the ones he witnessed, choosing not to act. This time he decided to do the opposite. While they waited, Eldris had already taken note of a few groups that had the same number of people they started with. These groups were not missing a single person. He felt this proved that there were to watch out for. A lot of them are from different private organizations, some of the most prestigious in the world, Eldris muttered. PNDN0VEL, C, Tom Hanks' bloodline organization is here as well. They specialize on bloodlines that mostly have telekinesis and telepathy type of abilities, Falco disclosed. Oh, so like Endrick? Matilda said while turning to the side to stare at Endrick. Everyone stared at him as well. For more chapters, please visit Pandan, 0VE, Comham. Endrick had missed Falco words when he mentioned the private organization, so he was confused as to why they were staring at him. Pretty much, I guess, Falco responded. But there's also expansion, mixed blood college, gradient mount, detection. Falco began to mention the others as he looked around. Everyone listened while also wondering how Falco was so informed about all these. It looked like he really did research on the other organizations participating in the selection. There is no doubt they'd be able to do well in specific areas better than others, and since we're going to be dealing with multiple people mostly using the same type of abilities, their collective force would be powerful. We have to be careful, Falco warned. While they were analyzing the others were analyzing them as well as other people that might be dangerous. Some of the private organizations were good at assessment, so they already took notice of the MBO officers that would be difficult to take care of in the future phases. They were practically undergoing situations the MBO officers had experience in and were well trained for, so they knew they had to be prudent enough. I knew they would make it here, without a single casualty too. A person watching from far behind thought as they stared in the group's direction. Few minutes later, "Hey newbies," they heard a voice call out from the side as a group of people walked over. They were 4 in number, 3 males and 1 female. 2 of the males had the exact same body features and looks. Ashen white face and ram horns with a 7-foot-tall frame and muscular bearing. They had black tails protruding from their rear side and it was obvious they were twins. The other male was around 5 foot tall in height with a long goatee and braided brown hair. While he was the shortest, he bore a kind of demeanor that depicted he was the leader. The only girl in their midst was the largest, even looking more muscular than the twins. She seemed a bit taller than them as well and had a very busy frame and surprisingly beautiful but mean-looking face. They set off their bloodline energy to incite intimidation as they approached. Eldris stared at these mixed bloods with officer uniforms. "I heard that someone among you was responsible for saving a bloke from a private organization," the shortest on in their midst voiced out with a deep tone. Endrick was about to step forward, but before he could, Eldris stood in front of him and approached the upcoming group. "So what?" he questioned without showing a shred of intimidation on his face. "Oh, was it you, blind bastard?" the short one asked while looking up at Eldris as he arrived in front of him. He could see that Eldris' eyes were closed and Eldris was also over 7 feet tall, so he was towering far above this short officer. What if it was? "So what?" Eldris questioned again with an undisturbed tone. The other 3 stepped forward as well with strong looks, standing side by side. He initially didn't do so because he was still hiding his presence and activating it might give off a little energy discharge, but now that he knew no one was here, he decided to activate it. "They set traps?" Gustav questioned internally as he finally spotted a few things invisible to his naked eye initially. He also didn't sense the traps earlier because the Jenksodus had done a really good job in installing them. "Looks like it will be impossible to try and retrieve or steal data from this workstation. The entire place will go up in smithereens if anyone tried to do that." Gustav noticed he almost set one of the traps off. He was glad he hadn't made contact with anything or even gone in too far. He was practically still at the entrance. This is some really crazy place they created. Gustav had to admit it was insane. He decided not to trip any of the traps off and leave the place. The aim was to make sure the Jenksodus never knew he was here in the first place, and he would do just that. They would certainly be alerted if this place got blown to smithereens and realize someone came here, but if he was to leave without causing any alarm, he was sure they would be less wary. This was the first step to fooling the enemy. Even though he didn't gain much from coming here, he was glad he found this place. They certainly have more places like this. Interesting. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he moved out. "So we can't go down there?" Gradia Xanatus questioned Gustav after he arrived within the aircraft. "No. The traps will be triggered the moment any presence is detected. I'm afraid you guys can't get any data from there, especially since they already fled," Gustav explained. "Dorm, what a waste," Gradia Xanatus voiced out with a slightly disappointed look. "I did get something though." She had been sitting here silently this whole time watching the holographic screens that displayed the participants going through the second phase. Sheila moved towards her and reached out to try and poke her, but the moment she did, the girl turned to the side to stare at her. Eek, her eyes look scary. Sheila paused her movement as she voiced out with a frightened tone. But I still wanna play with her, Sheila added as a smile appeared on her face and she reached out to try and poke the girl once more. If you're bored you could go and join them. I'm sure they'll be willing to let you join the selection, Elevra voiced out, causing Sheila to pause. Sheila placed her fingers on her lips as she donned a contemplative expression. That sounds fun, but they're too weak. I'd destroy every one of them, she voiced out and added a playful chuckle afterwards. Elevra didn't bother responding after hearing this and turned to face the screen afterwards. What's the head tie for sis? Sheila questioned with an intrigued expression as she began running her fingers across the head tie on Elevra's head. Sis? Elevra said with a look of confusion. Yes, you're my sis, Niao, we'll work together in the future, Sheila said with a look of enthusiasm as she grabbed Elevra's hands and held them together to her chest with a caring look. Sis, I can tell there is immense power hidden underneath that head tie, we'll conquer planets together, Sheila voiced out with an intense look. Okay, Elevra retained an expressionless look as she answered. The situation was all too weird to her, but she neither disliked or liked it, so she remained neutral. Sheila, don't bother the young lady, Vin voiced from the side after hearing Sheila's incessant babblings. May you didn't wanna play with me, so sis will do a better job, Sheila voiced out with a look of defiance as she stared in Vin's direction. Both of them began arguing back and forth and Sheila proceeded to move towards him and bit his ear after their argument turned heated. What a strange girl. Elevra could not help but say this internally. It was still a shock to her that Sheila was one of the two people who she sensed to be kilo ranked earlier. It turned out the others might be lucky since Sheila already had a reserved slot on the main team like her and Gustav, so she didn't have to participate in the selection. Pan DN0 Vel CUMVIN was also reserved a slot, so that made it 4 of them who were reserved a slot from the very beginning. Vin and Sheila seemed to be familiar with each other as Vin didn't seem bothered about her personality like he was already used to it. Unfortunately, Vin wasn't the other mixed blood who was kilo ranked. Elevra had already sensed his bloodline to be at the peak of Echo rank, which was higher than hers but still not up to kilo rank. She was a bit surprised that the other kilo ranked was not reserved a slot, whereas herself and another Echo rank were given slots. Despite Gustav being an Echo rank as well, she didn't question that he got a spot, especially because Gustav could not be compared to normal mixed bloods, so his case still made sense. Thinking about it, the only way she could make sense of her own case was the fact that she was younger. Sheila and Vin were both officers in the MBO and had been in service for up to a year, so there was no doubt that they were at least 20-year-old. Despite Sheila acting all childish, it made sense how she was a kilo ranked being up to 20 years old. What she said about destroying the others if she entered the selection was not in any way false, as she wasn't just a kilo ranked but a third-step kilo ranked. She was no doubt the most powerful mixed blood participating in ISOP, with the exception of Gustav, since they couldn't judge Gustav prowess by normal means. The most powerful was definitely between them both. Elevra decided to stop thinking about this for now and focused more on a particular part of the screen. They are doing well so far. I hope they make the main team, she said internally as she watched. That's a level 69 furry giant successfully dealt with, EE voiced out as he stared at the corpse of the creature on the ground in front. It only gives 100 points, Falco added. That's 10 points each since there's 10 of us, Angie clarified. That way we'd get better points when their collective effort in putting it down, Eldris voiced out. Chapter 1073. That way we'd get better points when their collective effort in putting it down, Eldris voiced out. They all agreed with Eldris' point of view and proceeded to move forward. This phase of the selection was one where individuality was a better option. This was due to the fact that killing certain levels of mixed breed brought about points. When they dealt with the mixed breed together, the points would have to be shared amongst them, but if a person was to deal with a mixed breed solo, all the points would go only to that one person. The reasons they still decided to do this as a team was not only because combined effort made it easier to get rid of higher-leveled mixed breed, but because any one of them could bump into the officers they met in the waiting room earlier. Meeting them individually would be a problem, but if they were together when that happened, they could easily watch each other's back. The four had a large group of MBO officers they had managed to sway, so there was no doubt that meeting individually would end up bad for anyone from their team, perhaps besides Angie, since she was pretty fast. They just decided they would have to deal with higher-leveled mixed breeds together, especially since it wasn't very wise dealing with one without a team anyways. There was no limit to how many points the participants could accumulate, neither was there an announcement on the number of points needed to proceed to the next phase. It was obvious that only the participants that had managed to accumulate the highest points before the timer ran out would successfully move on to the next phase. Currently they still had over 22 hours left since it was a 24 hours long phase. The ribbons that were initially in their grasp was now wrapped around their wrists and displayed a screen which had numbers on them. This screen happened to be displaying the timer as well as the points accumulated by the participant wearing it. It also had one more function, which was the detection of nearby mixed breeds with its level. Level 57 Noi mixed breed up northwards, Falco voiced out. Too low, we're skipping, Eldris stated as they made a small turn to alter their direction. They were currently on a sparse forest path with some trees scattered across the place, but the further they traveled the sparser the forest turned. Each of the trees here were the height of high-rise buildings with a bunch of silver-purplish leaves all around the branches. These branches had turned into a canopy that almost completely blocked out the rays of light from above. It was as if they were moving in darkness currently, but mixed bloods of their level all had honed senses, so this wasn't a problem. The location of the current phase had some really weird terrains, but they still had over 20 hours to figure things out. They kept running for a few more minutes before they got another mixed breed on the radar. A level 92 tarbird mixed breed, Falco announced. It might be a bit inconveniencing since it is capable of flight, but we can defeat it. That's 500 worth of points, Eldris voiced out. Everyone nodded in response, ready to engage as they charged forward past a few trees. They spotted a massive nest stringed together and held from multiple angles by vine-looking threads. This nest was really as gigantic as multiple buildings joined, and there was no doubt that the tarbird mixed breed was a large one. A loud shrieking sound reverberated all across the vicinity as the creature sensed the presence of intruders. The nest shook vigorously as a head with a massive beak peered through the top. The bird had two massive black eyes by the side of its head and two smaller red ones side by side in the middle. Pan DN0 Vel com. Its head was dark and murky looking. It stood up completely and raised its wings, which were extremely gigantic as well. Its entire body had red glowing lines around, while black patches that looked very thick covered most parts. Yosh, everyone, let's do this, EE shouted as he opened a vortex the instant the creature flapped its wings. Everyone spread out in the next instant as the creature blasted forward. Fuhushushi tilde heavy winds spread across the place with a single flap of its wings, causing the trees around to arc and leaves to be blown across the place. Tilde the creature landed where they stood initially, but everyone had managed to move from that spot on time. He had gone through his vortex, arriving hundreds of feet in the air. He began free-falling towards the creature as he stretched forth his hand to open another vortex. For more chapters, please visit Pandan, 0ve, L. Comswoowish tilde Angie was speeding around the creature, increasing its ire and confusing as it found it difficult to react to her speed. Dark Falco had taken over and was charging towards the creature from behind, while Endrick was preparing a telekinetic attack from the left. Glade had conjured her massive red glowing sickles and flung them from the right. Timi was charging forward as well as a reddish light surrounded his figure. Matilda had taken on a silvery armor form beside him and held out a lance that was radiating with immense energy. Eldris was the only one leaping towards the creature from up front with his eyes closed. The creature could tell it was getting flanked from all angles despite Angie confusing its senses by speeding around it. It spread out its wings and flapped once more in a bid to move, but the massive vortex EE had opened up appeared right below it. The vortex closed up around the legs of the tarbird, trapping it in place. Fuhushi even after flapping its wings, It was unable to get out of Eos vortex that had trapped it in place. At this same instant, the multiple attacks arrived before it. Endrick's wave of telekinetic wall rushed forward and slammed into the creature from the side multiple times, causing loud sounds of collusion to reverberate across the vicinity. Glade's sickles increased in size as they traveled forward, becoming more than 40 feet in length each before colliding with the body of the mixed breed. Rhea, who had been conjuring multiple massive boulders, sent them forward with intensity, causing them to crash repeatedly into the creature's back. Aeldris, Angie, Matilda and Timi all attacked in close quarters as they rained barrages on fists on the body of the creature after closing in on it. After making contact with its skin, they realized how truly sturdy the creature's body was and urged for the others to keep sending attacks towards it. He had landed on its back at this point, but he didn't attack because he had to hold concentration for the vortex he used in trapping the lower half of the creature's body. The mixed breed was not weak at all, so it was very difficult to maintain this, and he knew a single slip-up could cause him to lose the hold, so focus was necessary. Their attacks were working, but they were still far from completely dealing with the creature because its outer covering was like an armor that reduced the impact of their attacks a lot. Tilda the creature shrieked out again in pain as black smoke suddenly began phasing out of its body. Ah! Everyone had looks of confusion as they spotted the black smoke phasing out of its body. We have to distance ourselves right now, Falco yelled out as he seemed to be the only one aware of what this meant. However, the smoke had completely spread across thousands of feet in barely an instant and was still spreading, so they had found themselves within it before they even had the chance to react. Everyone turned around at this point to distance themselves, but in the next instant, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang out across the vicinity as the smokes began exploding. The region was instantly turned into an explosion ground as these explosions kept ringing out repeatedly. Each one was pretty powerful, and with so many exploding at once, the destructive ripples getting spread across the vicinity was no joke. Twishish Tilda, a silver streak strode across the region back and forth without getting affected northwards, while a vortex also appeared thousands of feet away and a couple of people jumped out of it. Black smoke also phased out, but the vortex quickly closed up just as it had appeared. He had opened vortexes for some of them at the moment Falco advised them to distance themselves, while Angie had used her speed to escape the AOC. Angie could move as fast as 300,000 feet in a single instant in her base form, so she was able to carry others back and forth before the explosion could spread across the entire area. Besides that, she was fast enough to evade the explosions, so fortunately they all managed to get away from there with the exception of one person. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.